Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 201, 156. Sherbois, you are under arrest. Chapter 201, Chapter 156. Sherbois, you are under arrest. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, Jean Chua pushed open the door, walked into the room, and lowered her head towards the old man sitting behind the burning incense. After speaking, she didn't look at her master or the 2 senior uncles standing by, and sat down by herself. Yuan Feidao slowly opened his eyes and casually asked. Jean Chua calmly replied. Chen Yuk and Lin Dongshi's eyelids twitched. Yuan Feidao didn't seem to react much, nodded blandly, glanced at the 3 disciples, and said, Chen Xiuxing's face twitched, and he spoke in a low voice. Hong Tianbao hesitated for a moment and said, Yuan Feidao stared at the curling green smoke, his voice lingering. I really didn't expect your competition to be so fierce. His gaze passed over Chen Yuk, Lin Dongxi, and finally landed on Jean Chua. The former 2 also looked at this woman. Jean Chua wasn't attractive. On the contrary, she was a bit ugly, but her figure was excellent, with long legs crossed, blindingly white. She lowered her head and said softly. Hong Tianbao suddenly raised his eyelids, his face turning cold, while Chen Yuk and little child shivered behind. This woman was extremely dangerous. Yuan Feidao looked at Jean Chua with interest, speaking gently, quite confident, but that's a good thing. Chen Dowling shrugged. Jean Chua sat upright, speaking in a low voice. After a brief pause, she continued without looking at Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi from beginning to end. Yuan Feidao laughed heartily. Good temperament, there's indeed some semblance of a Vajra's wrath. The old man looked at Chen Xiuxing with enthusiasm. Chen Xiuxing respectfully saluted, his tone very composed. After a pause, he unexpectedly revealed his entire plan. Chen Yuk licked his lips. Lin Dongxi wiped his sweat, but Jean Chua remained expressionless, sitting quietly with her eyes lowered. Kill herself? She slightly tugged at the corners of her mouth. The elderly man behind the incense burner clapped gently, praised. Indeed, a good disciple taught by me. After a pause, he continued gently. Those of you who fall, don't blame me after death. Hong Tianbao's expression was complicated as he stepped forward. Before finishing his words, Chen Dowling's phone slightly vibrated. He glanced at the message sent from the branch, and his eyes widened. This ethereal elderly man silently replied to the message, then turned off the phone with a strange expression. Before his words were finished, the 3 elderlies looked simultaneously at the door. One breath later, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking. The door opened. Zhang Fuxing walked in, glanced at the upright sitting Jean Chua, first saluted his master, then cupped his hands towards ancestral master. Yuan Feidao's expression turned solemn, gazing at this young man entangled in many terrifying causes and effects, who even split a Buddha statue and himself. He gestured with his hand. Zhang Fuxing nodded and sat, noticing a wooden fish placed before ancestral master at an unknown time. Ancestral master lightly tapped the wooden fish. The clear sound echoed in the small room. Yuan Feidao's gaze flowed over everyone, speaking calmly. Zhang Fuxing's spirit lifted, listening carefully. Yuan Feidao leisurely explained. He paused between sentences, his voice like Brahma sound. The 4 junior disciples all shook their heads concurrently, all highly focused. Old Yuan nodded. Zhang Fuxing listened intently, his brow slightly furrowed. Mother of the Buddha? Peacock, great Ming King? In some stories, the peacock great Ming King indeed wields the 5-color divine light, but the innate 5-chi? Zhang Fuxing was somewhat speechless. Innate 5-tai 5-chi. Isn't this a Taoist doctrine? Dai Yi, Dai Zhu, Dai Si, Dai Ji, Dai Su. As he pondered, he heard the ancestral master continue. The ancestral master's voice was like a morning bell, carrying a profound mystery that enlightened the mind. Every word seemed to bloom into a lotus. The ground shimmered with brilliant light, golden spring water slowly flowing. and in the air, a Buddha's charm lotus blossomed out of nowhere, floating down. Heavenly beings expounding, flowers raining from the sky, golden springs rising from the ground. The ancestral master's voice was far-reaching and ethereal. Kunlun, divine palace atop the mountain? Zhang Fuxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Wasn't this the Jade Void Palace? He suddenly realized the transformation of Tai Chi, the beginning of chaos. It truly must be the handiwork of the primordial celestial venerate. It seems that the one who occupies the celestial position of the Peacock Ming King has extraordinary fortune, having once entered the Jade Void Palace and obtained great fortune. But this deity, in the end, most likely still fell. Master Ancestral once said, among the lineage of Ling Mountain, there's only one venerable god left. Master Ancestral's voice suddenly rose, and the mysterious and profound words poured out of his mouth, immersing Zhang Fuxing gradually. But soon, he snapped out of his immersion. Liao Xinji's understanding among martial artists was top-notch, but in such a setting, it wasn't enough. He could only comprehend the mere surface of it. Zhang Fuxing was a bit troubled. He had to find a true genius to buy their understanding. But where could he find one? His heart suddenly moved, and he caught a glimpse of that woman named Jin Shua, who still appeared enraptured. She seemed completely immersed in the Dharma and the marvelous technique. Even the golden spring water and the lotus in the void were drifting towards her autonomously. Wow, what level of understanding is this? Zhang Fuxing's eyes sparkled with unusual brightness, then calmed himself, trying his best to listen to Master Ancestral's teaching of the Tao. Time passed bit by bit. When the teachings on the One Chi True Sage's technique were fully expounded, the golden spring water slowly disappeared. The marvelous lotuses blooming in the void also began to disintegrate and scattered in place, vanishing without a trace. Master Ancestral's gentle voice resonated at this moment, and the four immersed in the marvel and the principles suddenly awoke together. All right then. Actually, only three did. Zhang Fuxing was pretending. The first half of the marvelous technique he could still understand with difficulty, but the latter half? It was completely like listening to a celestial book, like a child who just learned 1 + 1, thrown into a university classroom to listen to advanced mathematics. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zhang Fuxing was completely numb. Master Ancestral's voice floated over. The three women nodded, and Zhang Fuxing mechanically nodded along. Gain what? Yuan Feidao nodded with a smile. His expression turned solemn again. Yuan Feidao looked around and spoke deeply. Even grasping a little of the surface can already allow for the calculation and interference of cause and effect. The four replied in unison, Zhang Fuxing's eyes gleaming with spirit, cause, and effect. Master Ancestral saw his own cause and effect using this technique. Yuan Feidao waved his hand. Divine path? The apprentices were puzzled, but Jin Shu suddenly spoke. Yuan Feidao slightly nodded. Jin Shuyue raised her eyelids, her eyes shining brightly, glaring intensely. She asked again, "Then can I act now?" The room fell silent. Zhang Fuxing glanced strangely at the woman. Not bad. Share the same idea as me. Yuan Feidao raised his eyelids, gazing at Jin Shue, nodding, before the word finished. Jin Shue suddenly erupted, her hands thrusting towards Lin Dongxi and Chen Yuk, and she spat out white light, surging towards Zhang Fuxing. The event happened too suddenly. Hong Tianbao's expression changed drastically, intending to intervene, but was restrained by a terrifying aura. Fixed in place, unable to move. Yuan Feidao? The elder said softly. At the same instant, Jin Shuyue's hands both struck air. She was momentarily stunned, and the others in the room were also momentarily stunned. Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi, unaware of when, appeared behind that youth, who remained seated, the blazing white light striking him, evaporating large sections of flesh and blood. A breath later, the youth, half evaporated, had already restored himself to his original form. Chun Xiuxing's expression changed drastically. Hong Tianbao rubbed his eyes intensely, clearly seeing a furnace fire hovering above his disciple's head. This is physical body flame. This is Grandmaster. Little Fuxing became a Grandmaster? Hong Tianbao's face was filled with bewilderment. After a brief moment of deathly silence, Jin Xue made a boom sound, broke through the room door, and fled, extremely decisively. But her figure halted outside the room. The people inside the room looked outside to see several armed hover cars suspended in midair. Over 1,000 members of the enforcement team had unknowingly surrounded the area in the higher sky above. Even the aerospace ships of the investigation branch could be seen. A total of 4 aerospace ships, representing the 4 action teams of the investigation branch, representing the 4 grandmasters seated in the high heavens. Yuan Fei Dao frowned slightly, seeing that apprentice grandson named Zhang Fuxing stand up. He leisurely walked outside, to Jin Xue's side, and gently knocked her unconscious with a slap. Then, Zhang Fuxing turned his head, looking towards the small room. The 4 action team leaders of the investigation branch descended from the sky. The 4 grandmasters stepped forward, first saluting Chun Daoling before turning towards Chun Xiuxing. Chun Xiuxing was baffled. 3 question marks appeared on his forehead. Chapter 202, 157. How will you end this? Chapter 202, Chapter 157. How will you end this? Chun Xiuxing's expression returned to calmness, without a trace of ripple, his eyes deep like a serene spring. Zhang Fuxing grabbed Jin Xue's neck and lifted her up, speaking calmly. He spoke slowly, nearly pausing between each word, his sonorous voice echoing through the street. Hong Tianbao's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. How did his disciple become the Director General? How long had he been in Chongyang City? Chun Daoling said with a smile, "What my nephew said isn't wrong. So, Master Brother, are you planning to—" In his voice, there was a hint of anticipation. Chun Xiuxing, though being a Grandmaster, would find it exceedingly difficult if labeled as a cultist. Cooperating with the investigation might still leave him unscathed, but if he resisted arrest, confirming his identity as a cultist, not to mention being a Grandmaster, even an innate realm expert would have nothing left but to flee and live under an alias. In fact, the more powerful a cultist is, the more distinguished their overt identity, unless they step into the divine spirit domain, which is a small minority. Chun Xiuxing lowered his eyelids and chuckled softly. He slowly extended his hands and spoke slowly. Chun Xiuxing said calmly to Zhang Fuxing. He stood there quietly, making no movements, yet he managed to intimidate 4 grandmasters, leaving them motionless for a moment. Zhang Fuxing walked forward with Jin Xue, taking special crafted handcuffs from an action team captain. The handcuffs closed around Chun Xiuxing's wrists. Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly. The old man suddenly raised his eyelids, his head leaning forward, nose almost touching Zhang Fuxing's nose, a big smile tearing across his face. Zhang Fuxing showed no expression, glanced sideways, and said, Chun Xiuxing was led to a hover car, slowly taken away. The long street soon became empty, leaving only the distant, long police tape drawn by public security officers. Zhang Fuxing, holding Jin Xue, looked at Yuan Fei Dao and bowed slightly. Yuan Fei Dao stood with both hands behind his back, slightly hunched, seemingly smiling yet not, saying, Chen Daoling and Hong Tianbao's pupils contracted violently, but Zhang Fuxing didn't notice anything unusual. The old man laughed heartily, snapped his fingers, and the door that was previously smashed and broken suddenly healed, as if time had reversed. Perfectly intact. Not even a single splinter was left on the ground. Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi stood dumbfounded on the side, the latter pondering, how did Zhang Fuxing become the Director General? How did he become a Grandmaster at this moment? Chen Daoling walked forward, his smile disappearing, replaced by seriousness. Zhang Fuxing nodded steadily. Chen Daoling furrowed his brow and nodded. At present, Chun Xiuxing was not in a hopeless situation, not even a dilemma, merely taken away for investigation. He had 10,000 ways to extricate himself. Of course, Chen Dowling also had ways to truly label him a cultist. The trouble was Chun Xiuxing had full capacity for perishing together, exposing his identity as a Ling Mountain cultist and dragging Chen Dowling, Hong Tianbao, even Yuan Fei Dao, and Zhang Fuxing along with him. At this moment, Hong Tianbao also stepped forward, momentarily suppressing his shock and confusion. He didn't rush to question his young disciple's cultivation, but opened his mouth solemnly. Zhang Fuxing shook his head and said, "Master Uncle's intent to kill and his malice are pure and fundamental. With such a person, it is better to strike first." He looked at Chen Dowling. Chen Dowling and Hong Tianbao exchanged glances. What exactly is Zhang Fuxing thinking? Zhang Fuxing did not answer, raised his head to glance at the sky, and muttered to himself, "Public Security Headquarters." Because the execution of the Anti-Evil Cult Act was initiated by the Director General, Chun Xiuxing was also escorted here, though it was impossible for the facility to imprison a Grandmaster. The entire Public Security Headquarters building was now enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. As the new Director General, such murmurs were heard throughout the building, many people whispering, many were puzzled and astounded. Leaving aside the fact that he's a Grandmaster, he's the second in command of the military department. Actually, even the head of the military department. In a certain sense, old Mr. Chen's power was greater than that of the governor. After all, the governor didn't have authority to mobilize garrison troops, but old Mr. Chen did. Top floor. Lu Yuan, upon hearing the news, felt dizzy. He had just returned from the governance building, carrying the recently signed appointment order from the governor. And the result? Opposite, he gouged was sneered. "Old Lu, aren't you opposed to old Mr. Chun?" Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He said feebly, "Fine, it's at this point. Why are we still competing?" Catching his breath, a bewildered expression emerged on his face. "But I still don't understand what Zhang Fuxing is thinking." Gaozhua reminded leisurely. He was probably the least concerned person within the Public Security Headquarters. On the surface, he belonged to old Mr. Chen's faction. In secret, he had long reached cooperation with Grandmaster Zhang. Given the current situation, to be precise, it's clinging. He's clinging to Director Zhang. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, truly restless. The term Grandmaster, like a sharp steel blade hanging over his head. Who knows if the other party might suddenly have a mental lapse and fly into a rage. A Grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, he could tear the entire governance building apart. Lu Yuan cursed under his breath, wiping his sweat, and quickly headed to the underground severe punishment area. Here, those imprisoned are all extremely vicious. A bunch of martial arts masters. In the past, the severe punishment area was always noisy, but at this moment, it was eerily quiet. One by one, the martial arts masters wore special shackles, their eyes peering through the bars, blankly and fearfully gazing at an elderly figure sitting serenely. Active in Chongyang City, one must naturally be well aware of everyone in the city, especially those untouchable figures. These martial arts masters, of course, know old Mr. Chun. How did this godlike figure end up locked up? Has the Public Security Bureau gone mad? In the silence, Lu Yuan quickly approached, ignoring the glances from the martial arts masters, opened the iron door, and bowed deferentially. "Elder Chun, I'll have someone change your room right away." The old man slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a turbid breath, the shackles on his body buzzing and sounding a sharp alarm. Lu Yuan met the elder's deep, obscure gaze, his legs weakened, almost crumbling down. Chen Xiuxing spoke indifferently. "Your surname is Lu, right?" Lu Yuan sweated like rain, shaking his head repeatedly. "You misunderstand, elder. I have no relation with that lunatic Zhang Fuxing." He moved forward, wanting to unlock the elder's shackles, simultaneously saying, "This guy is not from my Public Security Bureau. I foolishly altered his identity back then." Before finishing, suddenly, the explosion-proof door leading to the severe punishment area emitted a muffled sound. Lu Yuan looked instinctively. A clear crack appeared on the thick door capable of withstanding millions of pounds of impact. Another muffled sound, the entire explosion-proof door split from the middle, accompanied by a piercing screech. Two sturdy hands had already reached in through the crack from the outside, grabbing the door and giving a fierce pull. The explosion-proof door shattered. A man, exuding a primal aura, began walking, his figure like an iron tower, each step causing the silver-white corridor to incessantly tremble. Lu Yuan's throat convulsed, recognizing the person. Military Department, Lu Qingshan. A contemporary grandmaster, nicknamed Steel Tiger, once tore apart an aerospace ship by hand. The figure neared, not even glancing at him, kneeled before Chen Xiuxing, and spoke in a muffled voice. Chen Xiuxing said calmly, "You're still so impulsive," storming the severe punishment area of the Public Security Bureau. Kneeling on one knee, Steel Tiger raised his head, grinned, revealing iron-black teeth, with bulging veins and muscles on his arms, emanating a terrifying sense of ultimate strength. He smiled and spoke. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched wildly. Chen Xiuxing chuckled and shook his head. Steel Tiger was perplexed. Yet Chen Xiuxing shook his head again. He suddenly raised his eyebrow. A young man had unknowingly appeared beside Steel Tiger. Zhang Fuxing's calm voice resonated through the corridor. Lu Yuan swallowed hard. His head throbbed intensely. Zhang Fuxing's 5 fingers covered his skull, the fingertips piercing into his skull, forcibly lifting him up. Lu Yuan struggled desperately, yet the terrifying force flowed through his skull, pierced through his entire body, akin to a steel nail, pinning him firmly, unable to move. "Spare," the middle-aged man pleaded. Zhang Fuxing remained expressionless, not even sparing him a glance, only staring at Chen Xiuxing, inquiring. Chen Xiuxing replied calmly, "Why involve these little ones in our conflict?" Zhang Fuxing nodded, exerting his hand. A force of 30 million pounds surged, causing Lu Yuan's skull to explode. A headless body slumped limply to the ground. He said. Chen Xiuxing showed no change or fluctuation in expression, sighed deeply. He closed his eyes, speaking faintly. "It should be starting soon." Zhang Fuxing squinted in the grand realm, with fiery organs, ears moved, capable of hearing hundreds of miles. At this moment, hearing clearly the roar of engines outside the city. It's aerospace ships. A fleet of aerospace ships soaring into the air. Chen Xiuxing gazed at Zhang Fuxing with interest, asking. The latter shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Fuxing smiled benevolently, recalling the past data glimpsed earlier, including the recent incident of Chen Xiuxing nailing his master's hand. His smile suddenly vanished. Chapter 203, 158. Slaying the Grandmaster, Uprising Ignited. Chapter 203. Chapter 158. Slaying the Grandmaster, Uprising Ignited Corpse Collection. Chen Xiuxing remained calm and composed, his eyes like a deep pool, profound, bottomless, with no ripples in sight. He wasn't angered. He simply sat there leisurely, the shackles all over his body shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. On the contrary, Steel Tiger slowly rose to his feet, his muscles bulging, exuding a primal, savage aura. Zhang Fuxing reached out his hand, pressing it down. Steel Tiger grinned. He wasn't an ordinary grandmaster. Even though he had merely ignited the first furnace fire of his flesh, he possessed a special physique. His strength was more ferocious than grandmasters of the same realm, exceeding 40 million pounds. He extended a hand, meeting the palm of Zhang Fuxing as it pressed down steadily. Steel Tiger smiled. "Are you competing with me in strength?" The sentence was cut short. Zhang Fuxing's right hand suddenly swelled, a flawless jade hue emerging, flowing with a faint golden Buddha's light. Steel Tiger's smile vanished abruptly. His other hand reached out, overlapping both hands, strenuously resisting the young man's hand glowing with golden light. A flush of red appeared on the burly man's face. His teeth clattered, his cheeks puffed, and his muscles swelled dramatically. But he still couldn't withstand it. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, gazing indifferently at him, his palm pressing down little by little, and Steel Tiger's body lowering little by little. He knelt on one knee again, then both knees. In the dazed gaze of the martial arts experts, the silver-white alloy ground under Steel Tiger's knees twisted and shattered. He let out a low roar, which grew louder, resonating throughout the corridor. Steel Tiger coughed up hot blood, the enormous force distorting his body. He hissed, a phantom furnace fire rising behind his head, intense blood surging forth, unity of essence, chi, and spirit, as the Dharma aspect was about to manifest. Zhang Fuxing gently blew a breath. Within his chest, the other shore bone that had been reattached vibrated. The yin chi from the nine netherworld blew out, the furnace fire flickering, and then extinguishing. The flesh furnace fire was extinguished, and the supernatural power of blood rebirth also faded with it. The yin chi from the nine netherworld churned, along with the Dharma aspect behind Steel Tiger about to burst forth, also extinguished. Chun Xiuxing's expression changed. His pupils contracted sharply. Murmuring, Zhang Fuxing spoke mildly, contemplating the 72 snowy mountains, contemplating the great avalanche, refining illusion into truth. The giant hand pressing on Steel Tiger's head suddenly vibrated, the arm resonating with the roar of a grand avalanche. Steel Tiger wailed, his muscles and bones shattered. His flesh cracked like fragile porcelain. He began to panic, to fear, to dread. He felt that what was pressing above him was not a mere giant hand. It was 72 snowy mountains. It was the avalanche crashing down from the mountains simultaneously. Steel Tiger's mind echoed this thought, feeling himself being buried by the grand avalanche. Darkness enveloped his vision. Then, at that moment, Zhang Fuxing's enormous arm slowly returned to normal, retracting his palm. Steel Tiger, kneeling on the ground, remained motionless, blood with icy shards flowing from his 7 orifices, his entire person compressed inward, just like an ordinary person truly experiencing an avalanche, crushed to death by endless snow. On the silver-white floor, at some unknown time, lay a thick layer of snowflakes, silently converting a Grandmaster's residual soul into a grim skeleton within the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing turned to Chun Xiuxing, whose expression was obscure. He turned and left, step by step, and another step. Each step resonated with bizarre beats, sending substantial ripples across the entire severe punishment area. One by one, the vicious and evil, the martial arts experts, suddenly bled from their 7 orifices, dying limply. By the time he walked out of the shattered explosion-proof door, the entire severe punishment area had only one living person left, Chun Xiuxing. Another 20 martial arts experts' residual souls had been converted into grim skeletons within the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a clear breath, glancing sideways. Lin Changle nodded blankly, listening to the footsteps of his little junior nephew, gradually departing the public security headquarters. In the severe punishment area, full of corpses, Chun Xiuxing sat alone, gazing at the kneeling corpse of Steel Tiger before him, sighing softly. Although he could easily break all the shackles on his body, he didn't do so. He just sat quietly, sitting there. Chun Xiuxing murmured. Far away, the first space fleet ascended. 36 aerospace ships slowly turned, facing towards Chongyang City, each of the 36 main ship cannons unlocking in unison. Naturally, no one fired. This was a show of force. The cell. Chun Xiuxing stood, covered in shackles, dancing in place, between murmurs. 72 more aerospace ships took to the sky. Slowly navigating, 3 garrison fleets surrounded Chongyang City from all directions. Chun Xiuxing hummed a nameless tune, dancing gracefully within the cell, word by word. With each syllable, the military garrison outside the city began to fall into chaos. This chaos had nothing to do with him. Chun Xiuxing, performing an ancient dance with his aged body, paused suddenly. He turned to the lifeless bodies in the severe punishment area, making a graceful bow of thanks. Chun Xiuxing slowly sat back down, murmuring lazily. There was a rumbling noise overhead. It was 12 aerospace ships passing over the celestial vault above the public security headquarters. The target is the governance building. The old man sat back down, clasping his hands together. At this moment, Chu family manor, along with the chant of the elder grandmaster, the 16-year-old boy tremblingly held up the greeting card with both hands. He could feel that the young man, sitting motionless before him, did not take the card, but examined him with a scrutinizing gaze. Sweat increasingly drenched the boy's forehead. After a long time, Zhang Fuxing took the card and glanced at the name on it. "Yes, my lord." The boy replied with anxiety and fear. The second generation of the Chu family, many men and women. Originally, it was supposed to be second brother Chu who apprenticed, but Zhang Fuxing ultimately chose the youngest Chu. The young one, having fewer roots in the Chu family's various enterprises, also has several much older siblings eyeing him covetously. Such a person would naturally see him as a support, a backbone. Of course, it's not without drawbacks. Zhang Fuxing closely observed the young man, named Chu Taizhan. Youngsters like him are often not as quick to resign themselves to fate as those in their later years, often nurturing some unrealistic ideas, such as lying low and biding one's time to revive the Chu family. His light voice echoed in the room, with other Chu family members standing on both sides of the hall, all bowing their heads. Chu Taizhan instinctively raised his head and saw his young teacher, who, despite appearing not much older than himself, exuded an authority surpassing even Senior Zhou, sitting quietly, yet radiating like a blazing fire, like a towering black iron mountain reaching the clouds. Even greater than Senior Zhou. Chu Tiashan's heart pounded. He glanced at that Senior Zhou whom many older siblings treated with caution and utmost respect. This formerly assertive old man was now forcing a fawning smile. Chu Taizhan was somewhat dazed. He saw his teacher extend his two fingers, close them together, bend them, and knock, clearly knocking lightly in the air. Yet it made a sound akin to the tolling of a giant bell, resounding abruptly in this hall. It even seemed like thunder. Ripples emanated from the point of the knock, spreading in all directions, more and more ripples. The view before his eyes suddenly blurred. He opened his eyes again. Where? Chu Taizhan trembled, speaking to himself, seeing a great river originating from one end of the world to the other unseen end, and the crouching phantoms of humans in the distance, countless grim skeletons wandering in the wasteland. Chu Taizhan raised his head. He saw the glow flowing quietly like water across the celestial vault. He saw the grim skeletons, one by one, approaching him, then lying on him, gnawing at his flesh, drinking his blood. The boy let out a wail. In the hall, the fingers gently knocked, morning bells and evening drums. Zhang Fuxing did not look at the boy kneeling on the ground. Head down and motionless, he glanced around and lightly clapped his hands. The second brother of the Chu family stepped forward, respectfully handing over a set of documents. Zhang Fuxing received it, casually browsing through. These were the internal financial reports of the Chu Group, which spanned dozens of cities in the Golden Province. With a wide range of operations, last year's net profit reached over 7 million life souls. This is an excessively immense number. Zhang Fuxing continued to flip through, noticing that Chu family's current liquid assets were around 8 million life souls. Of course, all of them were pseudo-souls. He pointed at a small entry in the report, with a brief description indicating the project was being carried out in an ordinary subordinate city, with unknown income, unknown expenditure. Second brother Chu's throat moved, cautiously speaking. After a pause, he quickly added, "However, I secretly investigated before. It is a..." Zhang Fuxing's expression darkened. A slaughterhouse, human. Trafficking. Life souls often refer to pseudo-souls produced by cyborgs, while true souls are residual souls extracted from true people. On the black market, a single true soul often exchanges for more than 10 pseudo-souls. This is one reason the Federation restricts population movement. Without population flow, When a city has large-scale missing persons, an investigation can be completed in the shortest possible time. Though the Federation is malevolent, without it, who knows what this world would become? Second brother Chu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Fuxing expressionlessly tossed the report aside. This world believes in the concept of cause and effect. Even without such a thing as cause and effect, he would still not stand by and watch this kind of industry develop quietly. He is still human. Second brother Chu nodded and picked up the report, then softly remarked. Zhang Fuxing responded casually, glancing at the time. Almost there. He lowered his eyelids and waited silently. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Hurried footsteps echoed. Lin Changle ran in, panting for breath. Vice Director Zhang. She didn't have time to wipe her sweat, breathing heavily, anxiously stating. Chapter 204, 159. A small gathering. Mingwei reappears. Chapter 204. Chapter 159. A small gathering. Mingwei reappears demonstration? Or rather, riot? Everyone in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions changing, and then some seemed rather pleased with the chaos. Lin Changle wiped a bead of sweat. One urgent message after another spilled from her lips as Zhang Fuxing leaned comfortably in his chair, listening quietly. Just as expected, Chun Xiuxing was said to be the second commander of the Chongyang military department, but in reality, the true person in power, the first commander Zhang Er, had long since been sidelined. If he gets arrested, he won't leave quietly and will undoubtedly take the opportunity to launch a massive military uprising. In general, this riot would end with a calming resolution, where Qin Xiuxing would be invited out to manage the situation and stabilize the chaos. After that, as someone who was wronged, suffered grievances, yet still prioritized the bigger picture and resolve a massive crisis, Chun Xiuxing would naturally be compensated. It seems Chun Xiuxing is eyeing the seat of the Golden Legislator. Who knows? If he ends this incident smoothly, he might just increase his chances of becoming a Golden Legislator by several folds. Everything seems to be progressing just as the Master's prediction. Zhang Fuxing chuckled lightly. Lin Changle asked cautiously, now. Zhang Fuxing was reviewing the files of the Investigation Bureau personnel arriving in Chongyang City in 3 days to scrutinize him. From Second Master, he spoke calmly. Zhang Fuxing stood up, stretched his body, and yawned lazily. Go secretly meet Zhang Er. Old Mr. Lin Changle nodded in a daze. Here to see you? Zhang Fuxing walked briskly out of the hall. Lin Changle swallowed, confused about what this gentleman really intended to do. What exactly was he planning? She didn't understand. She only knew change was upon them. Arresting Chun Xiuxing, military revolt, Director General. The old lady looked at report after report, visibly shaken, and handed the report to the drunken middle-aged man. If I remember correctly, the Director General of the Public Security Headquarters. The middle-aged man still leaned on the windowsill, quietly listening to the noises from the city inside and out. Some of the drunkenness on his face dissipated, and after pondering for a moment, he asked. Granny Jean nodded gently. Listening to the old lady's words, the middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully. Granny Jin's face showed a grave and apprehensive look. Inspector. In Investigation Bureau, these outgoing inspectors may not have high cultivation, but they often have terrifyingly expansive temporary powers, even able to report directly to headquarters and mobilize headquarters resources. The 3 major power structures of the Golden Province: the governor, legislators, and Investigation Bureau. This Investigation Bureau stands above the military department and is an even larger true violent entity than the military department. The upper envoy took a sip of his drink, exhaling, What exactly does Zhang Fuxing want? The old woman exclaimed without thinking, then turned her gaze to the silent Chen Wanyu. Chen Wanyu pondered for a moment and nodded. Granny Jean understood and looked at the upper envoy again. In just a month, this lad could at most enter the realm of a martial arts master, a grand master. The upper envoy rubbed his chin, nodded lightly. The old woman nodded. The upper envoy shook his head. That's quite interesting. Our choice seems to be only Zhang Fuxing now. Granny Jean froze, her pupils slightly contracting. It seems. After a pause, she covered her forehead. The upper envoy's gaze deepened. Chun Wenyu nodded gently. The distant sound of the demonstration could be heard. First District, a specialized villa near the governance building. Zhang Fuxing stood outside the villa, looked up at the 12 aerospace ships hovering over the governance building. The main cannons of the aerospace ships were slightly glowing, indicating the weapons system was unlocked. One shot from the main cannon could flatten a range of hills. Theoretically, even a grandmaster standing in the line of fire from an aerospace ship's main cannon would not be well off. Zhang Fuxing knocked on the villa door, then pushed it open and entered. Servants respectfully guided the young director general upstairs. In the reception hall, only a handful of people sat. Hu Zhongli, Zhou Muniu, Elder Yu, and a middle-aged man frowning deeply. Hearing footsteps, everyone turned their gaze to the young man, surprise showing on both Elder Yu and the middle-aged woman's faces. Elder Yu blinked. You are... She certainly remembered the young man who once saved her life, though she clearly did not know Zhang Fuxing was now the Director General. Nor did she know that the city's riots were closely connected to this young individual. The other middle-aged man also sized up Zhang Fuxing, suddenly slapping his forehead. He nodded slightly and looked at Hu Zhongli. Old Hu, is this who you've been waiting for? Unlike Elder Yu, the middle-aged man seemed to know some specific details. Zhang Fuxing greeted with a smile and then slowly took a seat. The middle-aged man was none other than the golden legislator of Chongyang City, Li Guoquan. Li Guoquan glanced at him, then turned his gaze back to Hu Zhongli, somewhat bluntly. Old Hu, why have you called us here? After a pause, he said in a deep voice, calm down, Hu Zhongli said leisurely. Li Guoquan could no longer hold his temper. Old Hu, have you really gone senile? He stormed with anger. The middle-aged man made a motion to leave. However, just as he stood up and took 2 steps, a great force descended. He was forcefully pressed back onto the sofa. Li Guoquan's expression changed drastically, staring at Hu Zhongli in shock. Elder Yu slightly raised an eyebrow, while Zhang Fuxing continued to smile. Hu Zhongli nodded calmly. Li Guoquan's eyelid twitched. Hu Zhongli stated calmly, Celestial Venerate's envoy? Elder Yu and Li Guoquan froze for a moment. Who is this? Celestial Venerate. The first thing that came to mind for both was some evil god. Hu Zhongli gently tapped the table. Elder Yu's pupils contracted, and Li Guoquan straightened up suddenly, his breathing becoming rapid. High Heaven. Recently, the name of High Heaven has been widely spread, especially within Chongyang City, after rumors emerged of someone trading with High Heaven. Others might not know, but as the golden legislator of Chongyang, Li Guoquan naturally knew that all those rumors were true. Some lost disease, some shed the past cultivation, some inexplicably gained longevity, without having taken any life-extending medicine. Ordinary citizens may not pay much attention, but for those truly in power, the weight of the words High Heaven grows ever heavier. The governor's mansion even called to inquire. Hu Zhongli picked up his teacup and gently sipped. His expression remained calm. Li Guoquan suddenly turned his gaze to the smiling young man. He licked his dry lips. I've received word that a senior examiner from the Investigation Bureau is coming, one to scrutinize this. The other reason is to investigate whether the High Heaven Association exists, whether those traits. He exhaled. Li Guoquan looked intently at Hu Zhongli, probing. Hu Zhongli nodded, speaking calmly. The elder woman looked around, and Li Guoquan breathed heavily, where Hu Zhongli smilingly shook his head. Li Guoquan again quickly turned to him. I heard that in the High Heaven Association, what is practiced is... Elder Yu also turned his gaze to Hu Zhongli. The latter lifted his eyelids, looking at the silent three-eyed boy, and replied quietly. Elder Yu and Li Guoquan simultaneously turned their gaze to Zhou Muniu. The latter opened his eyes at this moment. Suddenly, beyond description high, he was here, and yet seemed above infinity. beyond thought, beyond imagination, beyond the limit of what the mind could touch. The quietly listening director Zhang, at some point, lowered his eyelids. The three-eyed boy sighed lightly and snapped his fingers. The contract quivered, a certain altered, obscured, and dust-swept sealed history. The restrictions lifted for Li Guoquan and Elder Yu. It was the time after Hu Zhongli had sold his power, the era that was changed. The majestic sound resonated. Li Guoquan and the elder woman, at some point, were already prostrated on the ground, worshipping the three-eyed boy, or rather, worshipping the colossal shadow reflected above him. It was the elder who called himself the true man. Li Guoquan's forehead flowed with sweat. The conflicting memories collided in his mind. The divergent histories unfolded in his cognition. He raised his head, prying into the colossal shadow, prying into the envoy from above the high heaven, like a soulful insight. High heaven above. The golden legislator thus spoke. The colossal shadow suddenly sighed in compassion and vanished. The director Zhang, quietly sitting on the sofa, raised his eyelids, looked sideways out the window, calmly sensing the far away. It's the waiting area. Outside the waiting area, the plague ghost was caught by a delicate hand. It was a woman like one walking out of a painting, a point of vermilion between her brows. Miss Mingyue, Zhang Fuxing softly murmured. Chapter 205, 160. Using the governor as the raising to increase power. Chapter 205, Chapter 160. Using the governor as the raising to increase power, the breath of the epidemic death, yet the plague aura is so thin. A graceful voice echoed across the wasteland, like a stunning woman walking out from a painting, dressed in a turquoise silk garment. Lifting a hooded figure with one hand, she gently exhaled, and the black robe turned into dust, revealing the dark red skeleton beneath. The woman shook her head slightly and was about to tear the small plague ghost apart. In the nick of time, Zhang Fuxing finally took over the body of the plague ghost, the sound of bones rubbing, creating a grating noise that pierced the lungs. Miss Mingyue was slightly stunned. Zhang. The distance was still too far, and the body of the plague ghost was filled with too much plague aura, making Zhang Fuxing's thoughts clumsy and faltering when operated remotely. The girl's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly releasing her grip, and softly asked, "How is it you?" Zhang Fuxing said with a headache, "It's a long story. A strand of my spiritual will is entrusted here, and my main body is currently handling some miscellaneous affairs." Miss Mingyue, with a calm and indifferent expression, nodded gently. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath, his thoughts returning swiftly to his main body. Handling two tasks simultaneously is not impossible, but the distance is too far, causing confusion easily. Most importantly, when conversing with Miss Mingyue as the skeleton plague ghost, Mao cannot sit in 8 Scenery's palace. Otherwise, even the skeleton plague ghost would become inexplicable. That would not be too pleasant. Lifting his eyelids, it was still in the living room on the second floor of the villa. The noise in the distance, the demonstration sounds, the engine roaring of the aerospace ship above, all entwined at this moment, chaotic and tumultuous. In front, Elder Yu and Li Guoquan had gotten up, panting, with shock still lingering on their faces, bewildered by the collisions of two disparate, conflicting histories in their minds. Especially now after the change. Those unique coincidences, the bizarre results brought forth by subtle changes, such a terrifying feeling as if a giant hand intricately controlling every inch and measure. Hu Zhongli explained to the two about the High Heaven Association, and, at the same time, reintroduced Zhang Fuxing to them. Both the elderly woman and the golden legislator's expressions changed when looking at Zhang Fuxing, but the latter suddenly felt it quite reasonable. A grandmaster at 25 years old. No, maybe not even 25. This guy's identity documents were falsified. Hu Zhongli tapped the sofa armrest lightly, pulling everyone's attention over. It was the three-eyed boy beside him who spoke. Zhou Minyu opened all 3 eyes, a decay and grayness circulating in the third eye, speaking with a voice that carried a hint of solemnity and dignity. He looked around and spoke peacefully. He reached out a finger, pointing at Zhang Fuxing, Hu Zhongli, Li Guoquan, and Yu Huafeng one by one. How much? Aside from Zhang Fuxing, the pupils of the others sharply contracted. 100 years of longevity. Among them, the youngest was the elderly woman Yu Huafeng. As the chief expert of the Source Point Research Institute, she herself was just an ordinary person, now over 90 years old, and in the absence of being able to endure the effects of the life-extending medicine, relying on some special potions, living to 140 would be considered remarkable. As for Hu Zhongli and Li Guoquan, even though Li Guoquan looked merely middle-aged, his actual age was nearly 200 years. The most lacking was longevity, a century of long life. And it doesn't come from consuming great medicine or marvelous medicine, with no worries of resistance. Life-extending drugs, unless celestial medicine, the more you consume, the less effective they become. Li Guoquan stood up, eyes bright. I will now quell this riot and bring Chun Xiuxing. A clear voice sounded, and several people looked at Zhang Fuxing together. Zhou Muniu quietly lowered his head towards him. Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly. Li Guoquan raised his brow but did not refute as he spoke. A servant ascended to the second floor, knocking on the reception room door. With a thought from Hu Zhongli, the specially made door naturally opened. The servant lowered his head and respectfully said, Hu Zhongli gave Zhang Fuxing a glance and instructed sideways. The servant bowed and slowly backed out, gently closing the door. Everyone once again focused their gaze on Zhang Fuxing. The young man sat upright, solemnly opened his mouth. He glanced around and spoke calmly. A clear voice resounded. Yu Huafeng took a breath and said solemnly, listening to the solemn words of the old woman. Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly. Hu Zhongli asked curiously. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. The reception room suddenly fell silent. Anti-rebellion bill? Everyone subconsciously sat up straight, especially Hu Zhongli and Li Guoquan, who had served as golden legislators for over a century and understood better than anyone else what the anti-rebellion law meant. Li Guoquan felt a bit parched. He stared intently at Zhang Fuxing, speaking slowly. Amidst the questioning gazes, Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly and said, The large reception room fell silent once again. The young man lowered his gaze. He briefly recounted the events before and after. From over 100 aerospace ships and teams deliberately spreading the flesh plague to silencing the operatives carrying out the missions, finally ending with a small-scale divine descent, originally confined to the lower 3 districts, evolving into the current situation. Zhang Fuxing concluded, Silence. Silence. Still silence. Everyone quietly digested this piece of news. Hu Zhongli licked his dry lips. Zhang Fuxing's eyes shone brightly. He gazed at Hu Zhongli and Li Guoquan, speaking slowly. The former and current golden legislators exchanged glances. They nodded silently. Zhang Fuxing clapped his hands. He stood up and spoke steadily. This is the key to everything. Li Guoquan shook his head. It's beyond their capabilities. His eyes suddenly lit up. This Chongyang City golden legislator stood up excitedly, licking his lips. Youngster, Zhang Fuxing nodded decisively. His eyes were bright and determined. In the meeting room, everyone exchanged looks, all shocked by the young man's audacious idea. This is nearly an impossible task, involving all the major power holders in the entire city, with not a single person leaking the plan. But if joining the High Heaven Association were a prerequisite, suddenly, nothing seems impossible. It really might be worth a try. Let the riots in the city continue. Zhang Fuxing spoke steadily. As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing saluted towards the void. The void rippled, and Zhou Muni suddenly closed his eyes, projecting a vast and indescribable spiritual will from his body. A true man. The true man just stood there silently, yet his presence surpassed the celestial vault. Hu Zhongli, Li Guoquan, and Yu Huafeng all stood up and saluted, each with their own thoughts, difficult to discern. Zhang Fuxing knew well that while Li Guoquan was all right, Yu Huafeng only held awe for the High Heaven Association. As for allegiance, there probably wasn't even the slightest bit, because a mutual interest community hadn't yet formed between them. Thus, the solemn voice of the true man echoed. He spoke calmly. The light words resonated in the room, and the breaths became rapid. Zhang Fuxing spoke in a low voice that was left over from a previous transaction. He continued, I'm still young. Lifespan is not a particular concern to me. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Fuxing made up his mind. Yu Huafeng nodded beside him, yet Li Guochuan's face was overflowing with a smile. Zhang Fuxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 206, 161. Great Sage Who Pacifies Heaven. Chapter 206, Chapter 161. Great Sage Who Pacifies Heaven. When Li Guoquan brought the three-legged sunbird, or rather the golden crow meat, Zhang Fuxing had already completed the exchange with Hu Zhongli and Yu Huafeng. He offered old Hu 30 years of spiritual cultivation, as stated in the contract. Write single quotation mark. When introducing it, Hu Zhongli was extremely solemn. This technique has a long history, originating from a top-level 5-level star beast, the corpse demon bull. Pausing for a moment, old Hu continued. However, the cultivation of this technique is too extreme, requiring one to fall into demonhood to progress. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were shining. Even if it's not very useful, it's still a technique of intention and spirit unity. 30 years of spiritual cultivation in exchange. A technique to gain strength by falling into demonhood? Just what he loved. Zhang Fuxing bowed, understanding that Hu Zhongli was doing him a favor, which he gladly accepted. This was the very reason Zhang Fuxing joined the High Heaven Association in person. Hu Zhongli smiled, his expression turning very serious. This technique is not ordinary. It contains a layer of spiritual secrets that I couldn't unearth. Spiritual secrets? Zhang Fuxing pondered how a seemingly body-focused technique could be connected to spiritual secrets. Interesting. He suppressed the urge to immediately absorb and integrate the Dharma marvel of this technique when the old woman spoke. Yu Huafeng regretfully said, but in the Research Institute, the 4-level star beast meat I can procure is limited. She pointed to Li Guoquan. Zhang Fuxing replied with a smile. A 4-level star beast is truly a mythical life, albeit with either low-grade or mixed bloodline. But even so, it remains a mythical life. Feigning a solemn demeanor with the true man's apparition, Zhang Fuxing exchanged 50 years of lifespan for Li Guoquan, receiving a jade box from him. The jade box was heavy to the touch. Over 10,000 caddies. Zhang Fuxing was astonished. Instinctively, he lifted the lid of the jade box slightly. Light. Sunlight. Zhang Fuxing's eyes stung as terrifying heat rolled out from the jade box, scorching his skin black. If not for Hu Zhongli's quick reflexes to bind and compress the heat back, the unwitting old woman and the entire villa might have vaporized. Zhang Fuxing closed the jade box, still shaken. This is... Li Guoquan nodded. A 4-level star beast is so rare that even its life soul is hard to purchase. It's usually acquired through trades. He shrugged. Zhang Fuxing swallowed, gently stroking the warm jade box. He asked, somewhat nonchalantly. The response came from the old woman. Yu Huafeng spoke solemnly. Such creatures are naturally powerful, but oddly enough. Zhang Fuxing listened intently. The SourcePoint Research Institute itself studies different dimensions. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Huafeng said, Level 2 and 3 star beasts are born in the innate and celestial human realms. Zhang Fuxing's expression changed. She recalled, as for level 5, such beings defy conventional understanding, seemingly aligning with A. Zhang Fuxing was solemn, suddenly looking at Hu Zhongli. Old Hu shook his head. Zhang Fuxing nodded thoughtfully. Star beasts, mythical lives, lacking wisdom, not capable of cultivation, connected to the obliterated, vanished old era. After sending off the true man's apparition, Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath and said thusly, The secret exchange concluded swiftly. As he left the villa, it was already dusk. Zhang Fuxing looked up and glanced at the 12 aerospace ships still hovering above the governance building, silently smiling. Next, it will be the time for the High Heaven Association to firmly establish itself in Chongyang City. Everything was set, and nothing required his direct intervention, as Hu Zhongli and others would naturally handle everything. As for Qin Xiusheng, he still has his uses. Zhang Fuxing moved his thoughts, sending the newly acquired Grandmaster Bones to protect his parents. Feeling completely assured, he didn't return home, but instead checked into a high-end hotel. Chapter 207, 161. Great Sage Who Pacifies Heaven. Chapter 207, Chapter 161. Great Sage Who Pacifies Heaven. After entering the guest room, he first closed his eyes and sensed the situation on the plague ghost side. It seemed that the plague ghost was on a horse-drawn carriage. As for that Miss Mingyu, very strange, she had her eyes tightly shut, and no matter how Zhang Fuxing manipulated the plague ghost to call out, there was no response. During this time, he looked outside the carriage. It was the Star River, an endless star river. The stars dotted the sky. Desolate planets lay quietly. Looking down beneath the carriage, there was a huge azure planet. Damn, the starry sky. The plague ghost quickly shrank its head back. The carriage was not moving, just quietly stood on the azure planet. In a fleeting glance, Zhang Fuxing saw the horses pulling the carriage. There were 2 in total, their bodies completely white. They also had an impression as if stepping out from a painting. A terrifying aura filled the space around them. Just a glance made Zhang Fuxing shiver. It seemed to be beyond Hu Zhongli, at least at the innate realm level of horses. Zhang Fuxing was stunned. Silently, he brought his main consciousness back to himself. In the hotel room, he talked to himself, a puzzled expression on his face. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. Zhang Fuxing silently immersed his thoughts into the contract. Ignoring the hustle and bustle outside the hotel, he wasn't in a hurry to consume the mixed-blood golden crow meat. Li Guoquan, who had ignited 4 furnace fires, struggled to consume the golden crow meat. He reckoned he wouldn't be able to either. He silently communicated with the technique obtained from Old Hu. A ball of light silently separated from the contract and merged with himself. Year after year, the memories of enduring hardships to polish this killing technique and training method surfaced from the depths of his mind. The bits and pieces of the strong bull demon body were also comprehended by Zhang Fuxing. This was a martial technique of unknown grade, or perhaps a technique. Strong bull demon body. During cultivation, contemplate the ox demon occupying the flame divine mountain, using the flame divine mountain as firewood, tempering one's body, blood, and spirit. Zhang Fuxing suddenly opened his eyes, allowing various cultivation memories to layer like tides. His eyes were wide and round. Flame Mountain, Ox Demon King? He was puzzled in his heart and continued to accept the cultivation memories year after year. The more he understood, the more shocked he was. For example, a middle-grade martial technique, cultivated to perfection to gain true intent, after breaking limit, reaches the level of intention and chi integration. It requires a second breaking limit to achieve intention and spirit unity. His 12 layers of true intent, the strongest one, was only intention and chi integration. Entry level already achieves intention and spirit unity. Zhang Fuxing was genuinely shocked. With minor achievement of the strong bull demon body, one could transform into a 10,000 feet bull demon. With a single thought, a flame mountain would rise. With great success, according to the Dharma scripture, one could obtain the ability of Dharma heaven and earth. With a single thought, the body could be as large as stars. As for perfection, the Dharma scripture had no descriptions on this, but his mind perceived a dim glow. Is this what Hu Zhongli referred to as the spiritual secret collection? Zhang Fuxing's heart moved slightly. He directed his spiritual thoughts to pierce that secret collection, but the solidity of the spiritual secret collection was beyond imagination. Unquestionably failed. After all, even Hu Zhongli, who has truly stepped into the innate level, failed. Zhang Fuxing did not give up, attempting to soak out an immortal thought, once again striking at the spiritual secret collection. The treasure light trembled. In Zhang Fuxing's contemplation, it exploded with a roar. The spiritual secret collection opened. He just got a little excited, but his expression suddenly changed. The spiritual secret collection had only 4 words as its description. Great sage who pacifies heaven. Zhang Fuxing was not delighted. His heart even felt a sense of chill. If this technique is cultivated to perfection, it could verify great sage who pacifies heaven. He fell into silence. Whose good technique, after being cultivated to the end, becomes the nickname of another. Damned. This technique must have been left by Old Bull. Zhang Fuxing has never shied away from speculating about others with the greatest malice. He wonders if someone were to truly perfect this technique, would Old Bull return? Zhang Fuxing took a light breath. The entry-level strong bull demon body was already well mastered. It felt as if he had genuinely cultivated for hundreds of years. In his mind, the so-called spiritual secret collection constantly shook, reflecting one contemplation map after another in Zhang Fuxing's thoughts. The contemplation maps flashed quickly, each one different, yet connected, forming a short story together. The story begins with a weak little bull demon. A little bull demon born in the wild mountains, where anyone could trample it underfoot. Zhang Fuxing was forced to watch one scroll after another. In the story depicted by the scrolls, the little bull demon was weak in bone and sinew, with faint demon qi, yet contained a smoldering anger, beginning from this humble start, drinking wind and frost, consuming sunlight and moonlight, breaking countless horns, forcibly forging an ox demon's true body, and being honored as the strong bull demon king. And this was just the beginning. In the scrolls, the strong bull demon king reaches a heaven-reaching divine mountain, swears brotherhood with various great demons, and at the end of the scrolls, he is pushed to the forefront by the group of demons, flags waving. The once little bull demon steps onto the sea of clouds, illuminating the 8 wildernesses and 10 directions, and on the flag, the 4 characters, Great Sage who pacifies heaven, stand out prominently. This is where the story ends. Zhang Fuxing's expression was solemn. In the mental scrolls, he saw the monkey, the dragon, and so on, the 7 great sages of the human world in those days. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind agitated, and then gradually calm, surrounded by a subtle sound of a cow's moo, his spiritual will manifesting as a sea, waves surging, seemingly forming a massive bull demon. Strong bull demon body. He exhaled a turbid breath, as if a cow's moo echoed from ancient times, sweeping through the ages. Intention and spirit unity, with a vague, overwhelming demonic chi, demon chi, and primitive chi behind him. His body seemed undergone countless tempering, his strength skyrocketed segment by segment. 100,000 caddies, 300,000 caddies, 500,000 caddies. In normal state, suddenly gaining 20 million caddies of immense power. The strength under the 18-foot true body also leaped from 60 million caddies to over 1 billion, 50,000 tons. The transformation continued unabated. The grade of this technique is exceedingly high. He felt a headache, his innate spiritual sense vibrating, vaguely feeling he might have been trapped. This strong bull demon body, 90% likely to be a trick left by Old Bull. This damn bastard. Oh no, this damn bull bastard. In the divine realm, too, the strong bull demon visage appears, which is normal, as intention and spirit unity naturally creates a manifestation of true intent. He calmed his thoughts, not particularly alarmed. Another person might try their best to cultivate towards the perfection level, attempting to prove themselves the great sage who pacifies heaven. But he would not. Old Bull's scheming, when met with him, was in vain, but what exactly was the ox demon star beast in the depths of the star sea? During these contemplations, a thought suddenly arose in Zhang Fuxing's mind. His expression became even more solemn, Upon entry level of the strong bull demon body, he could already transform into Flame Mountain, according to the Dharma scripture. From minor achievement to even great success, Flame Mountain can be truly materialized, a much weaker version. But if you were to add 6 divine fire to it, Zhang Fuxing swallowed. The real Flame Mountain was one that could even block Monkey Brother. His thoughts were complicated, quietly waiting in the room until the primitive chi from cultivating the strong bull demon body dissipated. Then he stood up, opened the door, and sat quietly on the sofa waiting. Time ticked by. Sounds of explosions echoed through the city, as if a conflict were escalating on a large scale. He remained indifferent, simply continuing to wait quietly. Near nightfall, the sound of knocking at the door resounded. Chapter 208, 162. Miss Mingwe, do you know what Qing Feng is? Chapter 208, Chapter 162. Miss Mingwe, do you know what Qing Feng is? Beneath the public security headquarters, severe punishment area, Chun Xiaoxing listened to the sounds of explosions, the clamor, yet sat alone in the deep and deserted corridor. There wasn't even a guard. The entire public security headquarters, apart from the Director General, wished for his departure, but he stubbornly refused to leave. Chun Xiaoxing mused to himself. This time it was an opportunity. If everything went smoothly, not only could he secure the position of Golden Legislator, but he could also incidentally eliminate Chen Daoling and Zhang Fuxing. His fingers lightly tapped on the shackles, matching the rhythm of the outside explosions, burning sounds, and roaring, blending into a symphony. He just sat there in the dead silent corridor, in the deserted severe punishment area, unmoving, draped in shackles, yet already stirring up a storm throughout the city. Chun Xiaoxing's gaze was profound. His pursuit for the position of Golden Legislator involved more than just courting Hu Zhongli. He sang almost in a theatrical tone, drawing out his voice. The old voice flowed out through the broken blast door. Column after column of explosive smoke rose in the city. The enormous explosion sounds were deafening. The door was open. The person arriving knocked gently 3 times on the door before entering. It was Black Eye and Old Ghost Chai. The expressions on both were complex. Scrutinizing Zhang Fuxing from head to toe, the former spoke. Mr. Zhang, we might need to have a proper talk your situation now. Zhang Fuxing glanced at him. A smile spread across his face. Then he gestured downward with his hand. He spoke. Old Ghost Chai raised an eyebrow. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyelids, gazing at Old Ghost Chai. The latter's hair stood on end, feeling as though he was being stared at by a terrifying prehistoric beast, perspiration pouring down like rain. Has he truly become a grandmaster? Old Ghost Chai and Black Eyes' throats were blocked. Initially, none of them believed Zhang Fuxing achieved grandmaster status, thinking he secured the Director General position through special means. But, in silence, Old Ghost Chai lowered his head, trembling, murmuring. The two remained silent, standing motionless in the corner of the wall. Time continued to pass. Not long after, a young man they had never seen before entered. He too was from the Western sect, originally supporting Jin Shiyue's faction. The young man spoke calmly, walking into the guest room, a furnace fire suspended out right behind him. Clearly a grandmaster. Such a young grandmaster. He looked no older than 30 at most. Black Eye and Old Ghost Chai's faces changed color, clearly recognizing the newcomer. The young grandmaster didn't even glance at them, but scrutinized the sitting youth. You are Zhang Fuxing? The young grandmaster stated calmly. Zhang Fuxing remained motionless, patiently said. The young grandmaster frowning slightly, feeling somewhat displeased, used to the way of interaction with Jin Shi, his speech carried an air of command. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, sat up straight. Just then the third sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the door. He ignored it, looking at the young grandmaster, nodding. The young grandmaster flared up. He was too young and too outstanding, a favored son of heaven by nature, carrying his own pride. Behind his head, furnace fire blazed, his body glowing. A bovine bellowing throughout this place, throughout the entire hotel, throughout this street. The thin anger on the young Grandmaster's face froze, momentarily, appearing to see an enormous ox demon from ancient times. The ox demon was boundless, standing atop the vast wilderness. Behind it was a blazing divine mountain. His mind was ensnared. In his eyes, in his vision, there was only that ox demon like a deity. The bovine bellow resonated in his ears, reverberating, yet neither stopped, rather growing. Louder and louder. Blood streamed down from his ears, then eyes and nostrils from the top of his head. His body started cracking little by little. Even the splendid furnace fire behind him dimmed. The bovine bellow stopped abruptly. The Grandmaster was prostrated on the ground, trembling slightly. This was intention and spirit unity. Intention and body unity. Every punch and kick held true intent power. Intention and chi integration. True intent merged with chi blood smoke, transforming into tangible momentum. Intention and spirit unity, as the name implies. At this level of true intent, if the mind is strong enough, a single thought can manifest into something akin to a Dharma aspect. This was called true intent form. Different from Dharma aspect, true intent form can invade another spiritual will, even divine realm. The strong bull demon crashed into the young Grandmaster's illusory divine realm. Letting out a deafening roar, the young Grandmaster bled from 7 orifices, prostrate on the ground, trembling. Vision, even thought, was completely taken over by that wild, ancient bull. At this moment, in the guest room, 3 noises of gulping simultaneously rang out. 2 were from Black Eye and Old Ghost Chai. The remaining 1, in the room, apart from the young Grandmaster bleeding from the 7 orifices, trembling endlessly on the ground. The rest all looked towards the door. There stood a young girl, with long burgundy hair, delicate features, and a high nose. Chapter 209, 162. Miss Mingwei, do you know what Qing Feng is? Part 2. Chapter 209, Chapter 162. Miss Mingwei, do you know what Qing Feng is? Part 2. Chen Wanyu. 3 question marks appeared on Black Eye's forehead. When Chen Wanyu saw Black Eye, she also widened her eyes. Mr. 2 voices echoed in the guest room, and Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched, almost causing him to strike out. Black Eye, who had glimpsed the 8 Sceneries Palace. Chen Wanyu, who held a significant position above the high heaven. He forcefully suppressed the urge to kill. His gaze turned profoundly deep. What a coincidence. Chen Wanyu snapped back to her senses, not having time to ponder why Mr. Hay for number 19 bar would be present here. She closed the door behind her, gazing at this familiar and unfamiliar young man, a dazed look appearing on her face. The past events all came to mind. From the underground clinic back then, to number 19, then the journey on the dragon boat, the battle of 2 terrifying giants in the underground river. Finally, the terrifying deity that was entrenched above Jiangzhou, every word and phrase. Chen Wanyu took a deep breath, her expression complicated. Yes, by a stroke of luck, I was valued by the venerate behind that lineage. Zhang Fuxing quietly observed the red-haired girl, wondering whether Chen Wanyu's appearance was a good or bad thing. A bad thing. She might have conversations with Black Eye, though discussing the celestial venerate was unlikely. What if? She would also encounter Chen Yuk, and the matter of the dead coming back to life is far from ordinary. Once spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Therefore, Chen Wanyu cannot remain in Chongyang City. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts whirled, quickly making a decision. He leaned on the sofa, speaking calmly. Black Eye was silent for a moment, withdrawing his gaze from Chen Wanyu. Mister, he spoke in a low voice. Pausing, Black Eye gave a serious warning. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, nodding slightly. He stared intently at Black Eye, then shifted the topic. The lightly spoken words echoed in the guest room, causing everyone's expression to change. Even the young Grandmaster crouching on the ground was shocked. Rebellion? The young Grandmaster panted. At this moment, the sound of cow mooing had vanished from his spiritual world, but he still didn't dare to stand up, nor did he dare to wipe the blood from his face. scared out his wits, his soul captured. The young Grandmaster just quietly lifted his head, glanced at the even younger boy, then fearfully lowered his head again. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing continued. Black Eye couldn't help but speak. Is this information accurate? Zhang Fuxing didn't answer. He just tapped the table 3 times with his fingers. The crisp sound echoed in the guest room, transforming into a heavy spiritual pressure, weighing heavily in everyone's heart. Chen Wanyu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man saying this, still feeling a bit dreamy and surreal. Zhang Fuxing continued. He said lightly, the people in the guest room looked at each other. What does this mean? Zhang Fuxing did not give them time to ponder, waving his hand. Though Black Eye and Old Ghost Chai were puzzled, they still left along with the severely injured young Grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing's gaze fell on Chen Wanyu. He stated gently. Chen Wanyu's expression changed. She did not ask the reason, just nodded silently. Zhang Fuxing said softly. The young girl opened her mouth, seeming to want to say something, but did not speak in the end. She took a long look at Zhang Fuxing, then turned to leave. Before leaving, she left a sentence. And she left. Zhang Fuxing shook his head with a chuckle. He walked to the window, looking at the city turmoil, his gaze turning to the public security headquarters building. Zhang Fuxing murmured with a smile. His gaze fell on the wilderness outside the city. 3 days passed by in a flash. Morning. Zhang Fuxing glanced at his watch. At noon exactly, the inspector would arrive in Chongyang City. An hour later, the 3 space fleets would initiate a rebellion and jailbreak. Everything was precisely planned. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, still feeling intense urgency within. Less than half a year until February 9th next year. In half a year, how far can I progress? Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, his thoughts landing on the body of the plague ghost. He opened his eyes, observing the delicate Miss Mingyu as he had for the past 3 days. Zhang Fuxing mumbled in his heart. Her eyelashes trembled. Miss Mingyu suddenly opened her eyes, wearily rubbing her brow, then looked towards the little plague ghost beside her. Zhang Fuxing, controlling the plague ghost, gazed at this elegant lady, who seemed to have stepped out from a painting, with a cinnabar on her forehead. Silence, silence. He finally made up his mind. A low voice echoed in the mystical carriage. The lady glanced at the bloody skeleton, nodding slightly. Her expression grew serious. That person who questions the celestial vault is not simple. Saying so, Miss Mingyu curiously looked at the bony figure. The plague ghost shrugged, shoulder blades grinding, producing a grating creak. Zhang Fuxing, maneuvering the bloody skeleton, spoke lowly and hoarsely. Miss Mingyu was surprised. Oh, is there such a thing? Yet the plague ghost shook its head, its hollow eye sockets gazing at the elegant lady. Miss Mingyu slightly furrowed her brows, puzzled. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, intending to bring Miss Mingyu into the high heaven. Therefore, he spoke in a low voice. The elegant lady was first taken aback. In her picturesque brows, she arched a few strands of sharpness, her voice trembling slightly. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, saying, True man once sighed a phrase in front of me, seemingly related to you. He repeated word for word. Chapter 210, 163, Tai Ching. Chapter 210, Chapter 163. Tai Ching within the enclosed carriage, strands of a chilling aura seemed to seep through. It quickly calmed down. Inside the carriage, the woman chewed over these 3 names, a trace of bewilderment appearing on her face, as if reminiscing. Her expression grew extremely complex, and the carriage sank into a deathly silence, truly a deathly silence. No sound of breathing, no heartbeat, not even the flow of blood. Miss Mingwei reached out and brushed her hand over the small table in the center of the seat, where a pot of hot tea and 2 empty cups appeared. She poured tea into the empty cups, gently inviting. Zhang Fuxing hesitated for a moment, pointing to his own empty chest cavity. His plague ghost form was just a skeleton. Miss Mingwa laughed lightly, taking a sip herself, as if the tea soothed her turbulent emotions. She asked, Zhang Fuxing slightly raised his head, the two red points in his hollow sockets flickering slowly. He gazed at Miss Mingyue, pondered for a moment, then spoke, very mysterious, very powerful. Pausing, the skeleton pressed its hands together. The woman with cinnabar on her forehead listened quietly, her eyelids trembling slightly, muttering to herself. She had also witnessed the scene when the old man questioned the celestial vault but did not recognize who it was, with no impression. Another brief silence. Miss Mingyue exhaled, her voice elegant. The celestial venerate, above, the high heaven. Zhang Fuxing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. He casually said, that technique is called the strong bull demon body. As the words great sage who pacifies heaven fell, Zhang Fuxing subtly observed Miss Mingyue's expression. There was no change. She only casually remarked, achieving the title of great sage? Far away, Zhang Fuxing's true form raised an eyebrow. The plague ghost naturally showed no anomaly, nodded steadily, and continued probing. Miss Mingyue seemed momentarily distracted, unclear if she was listening attentively. Zhang Fuxing paid no mind, instead speaking in a tone of reminiscence. These four words fell. The picturesque eyebrows were startled, elegance faded, replaced by confusion, puzzlement, and furrowed brow recollection. A moment, 2 moments, 3 moments passed. Under Zhang Fuxing's empty gaze, Miss Mingyue suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. The great sage equal to heaven. Thin embarrassment and annoyance appeared on her face, as if memories were resurfacing more vividly. The great sage equal to heaven. A monkey, he does possess some strength. The skeleton-like plague ghost let out a dry laugh, seemingly joyous. Zhang Fuxing felt exceptionally bizarre. This Miss Mingyue is indeed the same Mingyue, yet not quite right. She clearly did not recognize the Ox Demon King. But Old Bull had some renown in that era, right? Moreover, Zhang Fuxing mused. Miss Mingyue even hesitated for a moment before recalling the great sage. Is it because something happened between the old epoch and now, wearing down her memory, or some other reason? Just then, his thoughts racing in his mind. Miss Mingyue tidied her hair, then softly inquired, have you ever seen that so-called? Zhang Fuxing nodded seriously. Miss Mingyue appeared thoughtful. Is the celestial venerate a being who has preserved the legacy of the old world? Where did he learn the name Zhen Yuanzi? Zhang Fuxing's heart tightened, as this Miss Mingyue seemed wholly skeptical of any ancient being surviving to present times. Even when Qing Feng, Mingyue, Zhen Yuanzi were mentioned, she firmly believed the celestial venerate to be a lucky individual who stumbled upon a relic from the old world. Why so certain? It's fortunate I didn't directly bring this person into the high heaven. The only option is to use a special move. The thought had only arisen when Miss Mingyue precisely aligned with Zhang Fuxing's thoughts, casually asking. Zhang Fuxing pondered momentarily, then said. Miss Mingyue furrowed her brow. Zhang. Fuxing exhaled in shi, his skeletal face showing no expression, his voice growing increasingly solemn, like a chant. Zhang Fuxing spoke each word deliberately, describing the vision he saw back then. From the old man's eyebrows, facial features, to his attire. Miss Mingyue's expression shifted, breaking under Zhang Fuxing's description. Her eyelashes trembled, pupils contracted, breathing became rapid. Zhang Fuxing grew more excited as he spoke. Zhang Fuxing detailed everything about the celestial venerate. As for the reference, of course, it was drawn from a scene anchored at the Eight Sceneries Palace, where he saw that old man seated there. When Zhang Fuxing finally said, a thunderbolt seemed to explode in the boundless starry sky outside the carriage. How could there be thunder in the starry sky? Yet there was indeed a thunderous sound. The carriage shook, and Miss Mingyue, seemingly unsteady, tilted, her arms sweeping, knocking over the tea on the table. Far away, Zhang Fuxing's true form's pupils contracted abruptly. Damn! Supreme Master, no offense intended. Offense intended. Please be magnanimous. Don't hold me accountable. The thunderous sound echoed 3, 4, 5 times in Zhang Fuxing's ears, gradually fading. He didn't know when he had become drenched in sweat. It succeeded? Zhang Fuxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In this world, it was said to be 6 Qings, with the Eastern sect honoring the supreme, celestial lord of Tao and virtue, primordial celestial venerate of Fuli, and Jade Emperor Spirit Treasure, celestial venerate, whereas the Western sect honored the supreme sect leader, primordial sect leader, and heaven-reaching sect leader. But the world only knew these could be called Qings without knowing specifics, and never had the words Tai Ching been circulated. Only then did Zhang Fuxing appropriate these words. Even though he said this, he was still terrified, confirming there was no follow-up before he turned his thoughts back to the plague ghost. At that moment, Miss Mingyue sat absent-mindedly, her hair tightly clinging to her skin like jade, sweat. After a long while, she returned to normal. She ultimately didn't dare to utter that word, spending a long time before her eyes refocused. Miss Mingyue murmured to herself, "How could it be his elder self?" Zhang Fuxing tentatively asked Seal, "What does she mean by like her?" Miss Mingyue looked back at the plague ghost in front of her, pupils trembling slightly. Zhang Fuxing nodded. Miss Mingyue was silent for a moment, suddenly growing tense. Zhang Fuxing scratched his skull. "I also only saw him once because of the true man." Miss Mingyue shook her head, bitterly saying. Zhang Fuxing was stunned, glancing at the starry sky outside the carriage. The woman raised her eyes, gazing at the plague ghost. Thinking for a moment before speaking, she changed her tone. Zhang Fuxing nodded, his spine crackling. Miss Mingyue bit her lip gently. "Where was he?" Zhang Fuxing was puzzled, but he did not hesitate and straightforwardly replied. Miss Mingyue's tense body suddenly relaxed. The woman lowered her head, seeming reverent, turning to speak softly. "I have an item left in the Golden Province." Zhang Fuxing's heart jolted. Miss Mingyue spoke softly. Zhang Fuxing asked again, "A celestial human, a painting?" Chongshan? Zhang Fuxing understood. He knew the place, having heard of it while inquiring about the whereabouts of Milo Celestial Palace, his plaque in the waiting area. According to the account of those 3 little ones on Mangta Mountain outside Chongshan City, they once stumbled upon a strange place where Sao Celestial Gate was hung, slanting with Milo Celestial Palace. His plaque and a powerful creature lay hidden, asleep there. Miss Mingyue carefully described the exact location, and, as expected, it was indeed Mangta Mountain. Zhang Fuxing said cautiously. Miss Mingyue nodded. After pondering for a moment, Miss Mingyue continued, "The painting I mentioned is with him, and his injuries are severe, nearly dead." Zhang Fuxing realized instantly the plague ghost. It seemed she asked for his help because of his plague ghost body, as even in case of accidents, life wouldn't be affected. Moreover, the painting must be extremely important to Miss Mingyue, or else she would have sent many followers to seize it long ago. She doesn't want too many people to know about the painting. Zhang Fuxing nodded decisively. Pausing for a moment, he bowed in apology, simultaneously controlling his true body in Chongyang City to perform a ceremony, petitioning the true man. He had to keep up appearances. After the true body petitioned the true man, he closed his eyes without moving, and after a moment his thoughts returned to the plague ghost. The plague ghost took a prayer-like posture, solemnly saying, "I have informed the true man of your matter." And the true man said. Miss Mingyue's eyes widened. The plague ghost prostrated as if silently praying towards some mysterious and arcane existence far away. He spoke in a loud voice, solemn and respectful. "Thay." Zhang Fuxing inwardly apologized 1,000 times, then recited the name again. "Blessings. Rejoice." A large expanse of the sea of spirit surged from behind him, billowing out his own vague divine realm. In a daze, Miss Mingyue heard the sound of a great door opening wide. Chapter 211, 164. The Tao Ancestor gave me 9 holy grails. Chapter 211, Chapter 164. The Tao Ancestor gave me 9 holy grails urgent. So urgent it feels fatal. Zhang Fuxing now feels like an ant on a hot pan, performing multiple tasks without multitasking capabilities, his will rapidly shifting. He's almost worn out. In the instant he manipulated the plague ghost body to pray to the celestial venerate, he immediately discreetly withdrew his core will from the plague ghost body, rushing into the eight sceneries palace like there was no tomorrow. By doing this, when he sits on the meditation mat again, the plague ghost body will not suddenly display an elevated position. Entering the eight sceneries palace, Zhang Fuxing did not rush to sit, but instead bowed toward the meditation mat, bowing 9 times. He stared at the empty meditation mat, forming a divination cup in his hand, and solemnly and reverently spoke. From this day, I seek the Tao ancestor's permission to usurp the name of the Tao ancestor. He continuously bowed, speaking repeatedly, standing upright. He held the divination cups, walking around the meditation mat 3 times, finally standing in front of the mat, chanting his true name. Then, a bow cast. The divination cup fell to the ground. Divination casting is a primitive way to communicate with the divine spirit. The divination cup has 2 sides, one yin, one yang. It means the divine spirit permits. If both sides are yang, the deity's intention is unclear. Ask again. But if both are yin, the divine Buddha is furious. Not permitted. The divination cup hit the ground. Rolling, Zhang Fuxing stared intensely. One yin, one yang. Holy Grail. He thanked the celestial venerate's grace, cast the divination cup again, and threw it again. Holy Grail. Zhang Fuxing cast 9 times, resulting in 9 yin and yang, resulting in 9 holy grails. He bowed towards the empty meditation mat, then looked up. A tingling hit his scalp. A moment ago, the meditation mat was flat, but now it's slightly indented. It seems as if, when he bowed, someone was sitting there. Chilled panic yet extreme excitement rose in Zhang Fuxing's heart. Stumbling to the back hall, running to the 3 doors, he made himself transparent and invisible, peeking through the crack of the now gate. Inside the door, a small table, 3 meditation mats, 3 cups of tea, 3 items. But 2 differences stood out. The first, the teacup in front of the exquisite pagoda. Empty. The tea was completely consumed. The second, on the meditation mat where the empty teacup lay, a neatly folded pale, white Taoist robe. The robe had some creases, possibly just taken off. Zhang Fuxing leaned back, stumbled to the ground, then got up and bowed 3 times toward the now gate. On the other side of the now gate, another self also bowed 3 times, like 2 people saluting each other. Returning to the front hall, the yin and yang holy grail still lay on the ground. The meditation mat was once again flat. Zhang Fuxing bowed his head, whispering, "In the future, the celestial venerate in this 8 sceneries palace." He stood before the meditation mat, turning, facing the Taoist palace gate, sitting cross-legged. The meditation mat seemed to change. No longer the initial hard coldness, nor the later prickly discomfort. It turned soft, very docile. Zhang Fuxing took out the pre-prepared high heaven order with a solemn expression, without extra expressions, lightly tossed it. The high heaven order flew forward. The Taoist palace gate trembled slightly. The chaos mist rolled and pushed away to the sides. The gate opened wide. The high heaven order flew toward the open gate, descending toward the divine realm below the gate. However, as the high heaven order plunged toward the divine realm, yet never reached it, not even flying out the Taoist palace gate, the celestial venerate sitting on the meditation mat disappeared. Zhang Fuxing hurriedly left the 8 sceneries palace again, his thoughts quietly returning to the plague ghost body. The plague ghost suddenly raised its head. Behind it surged a sea of spirit, which reflected a blurred divine realm. Fortunate. Celebrated. The plague ghost's unique, bone-grinding voice echoed in the carriage. Miss Mingyu, bewildered and unsure, instinctively looked at the real divine realm that appeared behind the plague ghost. The items within the divine realm were blurred, utterly invisible, but she heard the creaking sound, heard the rolling, retreating mist, as if some great door had opened with a rumble. She saw, above that steaming sea of spirit and divine realm, it appeared an unspeakable door opened, as if something existed there, that thing obscurely present in perception, above the sea of spirit, above the infinite heights. As for at this moment, Miss Mingyu, from an incomprehensible perspective, saw a token. The token fell from infinite heights, accompanied by fleeting sounds of silence, gently landing into the divine realm reflected by the plague ghost. She stared dumbly at the carriage's roof. There was nothing there, yet everything was there. She muttered to herself, "Above high heaven, it's not just an empty phrase, but a genuine, tangible reality. Above high heaven, above everything, above all things." Her body tingled slightly. The plague ghost then respectfully bowed 3 times, quietly stood up, holding, the divine realm twisted, the sea of spirits surged, then a token fell into its palm. Zhang Fuxing held it up, solemnly spoke. Chapter 212, 164. The Tao Ancestor gave me 9 Holy Grails, Part 2. Chapter 212, Chapter 164. The Tao Ancestor gave me 9 Holy Grails, Part 2. Miss Mingwei returned to her senses, cautiously holding the token, and gazed at the words High Heaven on it. She exhaled lightly and said softly, "So does this mean I can—" Zhang Fuxing spoke in a deep voice, and the dry sound of bones rubbing together was somewhat grating to the ears. He said, "The Celestial Venerate said everything follows the natural order." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Fuxing bowed and said, "Miss Mingyue solemnly put away the high heaven order." She stared at the skeleton plague ghost in front of her, somewhat lost. Everything has a celestial order. Miss Mingyue's expression grew complicated, even if it's just an imprint of that figure, or... Zhang Fuxing listened to Miss Mingyue's fragmented words, feeling a deep sense of wonder. An imprint can be understood. But what was not spoken, the thing that was like Miss Mingyue herself, what could it be? He thought of the infinitely thin version of Miss Mingyue in the Gate of the Past, viewed from a higher dimensional perspective, and he remembered the painting she spoke of, which was of great importance to her. Zhang Fuxing shuddered. Could it be that Miss Mingyue is not the true Mingyue, but rather a person from the painting? Is she the moon within the painting, stepping out of it and into reality? If this guess is correct, then many mysteries could easily be unraveled. No wonder she can remain even when divine Buddhas have vanished. No wonder her memories of the mythical era are incomplete, because she is just a painting, just the moon in the painting. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts raced as he remembered the form of the strong bull demon, whispering to himself. His thoughts swirled endlessly. Miss Mingyue spoke softly, revealing nothing at this moment. "I will not forcibly retain this body of yours, young Master Zhang." Finished speaking, Miss Mingyue reached out and gently pushed. The skeleton plague ghost floated up uncontrollably. Drifting out of the carriage, he saw the starry sky, saw the carriage, and saw the celestial horse that seemed to have walked out of a painting. He fell descending, falling back into a giant planet composed of infinite bubbles, falling from the sky. The plague ghost crashed to the ground, raising enormous dust clouds as a strong wind erupted, and from afar came cries and shouts. Shaking his head, he focused his thoughts to transform an imagined black robe into reality, draping it over himself, the surrounding dust gradually dissipating now. He was in the desert of the waiting area, while in the distance lay a black market affected by the impact wave of his fall. It was not the previous black market, but a new one opened on the other side of the waiting area. It was clearly not yet truly open, merely in its fledgling stage. But the initial setup was already torn apart by the wind and impact. Amidst the ruins, there was only one old man crying out. The old man was searching through the rubble for his cherished old tobacco pipe, cursing as he searched. The old man looked at the figure in the black robe within the dust and tucked his neck in fear, digging through the ruins for the tobacco pipe that had accompanied him for many years. The plague ghost remained silent for a moment. Zhang Fuxing himself felt a bit embarrassed. He also tucked his neck in, the sound of bones grinding as he directed the plague ghost to move towards the waiting area, his main consciousness was already returning to Chongyang City. The aerospace ship wove through the special route, slowly navigating between bubbles. Almost there. Lin Shirquan received a cup of tea handed to him by the team leader, sipped it, and calmly said, "This Grandmaster slightly bowed his head, speaking solemnly. He paused, then looked at the young man whose cultivation was not higher than his own, yet held the position of special auditor, respectfully saying, Lin Shirquan nodded nonchalantly, placing the teacup down, and said, softly, "It's none of our business. Let it be chaotic." The team leader nodded, standing with his hands at his sides, unmoving. The special auditor holds a very special position, almost akin to an imperial envoy in ancient times. Additionally, this imperial envoy Lin himself is of special status, the nephew of Vice Director Lin Yuxing. Lin Shirquan stretched lazily. "Is it that much worse?" The team leader chuckled. Lin Shirquan nodded slightly, speaking softly. "Then it really isn't worth mentioning." The team leader handed over a tablet, reminding. Lin Shirquan swiped the tablet, took a glance, and continued. "But the High Heaven affair isn't something we can handle. We're only here to prepare the path." The team leader's expression tightened, nodding respectfully before quietly stepping back. Lin Shirquan leaned quietly in his chair, eyes lowered. "High Heaven or Zhang Fuxing," he muttered to himself, eyes slightly flickering. When he set out, his uncle specifically instructed him to investigate a certain case where 8 martial arts masters had died kneeling in the wilderness outside Chongyang City. They were killed by that mysterious figure. The origin of that mysterious figure is unknown, and those whom my uncle sent had no time to report their findings before they were all killed. Lin Shirquan reminded himself softly, recalling his uncle's instructions. Try to make cautious contact, attempt to convey a message of cooperation. The young man rubbed his temples, feeling troubled and uneasy. After all, he was to deal with a powerful, unknown, and mysterious individual. But there was no other choice. His uncle said that the evil god had been overreaching lately, and if he continued doing as the evil demanded, his uncle would eventually face an internal investigation. In that case, there would indeed be trouble. The evil god must be eliminated. Lin Shirquan touched his chest, where a letter from his uncle to the mysterious figure was placed. He mumbled, exhaling heavily. The aerospace ship gave a slight shudder. The young man looked out of the ship's window, seeing below a vast and bustling city. The city was filled with flames and thick smoke from explosions. Many aerospace ships hovering on all sides of the city could be seen. Chongyang City had arrived. Chapter 213, 165, Veto Power. Chapter 213, Chapter 165, Veto Power. The plane slowly arrived at the airport. The director of the Dragon Boat Public Security Bureau disembarked from the plane, escorting a beautiful woman with only 6 fingers. He shook his head. He looked at the woman, asking with interest. Lu Mingzhu, handcuffed, remained silent, gently shaking her head, her face full of confusion. Indeed, why? A few days ago, an administrative order from the Chongyang headquarters was sent to Dragon Boat City, causing a stir at the entire Dragon Boat Public Security Bureau, almost immediately capturing this beautiful woman who had once stirred the storms in Dragon Boat. Although the administrative order merely stated transfer, being an order from the Chongyang Public Security Headquarters, it certainly meant she had committed some major offense. The director of the Dragon Boat Public Security Bureau escorted Lu Mingzhu. Stay put at the airport for now. His face lit up with a smile as he talked to himself. Might even get to meet the Director General of Chongyang, if that esteemed person recognizes me. Lu Mingzhu ignored the middle-aged man's soliloquy. She looked up at the azure sky, eyes full of bewilderment. So, what on earth have I done? Level 1-star beast meat. One-horned, giant rhinoceros. One-legged bird, giant toothed beast. At the Chu family manor. Second brother Chu bowed his head as he cautiously spoke to the Director General. Chongyang is currently in chaos. Pausing, he continued. Zhang Fuxing nodded in satisfaction. That's enough. After simple roasting, store them away. Second brother, Chu responded softly. Hundreds of pounds of level 1-star beast meat, over 10 pounds of level 2-star beast meat. Even if their effectiveness wanes quickly, it's enough to sustain the operations of the High Heaven Association for a certain period. Zhang Fuxing stepped out of the manor, his gaze deepening. Just 3 days. The efficiency of Hu Zhongli and Li Guoquan was even faster than he had expected. In 3 days, from the governor to the heads of various administrative bureaus, the entire power structure of Chongyang City, except for the second martial uncle Chen Daoling, the other 14 people have all joined the High Heaven Association. And this is just the beginning. These 14, along with Hu Zhongli, Li Guoquan, and Yu Huafeng, each have their own networks of contacts, reaching far beyond Chongyang City. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his temples, feeling a bit troubled. Chongyang City must be fully controlled, as an exception. He exhaled deeply. From this moment, the entire administrative system of Chongyang City could be said to be under his complete control. Of course, this didn't include the Grandmaster and those increasing numbers of cultists. Zhang Fuxing silently contemplated, realizing he needed to devise a strategy. Unlike in the High Heaven above, among High Heaven Association members, Zhang Fuxing took a 50% cut. This percentage is too high, causing infrequent trades among members. But as membership grows, it will become too much to handle anyway. The most crucial point is, although each has their own talents, as heads of bureaus they all are grandmasters, their trades revolve entirely around longevity. What good is longevity to me? As for spiritual cultivation, physical cultivation, root bone, enlightenment, everyone holds on too tightly. Indeed, if not out of necessity, who would willingly sell such things? Zhang Fuxing pondered deeply. What one person possesses, another does as well. He shook his head with a bitter smile, having hoped to achieve everything in one go. Yet, as it turns out, looking at it now, I still have to personally trade for what I truly lack. The High Heaven Association, at least for now, can only provide me with convenience and power, but the future is uncertain. Zhang Fuxing, silently pondering, tossed 9 holy grails, gaining permission to impersonate the position of Tai Ching. Initially, there was excitement, an ecstasy, but now, calming down, he tasted something different, also a hint of unease. When the High Heaven Association spreads throughout the entire province, and even across the entire federation, Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart, the whirlpool grows larger, and I am sinking deeper, unable to extricate myself. Chapter 214, 165, Vetoed. Chapter 214, Chapter 165, Vetoed. The distant threat is the likely encounter with the Golden Governor, and the near one is the ancestor of the land of mortals, and the major upheaval that might occur on February 9th next year. Plus, there are more and more cultists flooding into Chongyang City for the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. This is my city, Zhang Fuxing whispered to himself. Shaking his head, he pushed aside the complex thoughts as Black Eye quietly approached from afar. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions. What exactly? His question was puzzled as he softly asked. Zhang Fuxing smiled. Black Eye paused in silence, then continued. What you asked me to arrange will significantly weaken the Western sect's current power in Chongyang City. Faced with Black Eye's bold questioning, Zhang Fuxing did not respond but calmly said, I am more curious. Why can your eyes see the past and future? Black Eye was taken aback and instinctively touched his lone eye, shaking his head. Zhang Fuxing's face suddenly moved closer, staring intensely. Black Eye felt his scalp tingle, stepping back 3 paces, his voice growing dry. Zhang Fuxing sharply grabbed his neck. A simple twist could break it. He articulated each word. Why are you unwilling to speak? Why hide it? Is it because... Beads of sweat trickled down Black Eye's forehead. His demeanor only confirmed Zhang Fuxing's suspicions. You're not being honest, Zhang Fuxing said lightly. Black Eye took a deep breath, staring intensely back at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing gave a silent smile, shifting the conversation. Since you have arranged everything for me, then, His power surged out. The 12 layers of true intent power poured into Black Eye's body, crushing his meridians, shattering bones, melding into and lurking within every inch of his flesh. Before today, due to his caution towards Miss Mingyu, Zhang Fuxing was unsure about taking action against Black Eye. But now it was different. He threw the collapsed Black Eye to the ground like a dead dog, motioning with his hand, and second brother Chu quickly came forward. Zhang Fuxing ordered. Second brother Chu dragged Black Eye away. First, deal with the inspector and Chun Xiuxing. Zhang Fuxing exhaled, his gaze lifting. A hover car slowly descended, and Lin Changle respectfully opened the door for him. He stepped in and sat down. The inspector has already arrived, currently at the public security headquarters, Lin Changle meticulously reported. Zhang Fuxing responded casually, having secretly received the relevant information from Chun Dowling. That Lin Shirquan was the deputy chief of the headquarters, Lin Yuxing's nephew. Quite a significant background. However, this was also an opportunity to extend his influence into the investigation bureau. The hover car slowly flew on as Zhang Fuxing watched the outside scene, seeing the soldiers gradually retreat from the urban area, as if they all received the same order. Zhang Fuxing looked down from a height, quietly overlooking this city of fear, suddenly smiling. Lin Changle was puzzled, not quite understanding the meaning of the commissioner's question. She hesitated, then cautiously replied. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. Not just normal. I want it to be more prosperous, better with each passing day. Lin Changle listened in bewilderment to the commissioner's words, unsure how to respond. Zhang Fuxing didn't press her, staring at the bustling city, speaking to himself. This place now. It's my city now. Midday, 12:20. The hover car arrived at the governance building. At this moment, the 12 aerospace ships hovering above the governance building had also departed, just like the soldiers who had suddenly left the city. Top floor, governor's office. Lin Shirquan quietly flipped through a thin book, hearing the door open and footsteps entering without even lifting his head. He calmly spoke. The young man closed the book, slightly lifting his eyelids, gazing at the calm and seemingly younger Director Zhang. He adjusted his glasses and peacefully asked. As he spoke, the action team leader stepped forward, gently closing and locking the office door. Inside the office, the governor and the investigation branch director sat upright with serious expressions. Lin Shirquan smiled. Zhang Fuxing sized up this young man, then casually sat on the sofa. He lazily spoke. The clear voice echoed through the office. Both Lin Shirquan and the action team leader were stunned. The former raised an eyebrow, pulled out a document, slamming it on the table, coldly saying. Beside him, the action team leader from Golden City was full of surprise. This guy admitted so quickly? No intention to struggle at all? Lin Shirquan stood up, adjusted his coat, glanced at Chun Dowling and the governor, nodding slightly. Then the issue is very clear. Zhao Wenting expressed no emotion. Lin Shirquan frowned. Zhao Wenting nodded slightly, standing up. Then, Lin Shirquan saw this governor, asking Chun Dowling. Chun Dowling shrugged. Zhao Wenting nodded solemnly, then turned around, asking Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing cheerfully shook his head. Zhao Wenting looked at the bewildered Lin Shirquan, smiling. Inspector Lin, your instructions to relieve Director Zhang of his duties after adjudication was... Chapter 215, 166. When did I become this powerful? Chapter 215. Chapter 166. When did I become this powerful? Lin Shirquan chewed on these 4 words, his expression dark and cold. As an inspector of the Investigation Bureau, he was naturally very clear about these regulations, and for a moment he laughed out of anger. Governor Zhao, Director Chun, are you planning to shield Zhang Fuxing and oppose the headquarters? Chun Dowling's face displayed an exaggerated expression, waving his hands repeatedly. Lousy, my neck doesn't have the strength to bear such a big accusation. With the current chaos in Chongyang City, Inspector Lin should be able to see it. Lin Shirquan stared at him coldly, Without any apprehension despite the presence of the two grandmasters, he exhaled lightly and said listlessly, "The implementation of martial law is extremely stringent." The reply came from Zhang Fuxing, who was impatient, with many things yet to deal with. Raised his eyebrows. He walked to the window, drew open the curtains, and spoke confidently. Zhang Fuxing turned around, looking at the not very old inspector, and said plainly. Lin Shirchuan's eyelid twitched. He laughed out of anger and shook his head. He picked up the phone, sent a text message, then pointed to the phone on the desk. "Governor Zhao, the Investigation Bureau, is calling." Zhao Wenting glanced at the unresponsive landline, raised an eyebrow. The red phone rang with a piercing sound. Zhao Wenting squinted, stepped forward, and answered the phone with a full smile. "This is Zhao Wenting, Director Lin. We have no intention of resisting review or opposing the Investigation Bureau. Dissolve the three-member adjudication team." Zhao Wenting raised his head, just looked at Director Zhang and Chun Dowling when he heard the young man smile and say, Zhao Wenting spoke into the phone. The innate person on the other end of the phone fell silent, then started laughing, as if infuriated. Lin Shirchuan's eyelids twitched. He stepped up, unceremoniously took the phone from Zhao Wenting's hand, and exclaimed loudly. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's cold voice came through. Zhang Fuxing swaggered up, talking cheerfully to the phone. The person on the phone paused again. "Is it Zhang Fuxing you said?" The light words hung in the air, and the big figure in Golden City hung up the phone. The office fell silent. Lin Shirchuan gazed down at Zhang Fuxing from on high. He only saw a flash before his eyes. The young man didn't know when he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was next to the action team leader. The latter froze, looked up, and locked eyes with the young man. A roar sounded in his brain as if he saw a giant ox demon towering to the skies, and 72 snowy mountains hanging above his head. The ox demon roared. The avalanche followed. The Grandmaster's head was smashed to pieces with a punch. The flesh ignited like a furnace fire, executing blood rebirth. The pale hand gently stroked, and it seemed like the sound of an avalanche echoed in the void. The leaping candle flame twisted violently, as if crushed by the overwhelming snow, and then was extinguished. The body that had just grown half a head crumpled weakly to the ground. Lin Shirchuan watched in stark amazement, furious, wanting to reprimand, but saw the young man named Zhang Fuxing turn his head, looking at him quietly. Dongji, Dongji, Dongji. An icy dread crept up from the bottom of his heart, quickly engulfing his entire body. The words at the tip of his tongue were forcibly swallowed back. Zhang Fuxing turned around, reported strictly and earnestly to the governor and garrison. An undercover cultist was following Inspector Lin. The clear voice echoed in the office. Zhao Wenting raised his hand. Chun Dowling also nodded. He smiled at Lin Shirchuan, who was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Shirchuan's mouth twitched. He momentarily lost his voice, unable to speak. He suddenly realized that it was completely different from what he had previously imagined. Chongyang City was not a docile lamb waiting for review and instruction. This place was evidently a dragon's den and tiger's lair. Chapter 216, 166. When did I become this powerful? Chapter 216, Chapter 166. When did I become this powerful? These people, each and every one of them, are outrageously bold. Lin Shirchuan swallowed. A premonition grew in his heart. If they come, they might not be able to leave. But isn't there a support team arriving soon? How dare they? In a daze, a massive rumbling seemed to echo from outside. Lin Shirchuan glanced sideways. Through the window, he could see 36 aerospace ships pouring into the city from all directions, seeing a blazing white light flash by. A shell was fired from one of the aerospace ships. The earth shook, flames burst into the sky. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose. A few seconds later, the entire city was engulfed in alarm sirens. Zhang Fuxing calmly gave the instructions. 2 hands were raised. The resolution passed. Under the public security headquarters. Severe punishment area. An old man in shackles sat calmly. He muttered to himself, suddenly puzzled, for the sounds of the riot disappeared completely not long ago, and not just that, one by one, the breaths and heartbeats within the public security headquarters left. It was as if they received some command. The whole public security building seemed to only have him left. Chun Xiaoxing slightly furrowed his brow. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. What's happening out there? He murmured for a moment, slowly stood up. The shackles on his body clanged loudly, resonating in unison. Just then, Chun Xiaoxing's scalp tingled fiercely. The next second, the surrounding air suddenly became scorching, red. Everything he saw was red, then a massive flame. The roaring, the explosions. The entire public security headquarters was shattered by a direct hit from a main cannon. Smoke and dust soared to the sky. Countless rubble showered down. Chun Xiaoxing stood awkwardly atop the ruins, surrounded by an extremely dense qi blood smoke. What happened? He quickly realized. A fierce wind blew, dispersing the smoke and dust. He looked up. Above were 36 aerospace ships, one of which opened its hatch. A figure stood on it, shouting towards him. Per envoy? 3 question marks popped up on Chun Xiaoxing's forehead. What upper envoy? His mind slightly stalled, seeing 2 familiar figures stepping through the air. One was Governor Zhao Wenting, the other was his second junior brother, director of the investigation branch, Chongyang City's garrison, Chen Daoling. In his confusion, Chun Xiaoxing saw the 36 aerospace ships turning their cannons. The heavy cannons fired in unison. One blinding beam after another tore through the air, aiming at the 2 top-tier grandmasters who had ignited 4 furnace fires. This barrage could evaporate and tear apart several blocks, but against 2 top-tier grandmasters? Chun Xiaoxing shook his head. No effect. Then, he saw Zhao Wenting and Chen Daoling, neither dodging nor evading, taking the full barrage head-on. The 2 didn't use Dharma aspect, nor the 4 furnace fires. They fell from the celestial vault crying, bringing with them a trail of blood. They crashed to the ground with a thud. Half of their bodies evaporated and extinguished. Chun Xiaoxing stared blankly at the 2 heavily injured grandmasters. More question marks appeared on his head. Where is your blood rebirth? Where is your sea of qi and blood? Where is your kilometer Dharma aspect? The 2 grandmasters struggled to their feet, supporting each other, without even using blood rebirth, letting the terrifying injuries remain visible, and then limping away. Yes, they ran away. The 2 fleeing grandmasters didn't forget to turn back, roaring in anger. The roar echoed across half of the city. Chun Xiaoxing snapped out of his stupor and quickly regained his senses. He laughed in anger. Clumsy methods, ridiculous framing. Although Chun Xiaoxing didn't understand how the governor got involved with Chen Daoling and Zhang Fuxing, but such lowly tricks. He looked up, seeing the 36 aerospace ships that came to rescue him. Hearing the loud prayers coming from within, the prayers to the evil god of the Western sect. Well, not even bothering to act anymore, are we? Chun Xiaoxing chuckled lowly. Zhang Fuxing's figure flashed in his mind. Is this your foolish, laughable scheme? He moved his body. The special shackles that could restrain grandmasters shattered inch by inch. 4 furnace fires ignited. A colossal Dharma aspect of over a kilometer rose from the ground. At a single thought, 10 miles transformed. Wind, thunder, rain, snow appeared all at once. In the distance, Zhang Fuxing sat on the edge of a rooftop on a building, legs dangling, holding a bag of chips. He crunched a chip, chewing, gazing at the daunting dark red Dharma aspect a kilometer high, feeling the immense oppressive force even from such a distant range. Zhang Fuxing remarked in amazement. A grandmaster, by igniting the body furnace fire, gains the divine technique of blood rebirth, solidifying the Dharma aspect. By lighting the Qi blood furnace fire, the Dharma aspect surges from over 200 meters to a kilometer. With a mere gesture, an entire block can be effortlessly erased. When a spirit furnace fire ignites, the divine realm slowly evolves towards a domain, forming what is known as a Dharma realm. A century of spiritual accumulation can result in a Dharma realm spanning a kilometer in diameter. And if the heaven and earth furnace fire ignites, lastly, one can replace the will of the heavens with one's own. The celestial phenomena, the seasons, all altered with one's own thoughts. A word for wind, and there's a gale, a word for snow, and 10 years of heavy snow may fall. With every gesture, the power of heaven and earth clings to the body. With a casual strike, 10 miles are turned to ash. Chun Xiuxing stands in this domain. Zhang Fuxing crunched yet another chip, seeing the terrifying kilometer-high Dharma aspect open its eyes, gazing across dozens of miles, focusing on him. He felt himself locked by this tremendously powerful presence, muscles trembling, hair standing on end, blood flow halting. Both are grandmasters. The difference between a great sect and a great sect can be as vast as heaven and earth. 4 furnace fires to kill a single furnace fire within 100 breaths. Zhang Fuxing, expressionless, chewed the chips, swallowed them, grinning towards the terrifying Dharma aspect that was staring at him. The kilometer Dharma aspect smiled a little, ignoring Zhang Fuxing. Chun Xiuxing knew his urgent task at hand was to remove the unjust accusation placed upon him. How to remove it? Very simple. Destroy these 36 aerospace ships in a boldly conspicuous manner, under the watchful eyes of the entire city. Destroy them. The sea of spirit seethed and rolled. Above the kilometer Dharma aspect, dazzling golden light blossomed, one hand of the Dharma aspect pointing to the sky, the other touching the ground, resembling a Tathagata. What Chun Xiuxing practices is the Tathagata observation. All beings honor me as Tathagata. The Dharma realm unfolds. Everything within 6 kilometers, all at my heart's whim. The Tathagata Dharma aspect opened its eyes. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of the entire city, amid the horror-stricken stares of numerous foreign cultists, the moment the Dharma aspect opened its eyes, all was suddenly silent in the world. The cloud sea rolling across the sky like a gigantic hand smoothing it down, abruptly froze. A single golden light blossomed behind the head of the Tathagata Dharma aspect. The lotus seat appeared, pure and immaculate, like the simultaneous chanting of 1,000 bhikkhus, echoing endlessly, increasing in volume, increasing in volume. Chun Xiuxing stared blankly at his own Dharma aspect. When did I become so powerful? Chapter 217, 167. The Blood-Red Skeleton Walking the Wasteland. Chapter 217. Chapter 167. The blood-red skeleton walking the wasteland. He could clearly feel. In the void, there was a powerful force descending, forcibly imposed on himself, forcibly imposed on the Tathagata Dharma aspect. A Dharma aspect at the great sect level was forcibly elevated to the innate level. In the innate realm, a casual strike could annihilate hundreds of miles. At this moment, among the 36 aerospace ships, one by one, the Western believers felt their scalps tingle. Even 2 or 3 upper envoys at the great sect level were terrified. An upper envoy breathed heavily, looking shocked. The power of this Chun Xiuxing far exceeded expectations. The incomplete Tathagata Dharma aspect looked towards the 36 aerospace ships. The voice of the Dharma aspect, solemn, covered half of Chongyang City. Chun Xiuxing found that the Dharma aspect lost control, issuing a decree over the entire Chongyang City. The heavens issued a killing intent. In the next moment, an elderly figure stood in front of the aerospace ships, enduring the killing intent from heaven and earth, coughing up blood, his flesh cracking, his expression shocked. Chun Xiuxing. Chun Xiuxing blankly stared at the almost dying. Hu Zhongli? Huh. It was at this moment he finally realized. That force imposed on his Dharma aspect was actually from this old man. What? Wait a minute. Chun Xiuxing was genuinely bewildered. He saw Hu Zhongli's gaze start to scatter, letting out a roar that echoed through Chongyang City. Chun Xiuxing looked at the dying Hu Zhongli, seeing him bleeding, and noticed that a drop happened to fall on his Dharma aspect. He saw his Tathagata Dharma aspect being pierced by that blood drop. The Dharma aspect cracked. Chen Xiuxing fell silent. Hu Zhongli too was stunned for a moment, wiping the blood forced out from the corner of his mouth without changing his expression, sorrowful and angry. The dying old man ignited with brilliant light. He roared, he howled, burning himself with the resolve to die. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire city. Brilliant rays of light tens of kilometers long emanated from the old man. With the rays, he charged like a meteor, crashing into the enormous Dharma aspect. Hu Zhongli deliberately turned his head, spit a large mouthful of blood into the air, and as soon as the blood left his body, it evaporated into mist. The Dharma aspect didn't budge, bringing up rays of light spanning hundreds of miles. The elderly man who made such a commotion crashed as if into a massive iron mountain. The light shattered. The old man's eyes rolled, plummeting in front of Chen Xiuxing with a smack. Chen Xiuxing's finger trembled, pointing at the unconscious Hu Zhongli in front of him. His lips shaking, he saw unconscious Hu Zhongli lift his eyelids, glance at him, then quickly close his eyes. Just that glance. Chen Xiuxing's expression changed. His own divine realm cracked violently. The Dharma aspect dissipated, appearing intact externally, but inside all 4 furnace fires were extinguished, his flesh and organs shattered. He was truly at death's door. His legs were weak, about to collapse, but then someone jumped down from the aerospace ships. Old Ghost Chai supported the immobile Chen Xiuxing, then leaped back onto the aerospace ship. Upon taking off, Chen Xiuxing struggled to turn his gaze sideways, glancing at his distant disciple-nephew. The disciple-nephew smiled at him. Why? Chen Xiuxing did not understand, suddenly feeling a chill. Governor, second senior brother, even that elder who unexpectedly broke the innate realm. Why are they cooperating with Zhang Fuxing? Who exactly is he? He suddenly let out a miserable laugh. The 36 aerospace ships turned direction. Engines roared, and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the wilderness outside the city, leaving behind only the security building completely turned into rubble. In the distance, Zhang Fuxing emptied the bag of chips in his mouth, picked up the camera that had been sitting for a long time, and praised. He marveled softly. No need to mention anything else. A Dharma aspect with one hand pointing to the sky and one hand touching the ground definitely looked supremely powerful. Zhang Fuxing picked up his phone, dialed a number, issued a command. On the other end, he gouged what his voice sounded. Yes. Zhang Fuxing leisurely put down the phone, stretched his lazy waist. He did everything he could. Such tricks are easy to expose, as long as the governor personally visits. But will he come? He can't come. He still has to stay vigilant against the god of plague, to prevent it from truly emerging from Jiangzhou. Turning back, staring at Lin Shirquan, whose face looked extremely unpleasant. He asked playfully. Lin Shirquan pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and attempted to contact the action squad on his phone, only to hear a prolonged, busy signal. Lin Shirquan's face turned slightly pale. Clenching his teeth, he spoke word by word. Zhang Fuxing glanced at him in a strange manner, walked over, and calmly asked. After a pause, he continued. Beads of sweat dripped down Lin Shirquan's forehead. The pressure from this director general before him was simply overwhelming, he asked through gritted teeth. Zhang Fuxing merely shook his head. Lin Shirquan's expression changed again, and a sense of dread filled his heart as he saw the young man smile and say. Zhao Wenting, who had earlier seemed on the brink of death, walked over, unharmed and full of spirit, nodding his head. Lin Shirquan was escorted away. Golden City. Lin Yuxing picked up the phone, his brows furrowed. From the other end came the bitter laugh of an operation team leader. Lin Yuxing's expression darkened. On the other end, the team leader hesitated before continuing. Lin Yuxing slapped the table. What is Hu Zhongli trying to do? After a couple of curses, he took a deep breath and continued over the phone. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yuxing's brow remained tightly knit. He had a nagging sense of foreboding. Something seemed off. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it. instead called the governor's office. At the same time, at the waiting area, the 30 aerospace ships, facing the firm stance of the waiting area, slowly moved out of the core range of the waiting area, entering the wilderness to wait. On the aerospace ship, 30 operation team leaders gathered, casually discussing. Someone shook their head and said, another Grandmaster chuckled, hasn't Hu Zhongli never retaken the position of legislator? Pausing, he continued, hey? The operation team leaders laughed and chatted. Though inexplicably targeted and troubled by the waiting area, they weren't annoyed, but rather pondering what to do when they reached Chongyang City. One of the team leaders stroked his chin. The 30 Grandmasters exchanged glances. In the investigation bureau, it's a merit system. The more rioters and cultists you eliminate, the more merit you gain. And merit is crucial, allowing you to exchange for various items within the investigation bureau. One of the Grandmasters spoke calmly. The many Grandmasters exchanged looks and immediately agreed. If there aren't enough bandits, we'll add some decent folk to make up. In the war conference room, a lively atmosphere prevailed once more as a team leader casually fiddled with a virtual sand table, which simulated the environment around the aerospace ships in real time. He noticed a small moving dot on the virtual sand table, indicating that not far from the space fleet in the wilderness, there was a traveler. The Grandmaster casually pointed. The secondary cannon fired. On the distant wasteland, a huge fireball exploded. The Grandmaster laughed as he spoke, while the other team leaders laughed and shook their heads. What do you mean by that? Old Sue, full of indignation, said, decent citizen or rioter, I see them all as potential cultists. In the war conference room, laughter and curses echoed again. Suddenly, a team leader's voice became serious. All eyes turned to the projected virtual sand table. On the sand table, the miniature projections of the 30 aerospace ships quietly hovered, and in the wilderness, amidst the fireball, a small dot emerged. Not one Grandmaster was shocked, even though it was the secondary cannon. The direct hit should be fatal even to the top martial arts master. A Grandmaster's expression changed drastically, pointing at the flashing tiny red dot on the virtual sand table, the tiny red that was moving faster and faster, faster and faster, heading towards the space fleet. One team leader suddenly stood up, taking 3 steps to the porthole, staring. In the distance on the wasteland, a small figure raced forward, a long trail of dust trailing behind, moving at a frightening speed. The Grandmaster rubbed his eyes, carefully watching the small figure. His scalp tingled, turning to shout. The Grandmasters walked to the porthole, each staring at the small figure. With their sight, they could see it all clearly. Damn! It was a person cloaked in black, but the black cloak, under the strong wind pressure during the rush, had torn open, revealing the bloody skeleton underneath. Not human. Not human. No, he was targeting the fleet from the start. Chapter 218, 168. Slaughtering Grandmasters. Laozi transforms into Buddha. Chapter 218. Chapter 168. Slaughtering Grandmasters. Laozi transforms into Buddha waiting area. Noisy, bustling, people coming and going. But suddenly the noise ceased. Instinctively, a number of gazes turned toward the distant wasteland, toward those 30 aerospace ships. Someone muttered in shock, seeing all 30 aerospace ships light up with a blazing glow, massive beams shooting out into the distance. The ground trembled slightly, dust and smoke rose, reaching into the celestial vault, forming a gigantic curtain of dust. The main cannons of the space fleet fired in volleys, time after time, clearly tens of kilometers away from the waiting area. Yet the people in the waiting area could still feel the tremors of the ground. A martial arts master with enhanced sight peered into the distance, his pupils contracting suddenly. They saw, in that terrifying cross of beams dozens of miles away, a skeleton. Indeed, a blood-colored skeleton soared into the sky, crashing into one of the aerospace ships. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. A massive explosion erupted within that aerospace ship, as if peerless force had swept across it. The entire ship was torn apart. In the waiting area, People from all over swallowed nervously. Someone murmured to themselves. They saw, from the falling debris of the aerospace ship, the blood-colored skeleton leaping out into another aerospace ship. A few breaths later, that ship too exploded into a firework. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. One by one, the aerospace ships exploded into fireworks. A grandmaster from Golden City exclaimed in shock. In the waiting area, martial arts masters and grandmasters strained their eyes, horrified to discover, from every destroyed aerospace ship, crawled out one shadow after another. No, not shadows, but grim skeletons. Explosions continued to echo across the sky, and in the sky, only the final main ship of the space fleet remained. Blood-colored skeletons stepped on nothingness, walking into that main ship. The main ship was instantly torn apart. One Dharma aspect after another appeared. Over 30 massive Dharma aspects, each over 200 meters tall, filled the sky. One even a kilometer tall. Someone whispered, excited, eyes blazing. This was a sight not seen in 100 years. Except that skeleton. What on earth is it? Countless thoughts raced through people's minds. Meanwhile, at the horizon, 31 Dharma aspects stretched across the celestial vault. The leading Dharma aspect, a full kilometer tall, clearly a grandmaster igniting his chi blood furnace fire. He was the commander of this operations contingent. The commander spoke, the kilometer Dharma aspect speaking in unison, its mighty voice echoing, clouds rolling like tides. Facing 31 colossal Dharma aspects, the plague ghost remained extraordinarily calm. The body of the plague ghost, initially a grim skeleton of the martial arts master level, but after being infused by the god of plague and further conferred a position, how strong was the plague ghost? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. He only knew that this body was so sturdy that when Miss Ming Yu lightly pushed it, it fell from the starry sky, passed through the astral wind layer that could shred a grandmaster, and crashed heavily to the ground. Yet remained intact. Zhang Fuxing manipulated the plague ghost, letting out a low laugh. This wasn't his true self, yet his spirit was connected. With a thought, a sea of spirits surged and rolled up behind him. 31 Dharma aspects attacked simultaneously. The sky trembled. The earth split. One deadly technique after another struck the plague ghost, yet not a chip of bone was dislodged. The plague ghost smiled, its voice dry, behind it. The sea of spirit expanded and swelled, as if something terrifying was about to emerge from it. The Grandmasters were filled with dread. The Grandmaster igniting the Chi blood furnace fire roared, the kilometer Dharma aspect swaying, stirring up the wind and clouds, the brilliant fist imprint pierced through the sea of clouds, yet passed through the blood-colored skeleton, along with clouds, striking the ground. The ground for thousands of meters was torn apart, massive rock fragments thrown high into the air, forming a grand scenic sight. The blood-colored skeleton smiled. From the rolling sea of spirit behind, a great true intent emerged bit by bit. It was a bull demon, a great bull demon figure, also a kilometer high, bolstered by the innate position. Composed purely of spiritual will fused with true intent, the massive bull demon from a bygone era let out a sky-shattering roar. Blood roiled over it like a tide, as if it were a great flesh demon. The blood-colored skeleton roared, utilizing the position of the plague ghost for the first time, using the authority bestowed by the god of plague. In the same instant, all 31 Grandmasters suddenly began to cough. Someone was shocked to discover the body of purity they had refined had been broken. The body supposed to be immune to illnesses and toxins began to become contaminated with filth. Clothes became dirty, crowns wilted, sweat dripped from the armpits, and the body emitted a foul smell. A distant Grandmaster was horrified. Amidst the cries of shock, the 31 Grandmasters began coughing up blood. Blood tears streamed from their eyes, as their bodies of purity were broken. Their respective furnace fires dimmed, and unbelievably began to extinguish. This was not a temporary suppression or snuff out. Chapter 219, 168. Grandmaster Massacre, Laozi Transforms into Buddha, Part 2. Chapter 219. Chapter 168. Grandmaster Massacre, Laozi Transforms into Buddha, Part 2. But started to truly extinguish. Once completely extinguished, it symbolizes a fall. They are falling from the position of Grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded. The power of pestilence is actually this formidable? No way. They cannot be allowed to fall. They're all my grim skeletons. The blood-colored skeletons grew anxious, more anxious than these grandmasters. The great image behind them roared, vaguely, as if a flame-shrouded divine mountain appeared. The strong bull demon crashed into the divine realms of one grandmaster after another, tearing them open, ripping them apart, crushing them. This was a spiritual level overpowering. If igniting the spirit furnace fire, perhaps Zhang Fuxing would be helpless, but facing a grandmaster who hasn't even ignited the spirit furnace fire, he almost killed them instantly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 31 grandmasters plummeted down one by one from the celestial vault. In the waiting area, in the midst of dazed stares, moments latte, 31 grim skeletons, with the furnace fire suspended behind their heads, strode toward the heavens. They stood behind the blood-colored skeletons, and below them, 30 action teams, over 300 martial arts master-level grim skeletons, and 3,012 refinement skeletons, all stood quietly on the wasteland. The wreckage of the aerospace ship burned quietly. The plague ghost turned around, staring coldly at the waiting area, plunged into dead silence. He disappeared into the great wilderness, with thousands of skeletons following behind him like a flood of bones. Wooden cabin. Yuan Fei Dao calmly spoke. In fact, there's no need for any struggle anymore now, only he remains. As he spoke, he slowly placed a black piece on the board. Hong Tanbao sat across the old man, picked up a white piece, and placed it down. Yuan Fei Dao examined the chessboard, thoughtfully considering the next move, absent-mindedly answering. Hong Tanbao was silent for a moment, not replying, picked up a chess piece, and placed it down. Without raising his head, he said, Hong Tianbao squinted his eyes and asked. Before he could finish, Yuan Fei Dao interrupted. Hong Tianbao asked again, and now what do you actually want to do? Yuan Fei Dao straightforwardly admitted, seriously saying. The old man laughed wearily, meaningfully saying. He raised his eyes, calmly and quietly staring at the chubby old man, speaking serenely. Hong Tianbao's face showed a perplexed look, apparently not understanding his master's words. He placed a chess piece, then cautiously asked. Yuan Fei Dao placed a chess piece too, somberly stating. Hong Tianbao widened his eyes. His breath suddenly hastened. The old man's face showed a trace of fervor. Yuan Fei Dao breathed rapidly. Regardless of whether Hong Tianbao could comprehend, he just continued speaking to himself. In the urgent speech, Hong Tianbao saw the old man's eyes beginning to bleed, a clear indication that these actions resulted in an unimaginable great injury. Yuan Fei Dao closed his eyes, speaking in a near-somnambulant tone. Hong Tianbao instinctively asked. Yuan Fei Dao's face showed confusion, a look of incomprehension, letting the blood tears flow, only murmuring. Laozi. Hong Tianbao was visibly shaken. He chewed on this strange name as if it were a curse, and with courage, asked in a deep voice. Yuan Fei Dao spoke lowly. Hong Tianbao retorted. Yuan Fei Dao merely sighed gently. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze. Hong Tianbao seemed to sense something as well, suddenly turning his gaze. Knock, 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 the door was knocked. Yuan Fei Dao's brows raised. Wiping the blood tears, he gently knocked his knuckles on the table. The door swung open, and another elderly figure stood outside. The elderly figure looked very ephemeral, clearly just a projection, a reflection. Yuan Fei Dao looked at this true man who had recently sought answers from the heavens, neither surprised nor afraid. He spoke calmly. The projection walked into the room, stroked its hand, and a token fell onto the chessboard, shattering the crisscross game into pieces. The true man serenely said. The solemn and august voice echoed in the room. Yuan Feidao's expression grew profound. The projection vanished, and the shaken-hearted Hong Tianbao silently bid farewell and left. Yuan Feidao quietly caressed the high heaven token, turning it over, experiencing the hints of immortal Tao rhyme it exuded. He'd heard of the High Heaven Association's actions. The concept of heaven interchangeable Tao was too bizarre. Even deities couldn't accomplish it. That celestial venerate, what kind of existence is it? How will the audience be conducted? In contemplation, the token in hand suddenly trembled, as a sound like a grand bell echoed in Yuan Feidao's ears. Chapter 220, 169, I Sit in the Starry Sky. Chapter 220, Chapter 169, I Sit in the Starry Sky, Chongshan City. Du Mingsheng stealthily lurked in the dark alley, his heart pounding wildly. His wanted poster was plastered everywhere in the streets and alleys. Big trouble, a follower asked, his face equally pale, covered in horrifying wounds, with fresh blood flowing. He gasped heavily, spoke bitterly. We were merely preaching in Chongshan City, as usual. Du Mingsheng put on his hood, his expression extremely solemn, contemplating how to escape Chongshan City, how to return to the dragon boat. He said in a low voice. After pausing a bit, Du Mingsheng's expression was unpredictable. He continued, Chongshan holds a great secret. Those crazies from the Celestial Principle sect are deeply rooted here. Let's do this. We'll split up. The follower nodded heavily, tidied his robe to cover his wounds, exchanged a glance with his superior, and they exited the alley one after another. They turned their backs and left in different directions. 10 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps. When he reached the end of the street, Du Mingsheng keenly noticed several youths going back and forth on the street. Someone was casting a glance at him, walking over, intending to investigate. No choice. He lowered his eyelids, silently triggered the spiritual imprint he had previously left on the follower. In the distance, at the street corner, spiritual divine thoughts soared. Several terrifying presences rose within Chongshan City. The few grandmasters who were constantly capturing and probing spiritual thoughts ascended. Those youths walking towards Du Mingsheng seemed to have received some orders, paused their steps, and turned towards the distant follower. It worked. He did not mind the noise behind him, did not pay attention to the strong will that descended. Du Mingsheng silently left the long street, silently headed towards the airport, walked faster and faster. He was almost there. A gentle voice sounded. Du Mingsheng's scalp exploded. He glanced sideways and saw a beggar, dressed in rags, leaning on a staff, holding a broken bowl, blind in both eyes. He ignored him, wanted to leave, but heard the old beggar's empty eyes looking at him, speaking with a chuckle. Du Mingsheng shivered uncontrollably. He saw a plane taking off, indicating the air route was open. He could leave along the air route. He no longer hid. Crimson chi blood erupted from his body. Essence, chi, and spirit united, intertwined into a kilometer-tall Dharma aspect. The Dharma aspect was ferocious. He shouted. A storm rose suddenly. Snow poured down. Thick fog enveloped the streets and alleys. The kilometer Dharma aspect turned around, issuing a silent roar. Du Mingsheng himself leapt into the air. The ground tore under the immense force. His whole body soared into the sky. The invisible air route was close. He was going to leave. The blind old beggar sighed, tapping the rotten wooden staff on the ground. The kilometer fierce-eyed Vajra Dharma aspect suddenly shredded. The thick fog, blizzard, and storm all ceased at this moment. The world was clear again. As Du Mingsheng soared, he sensed something. Each hair stood on end. He roared, unleashing his foundation. The air route was almost within reach. He succeeded. The space slightly shifted. Du Mingsheng dared not hesitate. His spiritual thoughts lifted his body, flying along the air route, speeding to the extreme, breaking the sound barrier, about to get away. Just a few breaths later, Chongshan City was far behind him. Escaped? Did he escape? Subconsciously, Du Mingxiang glanced back at the subordinate city. He saw the celestial principal sect grandmasters, saw the blind old beggar. The old beggar's broken bowl was now placed over his own head, his left hand empty, slightly extended, as if holding something impossible. The grandmaster's vision could observe hundreds of kilometers. So, Du Mingxiang saw indeed the old beggar was holding something. In his hand were 36 peaks, a bustling city. Du Mingxiang muttered, his body stopped in midair, trembling and looking down at the vast earth. Or rather, a hand. The entire Chongshan city, the whole small world of Chongshan, was held in an ancient hand. The old beggar's sigh echoed above. Looking up, it was a gigantic face that obscured the celestial vault. The once hollow eyes were now complete, one like the great sun, the other like the bright moon, both fixed on Du Mingxiang. The old beggar asked. Du Mingxiang's breath hitched, vision blurred. He was already back in Chongshan City, standing before the old beggar again. The gigantic face in the sky and the hand holding the earth had vanished, as if it had all been an illusion. It was merely a projection. He laughed bitterly, seeing the grandmasters approaching. Hooks pierced his shoulder blades, divine nails nailed through his acupoints. The old beggar coughed, seemingly very weak, under some severe injury. His figure turned to light, merging into a mountain outside the city. Du Mingxiang was thrown into the dungeon. Chapter 221, 169. I Sit in the Starry Sky, Part 2. Chapter 221. Chapter 169. I Sit in the Starry Sky, Part 2. The great sect spoke thus, and then departed, leaving only the middle-aged man with the bone-piercing nail soul in the dungeon. Du Mingxiang closed his eyes, suddenly hearing a light knock amidst the void, followed by the sound of a grand bell toll. He opened his eyes, wild with joy, as his will soared higher and higher and higher. His spiritual thoughts detached from his body, guided by the Taoist sounds, ascending to an infinitely high place. There he beheld a majestic Taoist palace. 4 familiar shadowy figures stood before the Taoist palace. The third seat, Huang Qiuxian, nodded slightly, speaking softly. Du Mingxiang, panting, instinctively turned his head to see 3 figures standing on one of the 81 jade steps. Everyone's eyes were on the 3 blurred figures. Though unable to discern their features clearly, through the mist, their general forms could be seen. 2 women and 1 elder. The 3 ascended the steps, walking on the jade as they looked around, observing the 8 grand views and wondrous sights floating outside the Taoist palace. Upon reaching the front of the Taoist palace, the 3 newcomers simultaneously raised their heads, gazing at the solemn plaque above the gate. The woman in the center appeared startled, her gentle voice trembling slightly. 8. Upon hearing this, the 2 other newcomers were fine, but the 5 elders were all shocked. So it really is the 8 Sceneries Palace mean? Had this newcomer already known of the 8 Sceneries Palace before, in the past? Suddenly, all eyes were locked onto this newcomer, filled with curiosity and surprise. Though the speaking voice became blurred, it was still discernible that it belonged to a young woman. The 4th seat, Shi Jingyuan, stroked his chin, pondering if she might be a disciple of a celestial human, possessing some great secret knowledge. Listening to the gentleness in that blurry voice, he could roughly sketch her appearance in his mind. A disciple or descendant of some old monster, well-educated and well-bred, perhaps not very old, but certainly knowledgeable. Similar thoughts turned in the minds of several people. And just then, the grand doors of the Taoist palace hummed, as chaotic chi rolled back to either side. The door opened. The 5 elder members and 3 newcomers, each with complex emotions, walked inside, met with the customary presence of grand silence, a solemn and dignified atmosphere pressing upon their hearts. Mingyue stealthily observed the surrounding scenery. Her true self had once accompanied the old master here to the 8 Sceneries Palace. Though the memory was blurred, this moment reminded her of those grand past scenes. She cautiously looked at the person sitting on the meditation mat, cloaked in chaotic fog, unclear and dim, surrounded by layers of dim cosmos, as if existing eternally, never extinguishing. She hastily bowed her head, her heart pounding. The older members saluted, followed by Shan Bao Bao, Yuan Fei Dao, and Mingyue imitating the gesture appropriately. For a moment, the Taoist palace fell into a solemn silence. The celestial venerate in the chaos did not speak. Buddha-san had a fleeting thought. He always felt that today's celestial venerate seemed different from before. The celestial venerate seemed even more in harmony with this terrifying Taoist palace. Yes, in harmony, with a feeling that he always belonged there. He had always been there. This thought emerged in Buddha-san's mind. A true man emerged from the mist, stood beside the celestial venerate, hands hanging down, an elder's face full of solemn dignity. The true man spoke. In the chaotic mist, the celestial venerate seemed to lift his eyelids, causing the mist to momentarily thin out. The eight looked instinctively, their gaze penetrating the temporarily thinned chaos fog, seeing a faint outline of the great celestial venerate. It was an elder with a hairpin atop his head, attired in a Taoist robe, his appearance indescribable. To truly describe it, his look resembled the Tao. Each member who glimpsed a corner of the celestial venerate's true form trembled internally, all of them having the same uncontrollable thought, the same notion arise in their minds. Tao, if the Tao had a form, it would precisely be such a visage. It could only be such a visage. A dull sound came, and everyone looked. It was that newcomer with the gentle voice, who at that moment knelt on the ground. The newcomer bowed, the dark aura around her rolling, seemingly trembling. Tao, ancestor? The people feeling confused were unfamiliar with the title, never having heard of it, but they all understood its magnitude. Tao, ancestor. The origin of the Tao. Shun Bao Bao licked her dry lips, her thoughts drifting. The origin of the Tao, who dared to bestow upon themselves such a grand reverential title. Right in front, she was excited, her hands and feet heating up, while the other elders suddenly looked up. The usually reticent great celestial venerate spoke once more. A peaceful voice echoed in the Taoist palace, and Mingyue cautiously rose to her feet, her head lowered. She bowed again, stood once more, then knelt down again. Thus she repeated, for a total of 9 times. The people exchanged glances. Little maid? Master? What they thought was a disciple or descendant of some old monster, now appeared to be merely a maid or the like. Which made sense. A maid of a prominent figure would naturally know many great secrets. Only, a maid could ascend to the high heaven too. Despite not having many class notions, everyone felt a bit strange in their hearts. Meanwhile, the celestial venerate sitting amidst the chaos mist remained silent, as the true man coughed lightly. The 5 elders and 3 newcomers exchanged looks. Shi Jingyuan coughed once and began introducing the elders to the newcomers. Shi Jingyuan briefly said, Shun Bao Bao, surprised. Yuan Fei Dao suddenly looked at the shadowy figure. Ling Mountain? Shi Jingyuan continued. As usual, he spoke freely, his eyes falling on the 3 newcomers. Shin Bao Bao thought for a moment, then said, Du Mingxing suddenly raised his head, but bit down the words on his lips, as it wasn't time to seek help yet. Yuan Fei Dao's eyes flickered, still pondering the Tao ancestor reverential title, then said, he glanced at the 2nd and 5th seats, previously hearing introductions that these 2 were from the Mandala lineage, and then his gaze fell on Shi Jingyuan from the same Ling Mountain lineage. The several of them were surprised. Another one from the Ling Mountain lineage? Now, members of the Ling Mountain lineage were seldom seen. Yuan Fei Dao continued to speak. As he finished speaking, curious eyes turned towards the woman with the gentle voice, who claimed to be a little maid addressing the Tao ancestor. She seemed to have come to her senses, and before answering, made an ancient ritual gesture toward the celestial venerate, then said, Miss Ming, you said softly. Chapter 222, 170. The Terrifying 8th Seat. Chapter 222, Chapter 170. The terrifying eighth seat, the people looked at each other in bewilderment. In the starry sky? Third seat, Huang Qiuxin coughed and reminded, no, the starry sky. Mingyue answered briefly, slightly bowing her head towards the celestial venerate. Huang Qiuxian sighed helplessly and spoke again. The starry sky, similar to our planet, is subject to certain changes and rules. He shook his head and said, several other elders found it both ridiculous and absurd. Although they were all making things up and talking nonsense, it wasn't supposed to be this outrageous. You might as well fabricate a story about being in a small city or even on a farming planet. That would be better than being in the starry sky. Under the watchful and peculiar gazes, Miss Mingyue tilted her head, but ultimately remained silent. She didn't elaborate much, only performing an ancient ritual towards the celestial venerate before saying. It seemed that before she spoke every time, she performed a ritual meticulously, leaving everyone looking at each other, and the Taoist palace fell into a strange silence. The true man broke the dead silence, coughed, and then spoke. The three newcomers fell silent for a moment. Yuan Feidao performed a ceremonial salute. He was still half skeptical, thinking that casually trading any matter was too bizarre. Even one's lifespan or past cultivation could be extracted. Inconceivable and unheard of. The true man nodded. He traced out light and shadow, and the contract was immediately established. As his words fell, Yuan Feidao's pupils suddenly contracted when he noticed his memories beginning to change. His past 100 years of arduous cultivation quietly erased, or rather, stripped away. He was shocked and terrified, performing a heartfelt salute to the great celestial venerate. Shun Baobao gulped nervously, unsure what to contribute, finally gritting her teeth. Her spiritual accumulation plummeted by 100 years. Shin Baobao was not very old, so she offered spiritual accumulation instead of past cultivation. Spiritual accumulation could be acquired through various means. For example, consuming celestial medicine. Everyone's gaze turned to the little girl who spoke without thinking. Mingyue glanced at the great celestial venerate quietly. Is the heavenly path sharing surplus to fulfill the deficient? This indeed is the heavenly path. This was the Tao set by this great Lord long ago. She took a deep breath. How much? 1,000 years? Zhang Fuxing licked his dry lips, suddenly feeling that bringing Miss Mingyue into the high heaven was probably the most correct decision he ever made. Wait, you're offering 1,000-year refining spirit just like that? At this moment, others in the Taoist palace also felt something amiss. Wait, this little girl, could she be a big shot? They all turned their eyes to the true man. Under the intense gaze of everyone, the true man reached out to trace light and shadow, softly saying, the millennium of spiritual accumulation was stripped from Miss Mingyue. Yet unlike Yuan Feidao of the 6th seat and Shun Baobao of the 7th seat, she didn't even groan. It seemed as if losing these things was trivial to her. The Taoist palace fell into dead silence for the third time. Everyone's gaze towards the 8th seat underwent a complete change, including Yuan Feidao at the peak of celestial humans. A millennium of spiritual accumulation. Even with pills to compensate, it would take 10 white-bone lotus seeds. Even for celestial humans, a millennium of spiritual accumulation was crucial. Yet she just gave it away like that? No, she actually could give it. After a long while, the true man broke the silence again. The old voice stirred everyone back to consciousness. The Buddha's son curiously glanced at the mysterious 8th seat, and then turned his head to look at the 1st seat, Chen Wanyu. After a pause, he continued. Shun Baobao was startled. Severing the karmic link with the god of plague? Who exactly are these people? Could she be the weakest among them? Yuan Feidao also looked surprised. He had been cultivating the Tao of cause and effect for many years and naturally understood how difficult it was to sever karma with the divine spirit. Chen Wanyu performed a salute. The Buddha's son nodded. Du Mingxing finally couldn't hold back any longer and quickly said, everyone looked at him. Shi Zhengyuan frowned. Great perilous situation. Du Mingxing smiled bitterly. Behind the chaos fog, the great celestial venerate, who was gnawing on star beast meat, lifted his head. Du Mingsheng continued. Everyone looked at each other. Shun Baobao said thoughtfully. Shun Baobao pondered for a moment, a celestial human from the celestial principle sect. Du Mingsheng solemnly bowed. The Buddha's son also spoke at this time. He was telling the truth. At the level of celestial humans, every move carries immense power. If two celestial humans battle, breaking thousands of miles of land would be commonplace, which could potentially lead to the destruction of the small world of Chongshan. Du Mingsheng's expression changed. Finally, he sighed. Everyone discussed various possibilities in search of a way out for the second seat. Yuan Feidao was hesitant at this moment, but in the end, said nothing. For him, the priority was to prepare for February 9th. Everything else was illusory, not advisable to complicate matters. Everyone discussed for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Yet that mysterious eighth seat, after saluting to the celestial venerate, suddenly spoke. Du Mingsheng's expression brightened, nodding repeatedly. Yes, it's him. Everyone saw the eighth seat nod slightly. Everyone was a bit confused. Du Mingsheng contemplated. Mingyue replied calmly. Huang Qiuxian couldn't help but speak. Eighth seat, this matter concerns the life of the second seat. Can you be certain? Before he finished speaking, Miss Mingyue casually said. Silence filled the Taoist palace. The eighth seat spoke to herself. Everyone exchanged glances, no one able to find words. The eighth seat. Who exactly is she? What divine being? Shi Jingyuan suddenly swallowed hard, realizing that someone capable of crippling a celestial human referred to herself as a child, and spoke of my master. In the silence, Du Mingsheng trembled slightly, paying his respects to the eighth seat. Miss Mingyue nodded slightly. Shi Jingyuan and the Buddha's son did not say anything, but at the side, the sixth seat, Yuan Feidao, suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at the sixth seat, hearing this newcomer, the voice solemn. I want to know, have any of you heard of... What? Huang Qiuxian scratched his head, wondering why the sixth seat started off with such profanity. They twitched at the corners of their mouths, suddenly not wanting to respond to the sixth seat, yet noticed the mysterious eighth seat abruptly cast a side glance. The eighth seat softly said, I know this. She shivered, glancing at the celestial venerate in the chaos fog, then turned back, staring at Yuan Feidao. Yuan Feidao was surprised. Was there truly a lead? He pondered for a moment, softly said, in the chaos fog. Zhang Fuxing sat up straight, his expression extremely solemn. Then they heard the great celestial venerate sigh deeply. The celestial venerate seemed to be stirred from past memories, seemed to ponder. In the midst of sighs, the Tao rhythm echoed. The eighth seat bowed again. The celestial venerate did not look at her, simply said peacefully. He was moved. It was rare for him to speak. But after sighing, he said no more. Everyone's pupils contracted. The head of Taoism turned into a Buddha. That celestial venerate in the boundless chaos fog, suddenly focused on the bowing eighth seat, asked lightly. Mingyue trembled under gazes of confusion, bowing again and again. She pleaded. Everyone widened their eyes and pricked their ears, curious about what kind of entity the master of someone who could cripple a celestial human was. Some god from a different dimension? Return. Does it mean that the deity had perished, died? They suddenly realized if it was a deity, then this eighth seat was indeed a divine attendant. That makes sense. The eighth seat was likely a celestial human at the peak. In their varied thoughts, they saw the chaos fog churn, heard the warm voice of the great celestial venerate. From the first seat to the fifth seat, heads buzzed collectively. Stunned, Shun Baobao and Yuan Feidao were also startled. They had heard Shi Jingyuan briefly introduce earlier. The celestial venerate came from the old world. The current gods were merely usurpers, occupying the respectful positions of those great beings of the past. In other words, the master mentioned by the eighth seat was also a deity of the old world. Chapitre 223 à 171, Laozi's Manifestation. Chapter 223, Chapter 171, Laozi's manifestation, the eighth seat. What kind of divine being is it really? All the seats were shocked. The lord she spoke of had once played chess and stood side by side with the great celestial venerate. In bewilderment, they heard the celestial venerate speak in a low voice. Tears welled up in Miss Mingyu's eyes as she heavily knocked her head. The celestial venerate chuckled and said, Zhang Fuxing cleverly measured his words, and the expressions he uttered were ambiguous, open to interpretation, while the seats in the Taoist palace had already been rendered completely speechless at the moment. No, what does it mean to be like a little girl of a few thousand years? They looked in horror towards the mysterious eighth seat, who had already stood up tremblingly, seemed to wipe away tears, and bowed towards the celestial venerate. The celestial venerate sighed lightly once more. A long silence. Under numerous stiff gazes, Mingyu composed herself, looked towards the sixth seat, and began to speak in a low voice. Yuan Feidao snapped back to his senses, looking very grave. This is my secret. Do you also know Laozi? Miss Mingyu gave him a strange look and softly said. She closed her eyes for a moment, seemingly sifting through chaotic memories, and after a long while, Mingyu spoke in a low voice. Shun Baobao swallowed, and Huang Qiuxian stumbled. The Tao leader. So this is what it meant to be a Tao leader. Miss Mingyu smoothed her temple, glanced at Shun Baobao, and calmly said, Shun Baobao licked his dry lips, bowing in respect. Mingyu nodded. Everyone's mind was buzzing. Shun Baobao naturally knew of the great perfection master, venerated by both the ancient saints sect and the celestial principle sect. The teacher of the great perfection master had once transformed into the now Tathagata, the true now Tathagata. None could find words, Laozi. They silently noted the revered name, and suddenly the thought struck. Laozi and the celestial venerate, which is stronger, which is first. They quietly glanced at the roiling, chaotic fog. Yuan Feidao was the first to recover from the shock, pondering for a long time. Finally gritting his teeth, he spoke. Is there any possibility, combining the anomalies of the Tathagata celestial position, he was utterly convinced that Laozi had indeed returned. Indeed, it was so. The mysterious eighth seat gently nodded. Everyone gasped. Chun Wanyu felt a slight numbness in his limbs, not daring to interrupt such high-level discussions, listening quietly with perked ears. Huang Qiuxian was utterly befuddled. Du Mingsheng fell into silence, suddenly realizing that the life and death matters he faced seemed insignificant now. As for sure, Zhengyuan and Buddha's son, each was listening with utmost seriousness. They might not understand Laozi, but they knew the significance of the Tathagata Buddha ancestor. Yuan Feidao, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, asked in a low voice, Do you know? Everyone looked towards the eighth seat. Mingyu nodded, then, under the gaze of all, turned around and bowed towards the churning chaotic fog. Yuan Feidao was taken aback. What does this mean? Suddenly realizing, as did all the seats, they were horrified to look at the great celestial venerate. Is Laozi? He is the revered teacher of the first ancestor of Confucianism, the most highly honored founder of Taoism. It seemed fitting indeed. Everyone bowed their heads in awe, then heard the eighth seat croaking voice. What nonsense is this? Everyone's heads buzzed as this thought surfaced. Incarnation? Yuan Feidao, Buddha's son, and Shi Jingyuan all incredulously raised their heads, suddenly feeling a collapse of their faith. If Laozi were an incarnation of the great celestial venerate, then the present Tathagata would be an incarnation of the great celestial venerate. Minds were dizzy, emotions like stormy waves, incapable of calming. The chaotic fog quietly flowed. The celestial venerate did not speak, simply sat there, transcending all. Zhang Fuxing silently gave Miss Mingyu a thumbs up. He simultaneously confirmed that the so-called old world was entirely composed of those mythological stories he knew. Laozi's transformation into who? West out of Hanga Pass. Supreme Tao ancestor. 5 mansions temple. And so on all are thus. In the deathly quiet, Mingyu stood up, curiously looked at the newcomer's sixth seat. Yuan Feidao murmured. Buddha's son glanced sideways. Shi Jingyuan widened his eyes. The sixth seat could actually communicate with the Tathagata, celestial position. Standing in the corner, Chun Wanyu felt a sense of disconnection, as if being left behind. The positions of these seats are too high, inconceivably high. Yuan Feidao's eyes refocused, murmuring, "This morning?" Zhang Fuxing was startled. This morning wasn't it exactly when I cast down the 9 divination cups, deciding to assume the Tai Ching position? I must say something. From the side, a true man opened his mouth plainly. Yuan Feidao prostrated, crocally asking. The true man just shook his head. Zhang Fuxing was still uncertain what the ancestor kneeling before him wanted to do. So naturally, he couldn't say the words Zhang Fuxing. He had already made his plan. Sitting in the 8 Sceneries Palace as Tai Ching. How could the Zhang Fuxing walking among the people not be the incarnation of Tai Ching? And how could he not be lousy? In this way, many things, many phenomena could make sense. But the Tathagata, celestial position, Zhang Fuxing licked his lips, feeling somewhat tempted. A vast and boundless celestial position. Tai Ching transformed into lousy, and lousy sits on the lotus platform. It was reasonable and logical. This was once the true past. Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing shuddered. The true man timely spoke. All attendees saluted the celestial venerate, and Du Mingsheng gritted his teeth and said, "I wonder if the 8 seats can come to my rescue?" Miss Mingyue shook her head. She changed the topic. "I might let a friend of mine save you in passing. It may not succeed, but it is an opportunity." Du Mingsheng was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing thanks, and the other attendees began exchanging information and intelligence. The gathering in the high heaven was nearing its end. At the end, Shi Jingyuan from the 4th seat bowed to the true man. "I have already gathered some great sects and wish to interchange with them." The true man nodded faintly. The Buddha's son also spoke at this time. The true man nodded again. The remaining 3 elders had not made any progress. Chun Wanyu was hiding in Chongyang City in distress. Huang Qiuxian had just returned to the Eastern sect not long ago. As for Du Mingsheng, he was in a worse situation, currently in a large prison. As the meeting was about to conclude, Mingyue pondered and still warned all attendees, "A chaotic world is coming. Meeting you here and receiving the grace of the Tao ancestor is not easy." Chaotic world? Huang Qiuxian licked his lips. Mingyue shook her head. "It's unclear, impossible to explain, and I can't fathom it either." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and bowed to the 8th seat from the old world, possibly all deities. The true man sang. One by one, members fell out from the Taoist palace, descending to the mortal world, except for the 8th seat. She had stayed behind, or rather, she had voluntarily requested to stay. The Taoist palace soon became empty, and Miss Mingyue prostrated herself on the ground. The old man, upgraded from Great Celestial Venerate to Great Tao Ancestor, opened his eyes, chaotic fog billowing unceasingly. He silently gazed at the prostrated elegant woman, slightly nodding. Mingyue took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Zhang Fuxing became interested. Mingyue continued. The Celestial Venerate silently gazed at her, calmly nodding. "The person you speak of?" The sound of the Tao echoed, and a piece of forgotten history opened to Mingyue. She acquired a new memory, a memory of when I still had both eyes. She trembled, kowtowed, her figure like a falling leaf, drifting out of the Taoist palace. The great door of the Taoist palace closed with a bang. The Tai Chi, the great celestial venerate, muttered deeply, rising, turning to gaze at the white jade wall behind the meditation mat. Back when the 8 Sceneries Palace was anchored, it was the remnant scene of a corner of the 8 Sceneries Palace that was seen. On this wall, there was originally a Tai Chi diagram hanging, but now it was empty and desolate. So, Black Eye's eyes are related to the Tai Chi diagram? Zhang Fuxing plopped down on the meditation mat again, becoming excited, muttering to himself. I now have more than 1,000 years of mental accumulation. He was not in a hurry to use the mental accumulation, planning to put aside for now. The reason was simple. Zhang Fuxing's eyes shone brightly. He licked his lips, without resorting to the hands of deities from different dimensions, without becoming a favored one of a deity from a different dimension. The only way is to enter the innate realm by way of an ultimate leap. Accumulate 1,000 years of spiritual cultivation as a grandmaster. For others, it is as hard as ascending to heaven. Almost impossible, but for himself, easily achieved. Now, everything is ready. Only the 3 remaining furnace fires need to be lit. Zhang Fuxing quietly pondered Tai Chi diagram, Chongshan City. He murmured to himself, Chongshan City seems a bit dangerous. Zhang Fuxing stood up from the meditation mat. He was no longer who he was before. He had no need to risk himself alone in Chongshan City. Behind him, in his hands, was the entire Chongyang. More and more cultists are coming to Chongyang. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids, muttering to himself. He licked his lips, temporarily casting aside his many thoughts. The immediate priorities are only 2 things. One is to acquire the price or offering prepared by Shi Yuan and the Buddha's son. The other, handle the matter with black eye. Chapter 224, 172. The Ancient Saint Among the Flowers. Chapter 224. Chapter 172. The Ancient Saint Among the Flowers. Zhang Fuxing silently sorted through the items in the contract, quietly walked out of the 8 Sceneries Palace, first observing the souls praying continuously, then glanced at the Tao scripture in the 5 Mansions Temple, still closed, before finally arriving at the Bridge of Helplessness. Squatting down, he continued to pluck the other shore flowers as usual, each one merging into his own dead man's bone, or perhaps the other shore bone. He could clearly sense the other shore bone was gradually transforming, its eerie aura growing stronger. Not just eerie. As if it were the land of liberation, the end of all suffering. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, sensing that the other shore bone was already full, planning to pluck one last flower. Reaching out, he grasped the stem and pulled. It didn't move. The brilliantly glowing flower leaves abnormally pressed down, as if an invisible, unseen hand was pushing down on them. Zhang Fuxing's heart tightened. Someone was there. Not here, but by the Yellow Springs River, in a different dimension, there was someone. He had always thought the Yellow Springs River was a land without an owner. In his contemplative state, crooked words appeared on the muddy ground by the river, where vast clusters of other shore flowers were planted. Zhang Fuxing murmured, his mind heavy but not frightened. After all, the other party could not reach this place, nor even know who he was. He thought for a moment, squatted down, reached out, and wrote in the mud. The words on the muddy earth were wiped away, replaced by new, crooked writing. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched at the 3 exclamation marks. The writing continued. Ancient Saint? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. An ancient saint is also a kind of deity, specifically those occupying the celestial positions in Confucianism. In Confucianism, there are 72 small celestial positions, all called ancient saints, and 3 great celestial positions, which are true saints. As for the highest position of the Great Perfection Master, as far as Zhang Fuxing knew, it seemed to still be vacant, similar to the Tathagata celestial position among Buddhist deities. But this thought flashed through Zhang Fuxing's mind, and the words on the muddy earth twisted again. Zhang Fuxing squinted slightly. This deity was quite polite. He thought for a moment and wrote down a line. The mud remained still for a long time. After a while, illuminated by the swaying light of the other shore flowers, you can have whatever you want. I've been trapped here for many years. I want to get out. If you're not assured, you could just talk to me every day. I can teach you some marvelous techniques, immortal techniques, or divine techniques. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his nose, pondering. A Confucian ancient saint trapped by the Yellow Springs River? He maintained a doubtful attitude. Previously, he was almost deceived by the ancestor of land immortals, and coupled with the suspected return method within the celestial skill strong ox demon body, Zhang Fuxing now dared not casually trust any cultivation techniques. He wrote again, "I do not trust you." The writing on the mud was wiped again, and new words appeared. "Are you worried I will harm you?" Paused for a moment, the deity in the different dimension seemed extremely perceptive and wrote again, "If you're still worried about the marvelous techniques or immortal techniques being problematic, I can also teach you purely divine techniques." Zhang Fuxing stroked his chin. This guy, his attitude was a bit excessively good. The more so, the more vigilant Zhang Fuxing became. After pondering for a while, the mud imprinted new words. All right. Then, indeed, a method for cultivating a divine technique was written down, engraved in the mud. Zhang Fuxing looked closely. It was a minor divine technique called expel. As the name suggests, it could expel or drive away various affairs and objects, repelling them far away. He curiously left words on the mud to ask. Then, the deity in the different dimension personally explained to him. Only then did Zhang Fuxing understand what divine techniques are. The cultivation of this divine technique required 1,000-year refining spirit position as a prerequisite. Upon examining it closely several times, there seemed to be no issues. At least Zhang Fuxing didn't find any problems. He murmured to himself, if the Grandmaster realm cultivates the 3 furnaces of the human body, plus 1 furnace of heaven and earth, then in the innate realm, as the flesh enters the sealing furnace stage, the physique strengthens every moment, while the spirit elevates, breaking limits, and can truly invoke the power of heaven and earth, and can start to comprehend divine techniques. He may not have broken the spiritual limit nor harmonized with heaven and earth, but he already possessed the 1,000-year refining spirit position. In theory, he could start to comprehend divine techniques. He was amazed. The deity mentioned that expel seems ordinary, but if one's spirit is strong enough and comprehension deep enough, external matters can be expelled with a word, and even one's own flaws can be expelled with a word. The deity said that if the spirit reaches a certain level of strength, comprehending to the limit, in theory, one could expel death. This was truly bizarre. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned solemn. He sat cross-legged, communicating with the ancient saint while attempting to comprehend. Expel. He originally held no hope, but it was easier than he thought. At least, entry was easier than imagined. In just a quarter of an hour, he had already entered. He opened his eyes, turned his head, contemplated for a moment, his mind controlling the divine realm, creating a massive sandstorm, surging towards himself. The thought communicates with the ancestral acupoint at the brow, leveraging the preliminary enlightenment of expel to pry some incredible, massive entities. Facing the sandstorm directly, he spoke in a low voice, like an emperor or a celestial god giving an order. Although the sandstorm still raged, the parts surging towards Zhang Fuxing rolled backwards uncontrollably. The wind direction, sand particles, and dust all followed suit. This formed an extraordinary scene, with 2 counter-directional sandstorms simultaneously manifesting, 2 gusts of wind, one coming here, the other expelled to the other side. Zhang Fuxing marveled softly. Divine technique, divine technique. Thoughts churned and then settled. Zhang Fuxing silently assessed his situation. As for the heaven and earth furnace fire, he roughly understood his situation, not necessarily entirely accurate, but based on the Grandmasters currently encountered, it's likely this way. Invincible beneath spirit furnace fire. At this moment, words continued to be drawn in the mud, the deity still chattering endlessly, as if with endless words to share, but Zhang Fuxing had no time to waste. "I'm leaving," he wrote this line. On the other end, the deity was silent for a moment. "All right, I'll wait for you to return, to chat with me. I still have many divine power techniques here." Zhang Fuxing frowned slightly. This ancient saint seemed to have indeed been imprisoned for a long time, in loneliness for too long. Still, caution could not be abandoned. He cast a deep gaze at the other shore flower cluster, slowly withdrawing from the divine realm. Chu Family Manor, Dungeon. No one knows why the Chu family would build a colossal dungeon of several thousand square meters beneath the manor, equipped with all kinds of torture devices. Jean Chiyue panted, making yet another attempt to free herself from the shackles. She tried calling to the newly arrived one-eyed man, but he offered no response, only trembling continuously, seemingly constrained by something within his body. Jean Chiyue grit her teeth, her eyes bloodshot red, murderous intent billowing. She struggled fiercely, the specially made chains grinding against the shoulder blades, emitting a harsh, scraping sound, the intense pain continuously stimulating her brain, her temple veins throbbing violently. Still unable to break free. A tired voice sounded. Jean Chiyue looked up. It was the one-eyed man. She asked breathlessly. The black eye nodded with difficulty, a look of confusion and fear on his face. That means... Jean Chiyue was stunned, suddenly hearing the dungeon door being pushed open, footsteps winding down the stairs. She stared intently, seeing that young man she only met once, already a grandmaster, walking over. Jean Chiyue nearly ground her teeth to pieces. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the girl, focusing on her shoulders, covered in thick, dark, dried blood. The flesh was crushed to shreds by the chains, revealing stark white bones. He chuckled lightly twice, stepped forward, standing in front of the girl locked in the corner of the wall. Jean Chiyue glared at him. Zhang Fuxing lifted a foot and gently kicked the chain, making it sway throughout her body, rubbing against her bones. She groaned, sweat dripping heavily from her forehead. Zhang Fuxing said indifferently, "Mandala lineage." At these words, Jean Chiyue saw the young man's wicked smile as he spoke. They delight in eating human flesh, using human skin and bones as dharma artifacts. Jean Chiyue trembled slightly, raising her head, staring intently at the young man. Hearing him continue, the girl felt a chilling dread surge throughout her body. She trembled. Zhang Fuxing didn't continue to scare this little fellow. It was enough. The desire to survive would peak. In this way, true man, if he appears, buying her enlightenment would be much simpler. Zhang Fuxing turned, looking at the dejected Black Eye, stepped forward crouched. Black Eye was drenched in sweat like rain. True intent power lay hidden within his flesh, organs, and bones, destroying his flesh and eroding his bones each moment, healing his body when on the verge of death. Then, repeating once more. In this cycle, over half a day he had been destroyed and healed numerous times, enduring tribulations more painful than slicing, dozens of times harder. Black Eye lowered his gaze, weakly asked, "What do you want to ask?" Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly. "Your eye. Where exactly does it come from?" After a moment of silence, Black Eye whispered, Chapter 225, 173, Tying Primordial Qi, the Shaking Gate of the Future. Chapter 225, Chapter 173, Tying Primordial Qi, the Shaking Gate of the Future. Black Eye spoke softly, saying thus, Yin Yang define I diagram. In other words, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram of a past life. Zhang Fuxing frowned. Was the old man, the celestial lord of Tao and virtue? Black Eye spoke in a deep voice. He extended his hand, pointing to his ink-black eye, devoid of any sclera or pupil. Black Eye's voice echoed deeply. In his eye, inky currents flowed slowly, seemingly containing half the myriad creatures of heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing squatted down, lifted Black Eye, and said meaningfully. Black Eye spoke in confusion, suddenly feeling the world spinning. Upon looking around again, he was on a desolate plain. Above was sky-obscuring sunlight, splitting apart to reveal a familiar Taoist palace. Silence pervaded the vast countryside. In the distance, a great river cut off the whole heaven and earth, resembling layers of purgatory scenes. A chilling bridge spanned the river, the place of rest on the other shore, with dimly blooming flowers. Black Eye looked around, then lifted his head, gazing at the familiar yet indescribable Taoist palace. Truly familiar. This place, is Zhang Fuxing's divine realm. He heard the prayers of the Central Pole sect leader, Emperor of the Underworld, 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, and looked at the golden bridge of heaven and earth rushing up to that Taoist palace. Zhang Fuxing sees Black Eye, taking a step onto the bridge, a step into the Taoist palace. The great door of the Taoist palace closed thunderously. Black Eye gazed around in confusion, swallowed nervously, and whispered in horror. He recognized it. This is the future he had glimpsed on Zhang Fuxing's being after the latter became a god, the supreme Taoist palace he sat in. He looked at Zhang Fuxing, speaking dryly, a bit lost. You are destined to become that infinite celestial venerate. Zhang Fuxing stood in the Taoist palace, smiling. He waved his hand. A ceramic jar appeared in his palm. A familiar head clasped onto the jar. Neo Dali. Neo Dali also saw Black Eye, wanted to speak, but couldn't open his mouth, making only powerless whimpering sounds. Black Eye took a few steps back, shivered, yet let out a bitter laugh. So it is. Zhang Fuxing gave him a strange look. You schemed against me, and now I kill you. Isn't it right? In Black Eye's lackluster gaze, he walked to the meditation mat, slowly sitting down. Chaos mist surged up, along with layers of deep, endless universes, accompanied by the sound of drums and chants. The great celestial venerate gazed silently at the trembling Black Eye's legs gave out, collapsing onto the ground. Infinite, he murmured dazedly. Suddenly, he smiled in relief. Black Eye spoke with unusual calmness, sighing. The celestial venerate seated on the meditation mat stayed silent. He pondered. If Black Eye had fully supported him from the start, what would he have done? Would he still have killed him to keep the secret? Zhang Fuxing felt perhaps he wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. He too sighed. With those words, the celestial venerate stretched out a hand. Black Eye floated upward, his head suddenly split open, completely disassembled, his entire head structure dispersed, all displayed before the celestial venerate, and Black Eye, remarkably, remained alive. The separated neurons continued to transmit signals across space. The parted blood vessels, flowing blood, vanished at their ends, only to leap to distant vessels, resuming circulation. Black Eye could observe his peculiar state, trembling, horrified, yet puzzled. Then, at this moment, with the blessing of an indescribable position, Zhang Fuxing truly, vaguely perceived something profound existing in those eyes. A mass. He mumbled softly. No, not Inqi, something higher, innate Taiyin Qi. A word naturally burst out in Zhang Fuxing's mind. Innate Taiyin primordial Qi. From the Tai Chi diagram. A small part of the yin-yang fish on the Tai Chi diagram. The great celestial venerate extended a hand. His fingertip pierced gently into Black Eye's eye, hooking lightly. A mysterious Qi was thus drawn out. Black Eye's brain reassembled, plopping to the ground with heavy breaths. His formerly ink-black pupil vanished, replaced with a normal, ordinary eye. He lifted his head, seeing the infinite celestial venerate holding a wisp of black Qi. The black Qi flowed. It was the earth, the moon, the night, gentleness, stillness, restraint. It was the passive aspect of all things, the consequence in cause and effect, the end in the progression of events, the end of life. It was the root of various things. It was the future in the past, present, and future. Black Eye stared blankly at that wisp of black Qi, unknowingly prostrating on the ground, silently bowing his head. Zhang Fuxing swallowed again. He held it up, yet he felt it was it that was holding him. The position of this mass of Taiyin primordial Qi was even higher and more intense than himself under the blessing of the illusory Eight Sceneries Palace. It seemed that the Taiyin primordial Qi, which had been disappeared by himself before, was also integrated here. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, contemplating the wondrous things symbolized by the Yin primordial Qi. The Yin of yin-yang surprisingly represents so many things simultaneously. The Yin primordial Qi surged chaotically in his hand. And even sitting on the meditation mat, having received the recognition of the 9 holy grails from the Tao ancestor, Zhang Fuxing still found it difficult to grasp. Zhang Fuxing hesitated for a moment, then slowly released his hand. The Taiyin primordial qi flowed out through his fingers and suddenly drilled into the 8 sceneries palace. The Taoist palace seemed to tremble for a moment. Or maybe it didn't. It was just a fleeting illusion. In a daze, Zhang Fuxing had a feeling and turned his head to look at the white jade wall behind him. On the wall, in that circular empty spot, there was a new strand of black aura lying quietly on it, as if it had always existed there and was meant to be there. Zhang Fuxing looked at the prostrating black eye and gently sighed. In reality, black eyes had exploded, losing its life essence, and the spiritual will that was kneeling in the 8 sceneries palace quickly became dull, turning into a residual soul. Ignoring the residual soul, Zhang Fuxing carefully sensed the changes in the 8 sceneries palace, but found nothing. He pondered for a moment, walked to the rear hall, and found that neither the gate of the past nor the now gate had any changes. However, standing before the tightly closed gate of the future, Zhang Fuxing stretched out his hand and gave it a gentle push. The door trembled slightly. He swallowed and whispered in amazement. A look of perplexity appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. If so, then why had the gate of the past opened? He did not understand. Returning to sit quietly on the meditation mat, his position was suddenly elevated, higher than before, by 3 points. Zhang Fuxing softly murmured, with a single thought, the indescribably high spiritual will descended upon the human world. In a certain upper city, the walking under God at the level of a celestial human sat calmly, speaking. He glanced around at the 4 respectful divine favor envoys, then at the yawning Buddhist sun, and continued. Pausing for a moment, the walking under God continued. A divine favor envoy at the innate realm level pondered and said. Another divine favor envoy spoke up. Isn't it the same for other sects? They began to discuss, as the top figures from the 49 provinces of the Federation's parent star were almost all gathered in those 3 rebellious provinces. In fact, the rebellion was caused by the sect's maneuvers behind the scenes. Currently, within the Golden Province, the 4 great religions and various factions only had walking under God stationed. A divine favor envoy said. After a pause, he spoke solemnly. The walking under God looked at him. The divine favor envoy stood up and saluted respectfully. Just my humble opinion. The walking under God nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and decided. The 4 divine favor envoys nodded in unison. The walking under God waved his hand, and the 4 envoys each took their leave, leaving only him and the Buddha's son in the quiet chamber. The elderly man asked. The Buddha's son lifted his eyelids slightly, patting the withered woman lying on his back. The withered woman yawned. What else can I do? The Buddha's son looked at the elder and said with a straight face. The walking under God's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly. Pausing, he shook his head and said, back to the point. The people behind the scenes are spreading news about the sea-stabilizing needle divine iron on a large scale, with unclear intentions. There might be changes in the Golden Province. The Buddha's son said calmly. He suddenly touched his chest, and his expression became solemn. The walking under God was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, suddenly turning his gaze. In the quiet chamber, a massive chaos mist had unknowingly begun to spread. Chapter 226, 174, Frenzied Ascension, My Return to the Mortal World. Chapter 226, Chapter 174, Frenzied Ascension, My Return to the Mortal World. The mist roiled, chaotic chi flowing, as an old man slowly emerged from it. His form was illusory, yet carried a sense of indescribable height. The color of the walking under God changed, and he cupped his hands. Are you the true man, who had just collected the prize from Shi Yuan, over 10 great sect offerings, stood quietly. The barely noticeable joy in his eyebrows and eyes was suppressed. The harvest was immense. It was a certain great sex, inherently imprinted in the mind and spirit. From birth knew the character, Om. The Om from Om Mani Padme Hum, one of the 6 secret true words of the Buddhist family, is that great sect's innate divine power. But somehow, the other party chose to offer this as a price. Zhang Fuxing gathered his emotions, looking towards the Buddha's son, the withered woman, and the heavily tense walking under God. He nodded slightly, speaking calmly. The solemn voice echoed within the quiet chamber. Whether it was an illusion or not, this deity-level walking under God felt that the true man he saw stood clearly before him, yet seemed to be from the future. He, somewhat dazed, rubbed his eyes and looked at the true man again. The true man was still in front of him, yet not only in the present, but also a breath into the future. In a trance, he saw a breath into the future, the true man sitting cross-legged. In front of him, the true man actually sat cross-legged. 2 overlapping voices simultaneously echoed, one in the present, the other in a breath's future. The walking under God's hands slightly trembled, his heart thumping wildly. This true man was more terrifying than imagined. With a raise of his hand or a step, he actually involved the concept of future. This was truly incredible. He took a deep breath. The Buddha's son had long told him various things, but at this moment, truly seeing the legendary true man, even with his celestial, human-level mindset, he still felt slight ripples. This was a person who could inquire about the heavens. This Mandala lineage member, responsible for presiding over the entire Golden Province, the great celestial being, stood up. His stooped back straightened, his whole body shining with a faint golden light, accompanying a great bell ringing. 300 Brahma sounds sang in harmony. The walking under God found it difficult to look directly at this high and mighty true man, but he forced himself not to bow his head, saying in a deep voice, "I am willing to offer my unique physique, innate Vajra body, as the price, in exchange for qualification for the heaven interchangeable Tao." Vajra, one of the Buddhist sect's fruit positions, above Vajra is Arhat, above Arhat is Bodhisattva. The true man gazed at him and nodded slightly, set in light and shadow. The contract was established. The dazzling golden light on the old man's body vanished. The true man retreated into the chaotic fog, along with the dense mist, disappearing altogether. The quiet chamber plunged into silence. For a long time, the Buddha's son frowned, staring at him. The old man glanced at the Buddha's son and smiled benevolently. Innate Vajra body. The Buddha's son snorted softly. The old man was silent for a moment, nodding slightly. He placed his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. The innate Vajra. The total number is just that much. The old man exhaled deeply, speaking in a low tone. The Buddha's son stared at him for a long time before speaking. The old man smiled indifferently at the same time. Through the Buddha's son's embrace of the high heaven order, the great celestial venerate, who had seen everything through it, chuckled. The smile on his face faded away. With the growth and expansion of the High Heaven Association, those with differing thoughts, audacious enough to probe or even calculate the celestial venerate, would become more and more numerous. He thought of the Buddha's son's words, "Test the celestial venerate, and tribulation will surely come." Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, but his current self clearly lacked the corresponding capability. He thought of the one Chi true saint taught by his grandmaster. This technique, if connected deeply, involves the Tao of cause and effect. He exhaled a clear breath. His mind sank into the ancestral acupoint at his brow, gently stirring it. The OM true words, 3 true intent martial techniques, and the innate Vajra body all quietly integrated into his body. The 3 true intent skills, celestial deformed leg, blood evil fist, soul stabilizing finger, were the first to meld with his being, bringing a tingling sensation to his feet. His force increased dramatically, and between his fists and fingers, a thick blood-colored evil and the true intent capable of piercing soul spirits and severing divine thoughts surged forth. The giant force of 50 million pounds in human form swelled to 53 million pounds. In his excitement, Zhang Fuxing also felt a bit regretful. If those previous 12 martial techniques had only integrated now, he could have gained over 10 million more pounds of strength. Chapter 227, 174, Growing Stronger in Madness. My Return to the Mortal World, Part 2. Chapter 227, Chapter 174, Growing Stronger in Madness. My Return to the Mortal World, Part 2. Zhang Fuxing held his breath and focused as the innate Vajra body slowly merged with his skin, flesh, blood, and bones. The sound of his heartbeat became vigorous, and each beat was akin to an old monk striking an ancient bell of 1,000 years. The sound of blood flowing and bones grinding also resonated with the Brahma's sound. Upon inward inspection of himself, he could sense that every drop of blood had turned a brilliant golden color. The radiant golden light even seeped through his blood vessels and flesh, reflecting outward. Around his body, a splendid golden haze glimmered. He spoke softly, with his throat vibrating with Buddhist tones, his voice carrying a solemn and sacred aura, and even his tongue blossomed with lotus flowers. The power continued to surge. 53 million gene of strength rose to 80 million gene, now 40,000 tons. True form release. Zhang Fuxing expanded and transformed into the 18-foot true body, growing 2 horns on his forehead and forming a Vajra physique, with strength reaching 80,000 tons. The terrifying mass accumulated in his 18-foot-tall body as he unleashed his strength without restraint or limitation, such majestic power that the space around him subtly bent. Zhang Fuxing carefully sensed that with the 18-foot true body and the Vajra physique, although not a true Buddhist Vajra, it had elevated him to a new height. The 18-foot Vajra spoke deeply between lips and teeth, with brilliance emanating, forming into golden lotuses. With the added power of the divine realm, the deep Brahma sound echoed within the Taoist palace, yet didn't seem out of place, and the 8 Sceneries Palace did not reject the Buddha's light and Brahma sound. The Om true word secret merged within his body. In his mind and vision, everywhere was dominated by a gigantic Om character of the 6-syllable mantra, each possessing wonderful use. In this moment, the manifest Om character could suppress soul spirits, enlighten living beings, and furthermore inject all essence, chi, and spirit onto the Om character, manifesting it as a means of attack. Zhang Fuxing's tongue blossomed with lotus flowers, as if 10,000 great bells were struck simultaneously, as if heaven and earth trembled together, resembling a Dharma protector Vajra from the Buddha realm standing atop the clouds with furious eyes. In the void first appeared lotuses, which suddenly shattered, sweeping across in all directions. Zhang Fuxing became increasingly solemn, yet within his mind, thoughts were still captivated by the Om character. He sensed how this secret character was gradually transforming and influencing him, leading him to genuinely take refuge. Zhang Fuxing tried to suppress the Om character in his mind, but he failed, for this secret character was supremely young and unyielding, impossible to suppress. He smiled coldly. No wonder that old monk from the Grand Sect was so eager to have such an innate secret character extracted as a price. Zhang Fuxing turned around and sat cross-legged on the meditation mat. He asked towards the Om character in his mind. The once untamable, uncontrollable, and inviolable Om character surprisingly became docile and obedient. The sense of infiltration, the subtle influence, and conversion also quietly dissipated. Celestial Venerate opened his eyes, introspecting the self. He muttered, "Will I truly ascend to the Tathagata celestial position?" The murmur echoed. It seemed he had embarked on a strange path, both walking the Tao way and the Buddha road, possessing the true foundation to become a celestial Venerate, and the true likeness to become a Buddha. He glanced at the contract. With 1,800 years of spiritual cultivation, Zhang Fuxing smiled and raised his head. The grand gate of the Taoist palace opened with a roar. Celestial Venerate stepped out of the Taoist palace. returning to the mortal world once again. Golden City. Lin Yuxing lay prostrate on the ground, humbly receiving the divine mandate. Once the will of that ancestor of land immortals departed from his divine realm, Lin Yuxing was finally able to stand up with difficulty. His expression was uncertain. Lin Yuxing cursed angrily, that damnable evil god, becoming increasingly insane, actually wanting him to mobilize the entire investigation bureau's force, to flatten Chongyang City, massacre everything there, and rather kill wrongly than let anyone go. Lin Yuxing slumped in his chair, feeling disheartened and powerless. This evil god seemed to be starting to panic, to the extent of wanting to find that mysterious person at any cost, wanting to kill that mysterious person. Why was this? Lin Yuxing didn't know. He had no thoughts about it either. He was silent for a moment, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. After a moment, the call connected. Lin Shichuan's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Yuxing tiredly rubbed his temples. "How are things on your end?" Lin Shichuan replied softly, listening to his nephew's words over the phone. Lin Yuxing nodded slightly. His voice suddenly became serious. "That guy." There was a silent pause on the other end of the line. Then Lin Shichuan said. Lin Yuxing wearily hung up the phone. Just as he leaned back in relaxation, his assistant knocked and entered. The assistant bowed and said. Lin Yuxing's expression hardened as he slowly stood up. Meanwhile, in Chongyang City, Lin Shichuan silently ended the call, raised his head, and looked at the three people smiling at him. He said bitterly. Zhang Fuxing clapped his hands with a smile. He stood, walked to stand in front of Lin Shichuan, and calmly said. Lin Shichuan's face turned pale, his expression uncertain. He closed his eyes. In time, a pathway opened in his heart. Fine, but it must be outside the city to the place where 8 martial arts masters died kneeling. Lin Shichuan licked his lips, lowered his head, and covered the crazed look in his eyes. He needed to set up an altar to communicate with the mysterious person that even caused the ancestor of land immortals to panic, to invite that person to arrive and talk cooperation, and perhaps, to solve his predicament, to kill some people. Lin Shichuan gave a faint, almost imperceptible smile. End of the month, asking for tickets on the first day, there will be an extra 10,000 words guarantee. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 228, 175, High-Class Chui Family, Play Ghost on the Move. Chapter 228, Chapter 175, High-Class Chui Family, Play Ghost on the Move. To prevent potential cultist attacks and to ensure the safety of the headquarters Imperial Envoy, Lin Shichuan has been placed under care once more, because more important matters need to be addressed. During the 3-person meeting, Zhang Fuxing sat at the end of the round table, frowned, and knocked on the meeting table. Innate level. Zhang Fuxing's expression slightly relaxed. Saying it was humble would be unfair. But to say they are lofty and noble, it's not enough to make him look up to them. In a way, he himself is almost an innate realm. After pausing a bit, he continued. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. A Grandmaster has a lifespan of 300 years, an innate only about 800 years, and upon reaching celestial human, the lifespan suddenly extends by 5,000 years. Just a little over 1,000 years old, yet near the end of life? It seems the injury is quite severe indeed. After pondering a moment, he said, a moment ago, there was a report that the high-class Chui family in Golden City called, saying they will be visiting soon. Chen Dowling shrugged. What else could it be? He paused for a moment, his expression slightly serious. While he spoke, both Chen Dowling and Zhao went and cast their gazes towards Zhang Fuxing, who then asked, Director Zhang, what do you think about this? Though Zhang Fuxing appears on the surface to be just a grandmaster igniting the furnace fire of the body, the two of them dare not underestimate him in the slightest. The reason is simple. As fellow members of the High Heaven Association, this Director Zhang is valued by the true man. In fact, even Elder who has to treat this physical grandmaster with courtesy. Zhang Fuxing said without hesitation. Under the dim light, appearing not too old, could be called a young man or a teenager. Zhang Fuxing has a distinct aura of authority. Facing Zhang Wenting and Chun Daoling, who both hold positions higher than him in the decision-making group of three, yet here he decides, concluding, but if they decide to pick fruits? Zhao Wenting and Chun Daoling silently nodded, the latter offering a reminder. Zhang Fuxing casually threw a piece of calming tea into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, the bit of malice that could cloud the mind dissipating with it. He calmly said, pausing another moment, Zhang Fuxing stood up, buttoned his coat, and said placidly. Zhao Wenting and Chun Daoling exchanged a glance, the latter expressing admiration. Zhang Fuxing chuckled lightly, did not reply, nodded slightly, then pushed the door open and left the large conference room. He glanced at the martial arts master standing guard outside the conference room and ordered, the martial arts master, who has an extremely high status and could be called a big shot outside, lowered his head to the young man. First District Villa. The exalted Director General is playing rock, paper, scissors with Zhang Xiaoxi. Zhang Fuxing sat upright, smilingly said, you've already lost 12 times in a row. You should go wash the dishes, shouldn't you? Zhang Xiaoxi acted shamelessly again, puffing her cheeks. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the little cousin, observing every exact muscle use on her body. When Zhang Xiaoxi threw, he had already perceived her exact move. Zhang Fuxing smilingly said. Zhang Xiaoxi howled in discontent and went toward the kitchen, while Zhang Wentao and Zhou Guifang chuckled. Old Zhang shook his head. Zhang Fuxing glanced sideways and snorted. He lounged lazily on the sofa, stretched a bit, leisurely, relaxed at ease, calm. Here, he is Zhang Fuxing. Not some director general, not the great celestial venerate or anything like that. At this point, Zhang Fuxing felt he was still a person, rather than someone always calculating, and if it didn't work out, being the brute who just punched the other's head in. As the thought emerged, he immediately denied it. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart. How can I slack off? How dare I slack off? I still can't even punch an innate or celestial to death with a single blow. I'm still too weak. Zhang Fuxing slightly closed his eyes, then opened them, looking at his parents who were leaning together, eating sunflower seeds and watching TV. In this absurd and crazy world, a peaceful life requires enough strength to protect it. Speaking of which, what was my original intention? I remember now. I want to practice martial arts. I want to become stronger. It's the same now. Thoughts flickered. His mind became clear. All distracting thoughts disappeared. He continued to lazily sink into the sofa, listening to his parents' chatter and the sound of Zhang Xiaoxi angrily washing dishes in the kitchen. How nice! The landline phone in the living room, which was almost just for decoration, suddenly rang. Zhang Fuxing stood up, walked over, and casually picked up the phone. On the other end, a young woman's voice came through. Zhang Fuxing frowned. Nowadays, not many dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even old who would politely call him Director Zhang. He calmly said. The woman on the phone spoke with a haughty tone. I called Zhao Wenting and Chun Daoling first. They said you'd make the final decision. Zhang Fuxing's expression darkened. How long had it been since they moved? Even he didn't know the number for this landline, yet a high-class Chui family far in Golden City had called. His tone turned a bit cold. The woman on the other end seemed slightly displeased, but remained patient. Let's talk about the handover. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows. The woman on the phone laughed. A job handover, of course. Chun Daoling's position stays put. You and Zhao will do a job handover at that time. The woman continued unilaterally, as if it were all a matter of course. By then, you both will receive tribute treatment, and your whole family can reside in Golden City. Additionally, there will be a 10-year supply of resources without conditions. Zhang Fuxing remained silent. He was not angry, just speechless, hence the silence. The woman asked with a frown. Zhang Fuxing took a breath and patiently asked. The woman replied indifferently. Before she could finish, Zhang Fuxing hung up the phone and dialed Hu Zhongli. On the other end, Hu Zhongli chuckled wryly. Wenting just mentioned it to me. You don't have to mind it too much and temporarily avoid clashing with them. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, exchanged a few casual remarks with Hu Zhongli, and hung up the phone again. His father asked at this time. Zhang Fuxing casually replied, walked to the side room, pondered for a moment, and this time called Chun Dowling. On the other end, Chun Dowling sounded surprised but agreed readily. A few minutes later, Zhang Fuxing received a file on his phone. He looked it over briefly. Cui Qingyi, a prodigy of the Cui family, had remarkable talent and immense resources backing her. At just 33, she had already ignited the furnace fire of her physical body, making her an undisputed martial arts grandmaster. She resided in Golden City. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained calm as he slightly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, deep in the great wilderness, the blood-colored plague ghost lifted its head, stood up, and 31 grim skeletons at the Grandmaster level also stood. They donned black robes and hoods, their forms hidden in shadows, stepping towards the waiting area. Thus, in Chongyang City, between us there's no need to think. However, Zhang Fuxing expressionlessly hung up the phone, returned to the sofa, and sank back into it comfortably. Zhang Xiaoxi, finished with the dishes and in a huff, stormed out of the kitchen, only to get more annoyed seeing her younger cousin leisurely lounging. She plopped onto the sofa, shifted left and right, seemingly uncomfortable, and then lay on her back on the sofa, her small feet kicking at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing lifted her up, knocking 3 big bumps on her head. Zhang Xiaoxi wailed. As they played around, Zhang Fuxing's gaze grew deeply contemplative. Cui family. Originally, he thought they could cooperate, bringing them into the High Heaven Association. What a pity. In his mind, sensing far away, in the waiting area, led by the plague ghost, 31 Grandmaster-level skeletons had entered the core of the waiting area. The Cui family still has an old celestial being, temporarily beyond his ability to contend with, and now, he needs time. He could only let the Cui family descend into chaos first. Plague ghost. Zhang Fuxing let go, and Zhang Xiaoxi plopped back onto the ground with a cry, then charged again, baring her teeth and brandishing her claws. Chapter 229, 176. Departure imminent, the cultist scheme. Chapter 229, Chapter 176. Departure imminent, the cultist scheme afternoon. Public Security Headquarters. The original headquarters building had been blasted into a deep pit, and the headquarters was temporarily using a commercial building as its new office location. Temporary severe punishment area. Lu Mingzhu curled up in the corner, so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, but still didn't dare to sleep, alert to every sound. She was somewhat bewildered. What exactly had she done? What crime had she committed? To make the public security headquarters of a high-level city issue a transfer order. It seems like it was personally signed by that director general. She swallowed hard, a high-level city. For Lu Mingzhu, who had lived in a small city her whole life, it was unattainable, only a wild dream. She had imagined many times moving to a high-level city in the future, but now she found herself here in such a situation. She thought with bitter amusement, noticing other inmates in the cells were sizing her up, and she felt a chill. Each inmate carried a terrifying aura. Even the weakest seemed to be a 12 refined martial artist. 12 refinements. In a subordinate city, that would be a person whose foot stomp could make half the city tremble. The former owner of Peace Hotel was merely a 12 refined martial artist. But now, here, in the severe punishment area, apart from herself, the weakest inmate, several martial arts masters were detained here. Feeling the terrifying gazes sweeping over her, Lu Mingzhu's heart shivered. Fortunately, this was a single inmate's cell. Otherwise, clang, the iron door at the end of the hallway opened, and the new inmates in this temporary severe punishment area all looked up coldly. Then they all obediently withdrew their gazes. One inmate murmured. Lu Mingzhu curiously glanced over, wanting to see what kind of divine being it was that even these terrifying inmates feared. She saw a girl who looked much younger than herself, in her 20s with a very weak aura, seemingly with cultivation similar to hers, second or third refinement level, but in this severe punishment area full of great martial artists and martial arts masters, she walked steadily, without even a sideways glance. Not even bothering to glance at these strong figures. Lu Mingzhu sighed lightly in envy. The footsteps suddenly stopped nearby. A crisp, decisive female voice sounded. Lu Mingzhu was startled, quickly looking up, seeing the mysterious figure standing before her cell. She didn't dare to slack and hurriedly nodded in response. Lin Changle nodded, casually opened the cell door, stepped forward, and personally unlocked the special shackle for the tension-stricken Lu Mingzhu. She said, then turned to leave, and Lu Mingzhu stumbled after the graceful woman with 6 fingers. They had just exited the severe punishment area and ran into the Dragon Boat City Director General, who was still waiting. The Dragon Boat Director quickly stood up, nodding and bowing, having already learned about Miss Lin's identity, the only assistant to that esteemed figure. He hurried forward, ingratiating. Miss Lin, are you escorting Lu Mingzhu somewhere else? Lin Changle frowned, looking at the Dragon Boat Director approaching. The Dragon Boat Director's expression didn't change, his smile remained bright, but he stepped back several meters, still nodding and bowing. Lu Mingzhu watched him appear so obsequious, feeling a bit disoriented. This Director General in Dragon Boat City is the second official. Yet, she moved her mouth. Lin Changle only nodded back. She led Lu Mingzhu out of the public security headquarters, boarded a luxurious hovercar, and the hovercar slowly lifted off, engines humming, flying over the skies of Chongyang City. Through the window, Lu Mingzhu gazed at the now calm, repairing city and could finally see a bit of the high-level city's prosperity, far beyond what Dragon Boat or Jiangzhou could compare. Where? Lu Mingzhu couldn't help but ask. Lin Changle only glanced at her. Lu Mingzhu became tense all at once. The back of her head tingled. The director of Chongyang? That must surely be the legendary Grandmaster? In a daze, the hovercar arrived at District 1, descending slowly in front of a villa. Lin Changle checked her watch, speaking calmly. Lu Mingzhu nodded carefully. Time ticked by. Her heart grew more anxious, unable to stop imagining. What virtue or capability did she have to catch the eye of a high-level city director? As she pondered and imagined, the car door suddenly opened. Lu Mingzhu instinctively turned her head, eyes wide open. A familiar young face stood outside. Bo. The one standing outside the car was the boss, looking unchanged, still young, but missing a bit of his scholarly demeanor, having gained an air of mystery. Lu Mingzhu instinctively started to speak, then stopped. She saw the nearby distinguished figure bowing her head slightly, softly speaking. Lu Mingzhu froze in place. Director General? 2 simple, weightless words seemed to drop a bombshell in her mind, like a mighty iron hammer, chaotically pounding and chiseling in her brain, all sorts of thoughts and ideas tangled into confusion at this moment. Boss, Director Chongyang. No matter what, she could not connect these 2 terms. She was in tremendous shock, and then wild joy. Bo. The woman with 6 fingers bowed her head trembling. Zhang Fuxing casually responded. After a pause, he looked at the beautiful woman filled with panic and disbelief in her eyes and sighed softly. Lu Mingzhu quickly bowed her head. They're all well. When we first arrived at Dragon Boat City, Mr. She cautiously said. Zhang Fuxing calmly reflected. He already had plans for where to go. Vital energy, spirit, heaven, and earth. The 3 lamps of furnace fire require visiting 3 subordinate cities. Du Mingxing's situation over in Chongshan is temporarily unchanged. Zhang Fuxing plans to go there last. Even if he were fully liberated now, revealing all his cards, he would only be comparable to a spiritual grand sect. Nevertheless, he must at least be able to contend with Heaven and Earth Grand Sect before going to Chongshan City. First, take a trip to Dragon Boat. Returning from his thoughts, Zhang Fuxing again looked at the beautiful woman. Lu Mingzhu was taken aback, and Lin Changle was puzzled. Currently, in this city, in terms of power, The boss ranks among the top 5. Why still focus on the lower 3 districts? Zhang Fuxing did not elaborate much. Normally, the underworld of the lower 3 districts indeed is not noteworthy. But if those various sects infiltrate in large numbers afterward, the first point of contact for them is the lower 3 districts. Zhang Fuxing aims for absolute control over these. Thoughts swirling, he instructed Lin Changle. Lin Changle lowered his head, softly responded. In a secret location, many followers gathered. Someone lightly tapped the tabletop and said in a deep voice. This upper envoy glanced around, continued. Various upper envoys discussed amongst themselves, all probing the feasibility of action. Someone lightly tapped the tabletop, spoke. An upper envoy refuted. He had sharp, insightful eyes. The upper envoys fell silent, all quietly contemplating the practicality. Indeed, Chongyang's Director General is merely a grandmaster, not highly cultivated, but his position is unique, especially now during the martial law state in Chongyang City. In a sense, he is one of the highest authorities in Chongyang. And Chongyang is undoubtedly to become a land of great contention. Various sects and factions are certain to advance one after another. The old woman seated at the head, appearing 70 to 80 years old, spoke in a low tone. The remaining upper envoys cast respectful glances at her. The old woman wore a large, loose garment with drooping sleeves. On her exposed skin was etched a peculiar and sinister scroll. She was also a great sect, yet seemingly held an exceptional standing, now reaching a final verdict. Pausing for a while, the old woman leisurely gazed around. All great sect bow their heads to meet her gaze. She proceeds. The old woman pointed to the bizarre tattoos covering her body, her voice solemn. A dozen upper envoys echoed. In the Golden Province, half of Pantheon's upper envoys were present. The old woman shakily stood. The sinister tattoos on her skin twisted slightly with her motion, appearing extremely demonic. The old woman exhaled. All upper envoys' expressions changed, nodded, though not in the innate realm, nor divine favor envoy. Truth be told, not much difference. Everyone responded in unison. Each upper envoy stood, tattoos on their bodies twisted and squirmed, shadows engulfed behind them. Chu Family Manor, Dungeon. Jean Shiyue, completely bound by chains. Specially crafted chains pierced her body, aligning along each bone, locking her firmly in place. In front, suddenly mist rolled. She laboriously raised her head, saw an indescribable chaotic fog emerging from the void, from within the mist, as if from a distant and profound place. The sound of footsteps echoed, arrived. Solemn, dignified. Top, 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 footsteps approaching closer. Chapter 230, 177. Primordial Scripture, petitioning the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Chapter 230, Chapter 177. Primordial Scripture, petitioning the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Jean Shiyue's throat moved as she stared intently at the scene within. A moment later, in the depths of the fog, a blurry figure was faintly visible, clearly right there, just in front of her, yet as if it was still far away, coming closer, step by step. An old man emerged from the chaotic fog, standing before her. Jean Shiyue swallowed, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of her neck. She recognized the newcomer, the mysterious figure who had reprimanded the celestial vault, the one causing an uproar as the rumored master behind the High Heaven Association. She was ecstatic. 3 costs, 1 blessing. The old man spoke softly, his calm voice making the chaotic fog roil violently. He said serenely. Jean Shiyue panted heavily. Indeed, indeed. How could I die here? How could I fall here? Valued by the celestial venerate. She lowered her head, enduring the pain of chains scraping against her bones, and said respectfully. The true man said calmly. Jean Shiyue's pupils shrank violently. If not for the chains, she would have almost leaped up. The true man spoke gently, the chaotic fog expanding and contracting with his voice. The light voice echoed in the dungeon. and Jin Shuyu's lips trembled. Enlightenment, root bone. But without these, what am I? The true man shook his head and sighed. He turned straight around to leave, the chaotic fog beginning to swirl. Wait, Jin, Shyu screamed. The true man's steps paused slightly, accompanied by a long silence. Jin Shyu spoke through gritted teeth, having made her choice. If enlightenment and root bone can be given away, then something better can be obtained. Freedom, 100 years of refining spirit, entering the Grandmaster realm. These things are real, tangible. The true man turned around and looked at her. Light and shadow shifted, and Jin Shuyue felt something being extracted from her body. She found that her inborn golden flesh and jade bone had vanished, her mind becoming fuzzy and disordered. The cultivation puzzle she used to solve a thought now seemed as inscrutable as a celestial book, also dissipating, leaving her with the 20 years she had honed her techniques in the past, but in their place a new memory, 100 years of refining spirit. The divine realm, achieved. She looked up, wanted to give thanks, but the only response was the gaze of the true man. Her head buzzed, and she lost consciousness at once. She didn't know how much time had passed. When she woke up again, she was already on a barren plain. Am I? Jin Shuyue murmured in bewilderment. The divine realm. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, quietly sensing. The bone within his body swiftly turned a faint jade color, a hint of golden light appearing in his skin. Not Buddha's golden light, but purely an innately special physique. With golden flesh and jade bone bestowed upon me, it may double my cultivation speed. Zhang Fuxing murmured, an innate special physique, unlike Black Eye and Chen Wanyu, whose traits were influenced by mythical entities. This golden flesh and jade bone is the most fundamental, primitive special physique. Zhang Fuxing integrated Jin Shuyue's enlightenment into himself. A serene and calm expression appeared on his face. It was like when he drank his first cup of calming tea in his youth, when his mind was chaotic and filled with resentment. His thoughts became sharp, his enlightenment multiplying exponentially. Upon opening his eyes again, sitting in the Eight Sceneries Palace, seated on the meditation mat, contemplating various truths, he found he could gain something from all of them. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips with excitement. He breathed out, a vibrant smile appearing on his face, as various Tao and principles weaved in his mind. The philosophical truths, which previously baffled him, now made sense in a single thought. The mysteries he couldn't comprehend, now fully understood. He introspected on his ego, silently recalling the teachings of his grandmaster on One Qi True Saint, or rather, Tai Chi among the innate 5 Qi. This is truly supreme, marvelous technique. Something seized from Jade Void Palace by a deity occupying a celestial position, involving cause and effect. The 20 years of technique practice from Jin Shuyue was taken by Zhang Fuxing. He now fully understood the differences in cultivation time, merely separating flesh cultivation, spiritual cultivation, and technique cultivation. Maybe adding divine power enlightenment. Strong bull demon body, One Qi True Saint, even the tiger roar fist learned earlier, all belong to the category of technique. In other words, the cultivation time for techniques is universal. The 20 years have been completely integrated. In the first year, I started cultivating One Qi True Saint, attempting to comprehend the marvel of Tai, my thoughts racing, inspiration flowing like a fountain. I initially grasped the principle of Tai Chi, deciding to root in the Tao of cause and effect contained within. I understood some of the Tao of cause and effect. My spiritual sense surged, and my ability to sense movements before they occurred increased significantly. Chapter 231 a 177. Primordial Scripture. Petitioning sin extinguishing celestial venerate. Chapter 231. Chapter 177. Primordial Scripture. Petitioning sin extinguishing celestial venerate. Year 2. The One Qi True Saint is too profound. I made some progress, but not much. I seem to understand What is cause and effect? I seem to vaguely see the cause and effect of others. Year 19. I have successfully entered the One Chi True Saint. While sitting in the Eight Sceneries Palace, I suddenly had a realization, discovering that this technique is not really called One Chi True Saint. The mystical words of the One Chi True Saint scripture suddenly began to reorganize into a higher level and more profound scripture. It is called primordial scripture. The One Chi True Saint technique turned into the first chapter of the 5 chapters of primordial, the Tai chapter, which is the cause and effect scripture in the primordial scripture. Year 20, I continued to delve into the Tai chapter of the primordial scripture, gaining some insights, and learned a combat technique from it. Parallel cause and effect. The surging tide of memories stops here. Zhang Fuxing was slightly panting, his gaze bright as fire. The One Chi True Saint that he originally couldn't comprehend, whose cultivation technique he couldn't even hear, at this moment, after 20 years, he has entered the entry level. This is a technique from the Jade Void Palace. Zhang Fuxing silently comprehended, amazed. Entering the Tai chapter, in a certain sense, represents entering the primordial scripture. It's a pity it's only the Tai chapter, and the Tai chapter is not even the main cultivation technique in the primordial scripture. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a turbid breath, silently sensing the wonder of the killing technique in the Tai chapter. In his mind, he contemplates the primordial scripture. His thoughts evolve into the initial state where there is nothing, and a state of nothingness manifests on his body. He reaches out, forming a fist, and, in the divine realm, fabricates a dummy, staring at it, then punches. Using the primordial scripture, Tai chapter, parallel cause and effect. At the same instant as he punches, the fist has already landed on the dummy, which shatters. Zhang Fuxing gasped. It was the parallel cause and effect fist. Punching is cause, hitting is effect. Under parallel cause and effect, the intermediate process is directly omitted, becoming the moment of punching. The fist has already hit the Tao of cause and effect. Only at the entry level, it already involves the Tao of cause and effect, and even directly applies it. Zhang Fuxing shivered slightly, murmuring softly. He lowered his head, staring at the meditation mat. Is it because of his hard cultivation, sitting firmly on the meditation mat? That must be it. Zhang Fuxing recreated the dummy, then created a thick barrier between himself and the dummy. He stands in front of the barrier, closes his eyes, contemplating the void of heaven and earth, runs the primordial ancient scripture. The moment of punching, the fist has arrived. The dummy shatters, yet the thick barrier blocking in front of him didn't move an inch. Cause and effect fist. Zhang Fuxing thought of Northern European mythology from his past life. In the mythology, the divine king Odin held a spear called Gungnir, also known as the Spear of Destiny. Once thrown, it is fated to hit. Just like himself now. Zhang Fuxing was amazed. This is just the Tai chapter of the primordial ancient scripture, and this is only a combat technique in the Tai chapter. Zhang Fuxing paused for a moment. Through the mark left on Jin Xue, he accurately sensed the position in the great wilderness outside Chongyang City. Now, at this moment, he ran the Tai chapter, constructing in his mind the complete process of himself searching, finding, punching, and then striking Jin Xue, his spiritual thoughts also following the mark, locking onto Jin Xue. Then, sitting in the divine realm, sitting in the Taoist palace, Zhang Fuxing unfolded his fist, sighed lightly, punch out. He punches in the illusory land, in a fleeting moment, in the great wilderness. The newly freed Jin Xue trudged laboriously and exhaustedly between the mountains, clenching her teeth, with what seemed like flames hidden in her eyes. Zhang! She gnashed her teeth, as if she wanted to tear, chew, and swallow those 3 characters. In the midst of these words, Jin Xue suddenly felt a shiver down her spine, a cold sweep over her back, and abruptly raised her head. In a trance, she seemed to glimpse a majestic figure, and a brilliant punch mark where cause and effect twisted and every strike hit the target. Her head exploded with a bang. Eight Sceneries Palace. Zhang Fuxing punched into the void, as drops of blood inexplicably began to appear on his fist. Jin Qiuyue's blood. Zhang Fuxing gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. This was the killing technique of cause and effect parallel. A faint smile appeared on his face. Night fell. Old Ghost Chai slightly lowered his head and respectfully said, "According to your instructions, some serious offenders have also been sent there to join Xiu Mountain." Well done. Zhang Fuxing gave a couple of instructions, and Old Ghost Chai respectfully retreated. He turned his head, looking at Lin Shirquan, whose expression was uncertain. Zhang Fuxing smiled. "You've heard and seen too much of what you shouldn't have. Perhaps you'll never be able to leave Chongyang City in your life." He was genuinely curious about what Lin Shirquan intended to do there. Lin Shirquan's lips trembled as he turned away without speaking. Zhang Fuxing wasn't bothered. Lifting him up with a few leaps, they already reached outside the city. With his current cultivation, 10 times the speed of sound was nothing out of the ordinary. In an instant, they were in the man-made desert. And then, Zhang Fuxing stared at Lin Shirquan, whose heart was pounding as he looked at the 8 kneeling martial arts masters, operating a special Dharma gate, sensing the lingering threads of aura. He spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing was intrigued. He almost laughed. A god? What kind of god? Lin Shirquan, however, nodded seriously. Zhang Fuxing gestured invitingly, stepping back a couple steps. His divine thought quietly enveloped Lin Shirquan, keeping a close watch on his every move to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Lin Shirquan's hands formed strange seals, chanting peculiar scriptures, seemingly communicating. Zhang Fuxing silently sensed it. The communication was with heaven and earth. He attempted to learn, mimic, record this method of communication. Lin Shirquan suddenly roared, slashing his palm, blood gushing out. The blood floated and twisted in the air, forming a line of blurred characters. Zhang Fuxing focused his gaze. It was 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing, celestial venerate. He widened his eyes, in a daze. Lin Shirquan's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He swiftly retreated, slashing his palm, spilling large amounts of blood, retreating while shouting. His loud chant, blood spattering, rising and eventually piling up into a small blood-colored altar in the void. Zhang Fuxing. Chapter 232, 178. He sits upon the underworld. Chapter 232, Chapter 178. He sits upon the underworld. This scene was astonishing, completely beyond Zhang Fuxing's comprehension. Lin Shirquan was merely a grandmaster with a minor perfection spirit realm, completely incapable of influencing reality. Yet at this moment he cut his palm and wrist, and the blood sprayed forth, forming a small blood altar in the air. A more terrifying scene unfolded. "If you want to stop me now," Lin Shirquan allowed the blood to keep flowing, the furnace fire behind his head quietly burning, drawing mysterious factors and subtle power of heaven and earth to stimulate the divine technique within the flames, the blood rebirth. Zhang Fuxing frowned, spiritual thoughts sensing it. At the moment the blood altar was formed, a strange force field appeared around Lin Shirquan. He reached out his hand, only for the force field to block it. 30 million pounds of force, 40 million, 50 million, until it reached the limit of its basic form. 80 million pounds of force. The invisible force field creaked under unbearable weight, and a tiny crack splintered in the void with a palm pressed. The smile on Lin Shirquan's face suddenly froze. He was horrified. Without hesitation, peeled open his chest and back skin, pulled out his spine, and with blood rebirth a new spine grew, only to be pulled out again. Bloody. Zhang Fuxing's palm pressed upon the unknown force field. It was essentially unable to stop him. He could break it with full strength, even using cause and effect parallel, no matter how thick the force field. It would be futile. But he didn't want to interrupt Lin Shirquan. His spiritual sense did not warn. He wanted to see what Lin Shirquan was up to. Under Zhang Fuxing's gaze, Lin Shirquan pulled out his spine 8 times, tore off his own skin more than 10 times. He endured the pain, wrapping the spine and skin into a simple drum of skin and bone. This scene made Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitch. Oh, how painful that must be. And also, it was just too eerie. Like a cultist, even more than a cultist. Lin Shirkuan wasn't doing well either. He mastered third-class secret techniques, now sacrificing his own bloody bones and skin, which was the highest grade, yet also the most painful and damaging. But that was for the divine spirit. Should have realized earlier. Lin Shirkuan panted heavily, the furnace fire behind his head flickering. He used all his strength to fiercely slap the skin drum. The palm exploded into shreds upon the drumhead of skin pulled taut. A low and solemn sound reverberated. Ripples formed on the blood altar amidst the drum sound. Lin Shirkuan roared. He clapped his hands crosswise, slamming the drum, each strike shattering a hand, then healing immediately under the glow of the furnace fire. The drum beats droned on endlessly, bone fragments piled up on the ground. Blood splattered, the altar grew taller. The scene was as bizarre as it was bizarre, as strange as it was strange. Zhang Fuxing's pupils suddenly shrank. He heard the drum beats, not in front of him, but down below, within his spiritual perception, within the divine realm, faint, like the buzz of gnats, yet also harmonized with the roaring in front of him from Lin Shirkuan's arduous drumming. Once more and again. How did he? Zhang Fuxing murmured, his thoughts sinking into the depth of his spirit, deep into the divine realm. He found the source of the drum beats. In front of the divine statue worshipped day and night by dozens of souls for hundreds of years, within the ever-burning incense burner. Kook, kook. The drum beats sounded. The souls worshipping were bewildered. Faint words of prayer, invocations resounded. Zhang Fuxing snapped his fingers, and the entire divine realm, except for the Five Mansions Temple and the other shore region, suddenly froze. The grim skeletons wandering, the flawless souls kneeling. His form vague, blurred, after pondering a moment, merged his mind with the giant divine statue that had been knelt before and prayed. For hundreds of years, Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes. The divine statue opened its eyes, looked down. He saw, within the divine realm, from an indescribable perspective, he saw within reality, and saw the altar, saw Lin Shirkuan beating the drum, though beyond that was hazy. The perspective happened to be within the force field. Zhang Fuxing marveled, pondering, operated the enormous divine statue that shouldn't be able to move, and spoke. Meanwhile, in reality, Lin Shirkuan beat the skin drum again and again, drenched in sweat, blood flying, bone shards gathering more and more. A solemn, majestic, divine-laden sigh resounded from the blood altar. Lin Shirkuan ecstatically fell to his knees. He kowtowed, his heart surged. It succeeded, it succeeded. Lin Shirkuan peeled out his heart, placed it on the blood altar. The furnace fire illuminated. He coldly glanced at the young man, standing motionless outside the force field, then continued kowtowing. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts sank into the divine realm. Within the giant divine statue, he silently perceived, stealthily operated the primordial ancient scripture, able to vaguely sense some fragmented causes and effects. But it was enough. Through cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing vaguely discovered the root which allowed Lin Shirkuan to build the blood altar and reach this place was because of incense, intangible and ethereal, yet truly existent incense. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. With enlightenment skyrocketing, Zhang Fuxing, only through the divine statue's perspective, seeing into cause and effect, and just now monitoring Lin Shirkuan's every move, at this moment arrived at a rough conclusion. Thoughts revolving, manipulating the divine statue with its head bowed, issuing a vast voice. Lin Shirkuan intoned, the altar rotated, facing Zhang Fuxing outside the force field. And from the perspective of the divine statue, Zhang Fuxing also saw his own body in reality. I kill myself? A thought occurred to Zhang Fuxing. His thoughts returned to his true self. As he raised his eyes, looking at Lin Shirkwan with a crazed expression at the darkened blood altar and at the vaguely towering form looming above. Thoughts swiftly churned, then rapidly subsided. A smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the blood altar. Lin Shirchuan's crazed expression suddenly froze. He panic-strickenly lifted his head, panic-strickenly looked at the blood altar, suddenly hearing a chuckle emanate from the altar's celestial body. Zhang Fuxing solemnly shook his head. He clasped his hands again and bowed to the blood altar. The altar reflected a hazy, sky-reaching divine Dharma body, which calmly accepted the gesture and then sighed. The divine spirit's authoritative voice resonated from the unknown. Lin Shirkwan was now bewildered, his mind chaotic. 2 months. From mortal to grandmaster? Is a grandmaster. If it were just that, it would be all right. He is well acquainted and familiar with this 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Lin Shirkwan forced a smile more bitter than crying, prostrating on the ground, shivering slightly. Lin Shirkwan knelt on the ground, trembling. The hazy divine spirit reflected from the altar chuckled silently, turning its gaze to Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing bowed, earnestly said. After a pause, he smiled. Lin Shirkwan, awed by the string of titles, lifted his head, casting a grateful glance towards Zhang Fuxing. The altar vibrated. Divine Spirit's authoritative voice resonated from the unknown. The altar reflected a flickering, ethereal vision. Lin Shirkwan respectfully bowed, looked up in a fleeting glance, glimpsing a fraction of the venerable god's domain. Before the venerable god, kneeling were vague soul spirits. Afar were overlapping hellish landscapes, a sky-reaching ghost gate, where countless souls float in a purgatory of death, a river slicing through the land, along its banks a faint glow. That faint glow, as if gazing towards the other shore, like a destination. The altar disintegrated. Lin Shirkwan lay prostrate on the ground, gasping voraciously, hearing the protective barrier he had constructed shatter, as a pair of feet stepped before him. With difficulty, he lifted his head, finding it was the young man. Silence, silence. Under the night sky, autumn winds gently blew. Lin Shirkwan began lowly, placing a hand on his shoulder, helping him up. Zhang Fuxing said indifferently. Lin Shirchuan's expression was complex, still drenched in cold sweat, for he had sensed divine wrath, already enveloped by the feeling of impending death. If not for Zhang Fuxing speaking up, he did not question how Zhang Fuxing came to favor with a divine spirit, merely nodded, softly said. Lin Shirkwan concealed nothing, having pledged allegiance to the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, naturally having to be loyal. He spoke in a low voice. After a pause, Lin Shirkwan looked at Zhang Fuxing again, cautiously asked, I wonder, in which sect does the venerable god stand? Zhang Fuxing smiled and patted Lin Shirchuan's shoulder, brushing off dust and blood stains. Lin Shirkwan swallowed, somewhat lost, murmuring to himself, Zhang Fuxing raised his brows. What did it mean that deities could not reach? That other shore flower cluster's ancient saint, then? Wait a moment. That ancient saint said he was imprisoned, exiled there, seemingly not having seen any living beings for many years. Thoughts circulated, temporarily contained. He heard Lin Shirkwan ponder. Zhang Fuxing calmly replied. Lin Shirkwan suddenly understood. Zhang Fuxing continued. Lin Shirchuan's demeanor tensed. After a brief silence, he bowed his head. Chapter 233, 179, Fleet Departure, Arrival of the Attack. Chapter 233, Chapter 179, Fleet Departure, Arrival of the Attack. The farce quickly ended. Zhang Fuxing took Lin Shirkwan back to the city center and lifted the restrictions on him. But necessary surveillance was still indispensable. Lin Shirkwan could understand this. After all, mere words carry no weight. Under Zhang Fuxing's witness, he immediately contacted Lin Yuxing to report all matters in detail. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yuxing fell into silence. For a long time, Lin Yuxing murmured deeply and spoke. Both Lin Shirkwan and Lin Yuxing, who was far away in the Golden City, turned pale simultaneously. Using a divine spirit as a Dharma aspect? If it's an incomplete, mere form of a Dharma aspect, that would be fine, as many contemplation techniques can achieve that. But if it's a true God Dharma aspect that truly wields authority. After a long silence, Lin Yuxing's voice came through. Zhang Fuxing shook his hand to refuse. He didn't have the leisure for that. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yuxing's breathing quickened. After the exchange with Lin Yuxing, Zhang Fuxing quietly returned home. His mom and dad were already asleep, and that girl Zhang Xiaoxi was still packing in her room. Early tomorrow morning, she would follow the research team back to the Golden City. By rights, the research team would have stayed in Chongyang City for a long time, but due to the previous attack and the current unrest, the research team decided to return to the Golden City temporarily. Of course, the main reason was that Yu Huafeng needed to go back to attempt to retrieve some level 4-star beast meat. Without disturbing Zhang Xiaoxi, Zhang Fuxing silently returned to his own room and sat cross-legged. His mind immersed itself into the divine realm. Gazing at the enormous divine statue, he let out a soft sigh. Unable to comprehend it, Zhang Fuxing didn't linger on it. He first entered the Five Mansions Temple, opening the Tao scripture without restraint. The Tao scripture, containing mysterious texts, had a total of 81 pages. Zhang Fuxing's eyes sparkled. At least he could now vaguely understand the meaning of the text on the first page, instead of being unable to grasp even a single word's meaning as in the past. Zhang Fuxing quickly flipped through the Tao scripture, and the latter pages once again became indecipherable. Zhang Fuxing pondered, ancestor of Earth Immortals. The so-called Earth Immortal is an immortal of the Earth, like the Five Mountains Emperors or many Earth deities, including city gods, such underworld deities. Jin Yuanzi's position is indeed extensive. In some sense, they might even be one of the ancestors of the underworld. The Tao scripture suddenly left his hands. Zhang Fuxing frowned and looked, seeing wisps of blue smoke swirling in the incense burner, forming writing. Zhang Fuxing almost laughed. He knew the ancestor of land immortals couldn't see or hear him, so he stared at the two smoky lines in the swirling smoke. Zhang Fuxing couldn't be bothered to prattle with the ancestor of land immortals and turned to leave, descending upon the land of the other shore. "I'm here," he wrote on the muddy ground. "Moments latte." Zhang Fuxing squinted slightly, writing again. After a brief silence, Zhang Fuxing was thoughtful, pondering for a moment before asking again. Looking at the lines of emerging text, Zhang Fuxing's eyes flickered. He accompanied the ancient saint in idle talk, subtly inquiring about many matters concerning the underworld. Once he had a rough outline in his mind. Only then did he end the conversation. He left the land of the other shore, speaking to himself. According to what the ancient saint said, the underworld has no sky, no sun, shrouded in impenetrable fog, no creatures, no ghostly apparitions, only it alone, a single deity. Chapter 234, 179, Fleet Departure, The Attack Arrives, Part 2. Chapter 234, Chapter 179, Fleet Departure, The Attack Arrives, Part 2, and Still Trapped in the Yellow Springs. That's right, the Yellow Springs. Zhang Fuxing murmured. Perhaps everything that the ancient saint said from beginning to end is true, but Zhang Fuxing dared not fully believe it. The most crucial thing is the Yellow Springs River is anchored, the high probability being Lin Yuxing. Zhang Fuxing pondered. This is the only place that might get exposed. Once Lin Yuxing becomes a celestial human, after communicating with this ancient saint, he will discover, in the underworld, there never was a 9 netherworlds sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Zhang Fuxing took a breath. How far is Lin Yuxing from being a celestial human? He did not know. But before that, try to bind the other party to the chariot as much as possible. Staring at the other shore flower cluster, gazing at the Yellow Springs River by the Bridge of Helplessness, Zhang Fuxing sighed gently. Year-round immersion in the Yellow Springs River, seeing no people, lonely and isolated. What kind of despair would that be? Under such circumstances, he did not go mad. He can even calmly communicate with me. able to write divine power techniques. Such determination, Zhang Fuxing silently exited the divine realm. 2 days later, September, the autumn wind has become desolate. In the Golden City, a massive aerospace ship slowly descended. The hatch opened, and an elderly woman shakily walked down. Yu Huafeng looked surprised. Lin Yuxing smiled, extended his hand to lead the way. Yu Huafeng was puzzled, a slight vigilance in her heart, and walked shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuxing. When they moved to a place far away from the crowd, Lin Yuxing suddenly spoke. Yu Huafeng suddenly turned sideways. Tai Ching. This is a title only known to the core members of the High Heaven Association, such as Chun Daoling, Zhao Wenting, or those two golden legislators. After a brief shock, the elderly woman also smiled faintly. Lin Yuxing's voice deepened. I've never met a true man. I've only heard from A. After a pause, he shifted the topic. The elderly woman turned her head, pondered for a moment, and then said, Lin Yuxing said frankly. Yu Huafeng was silent for a moment. Lin Yuxing thought for a moment, then said, Yu Huafeng laughed. Now it was Lin Yuxing's turn to be surprised. This elder Yu didn't even ask what those people were coming for. Just because of the name Zhang Fuxing, she directly agreed. Lin Yuxing pondered, elevating his assessment of Zhang Fuxing once again. This divine envoy is more mysterious than he imagined. One more day. Morning. The aerospace ship, lavishly decorated purely for enjoyment, slowly lifted off. Accompanying it were 8 small military escort ships. This is Zhang Fuxing's current treatment. Sitting in the all-glass observation deck at the top of the aerospace ship, he reached for the glass of wine handed by the attendant and took a sip. Zhang Fuxing looked around, exhaled gently. This was his first time on an aerospace ship, and it's not even a combat sequence, aerial manner. Inside the aerospace ship, there's an artificial lake, bamboo forest, orchard, even a small pavilion in the lake. This was a luxury he had never conceived of before, using an aerospace ship as an aerial manner. As the attendant introduced, he was cutting some unknown expensive fruit for this important person. He respectfully said, Zhang Fuxing nodded casually, flipping through some documents. With his current permissions, many things can already be queried at will. For example, smuggling. The smuggling in subordinate cities is even simpler than he imagined. Through some specific land routes, one can directly reach another subordinate city. The Federation tried to regulate it, but it cannot be completely eradicated. If he had known the smuggling path back then, there would have been no need to hit the celestial vaults. Extreme top. Time passed by bits and pieces. The space fleet traversed silently through one bubble heaven and earth after another via special routes, and one city after another appeared below. PM in the afternoon. Zhang Fuxing looked out with interest. Overlooking this little world, could see 2 gigantic cities in the south and north respectively. Between cities, many villages and small towns were dotted. This is completely different from other little worlds. The attendant, observing his expression, timely introduced. Zhang Fuxing nodded thoughtfully. The attendant hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, Zhang Fuxing smirked, shaking his head, closed his eyes slightly to rest. He suddenly opened his eyes. A sudden sense struck. His hair stood on end. It was his spiritual sense, wildly warning him. Zhang Fuxing shouted. The order swiftly communicated throughout the entire fleet. The fleet halted, hovering above the celestial vault. The 8 escort ships scattered in 8 directions, and the main guns unlocked. 8 bright lights gathered on each escort ship. Zhang Fuxing sat upright, quietly gathering strength, his gaze sweeping in all directions through the transparent glass. The vast sky and cloud sea, at an unknown time, had ceased rolling. The celestial vault fell into an eerie calm. Chapter 235, 180, Expel, Expel, Expel. Chapter 235, Chapter 180, Expel, Expel, Expel. On the yellow earth, Wei Lingzhu wiped the sweat off her forehead and closed the hood of the off-road vehicle. She turned back and said to her brother Wei Qingshan, It's fixed. Wei Qingshan scratched his head and laughed heartily. He licked his lips. Wei Lingzhu rolled her eyes, lifted her head, and looked toward the endless celestial vault. Above the clouds, a massive aerospace ship and 8 escort ships were quietly hovering. Wei Qingshan said enviously. Wei Lingzhu shrugged her shoulders. An aerospace ship traveling with escort ships? No sooner had she spoken. The sky suddenly lit up with dazzling light. The siblings squinted their eyes to see, above the celestial vault, the 8 escort ships fired simultaneously, high-energy beams tearing through the sea of clouds. But more heavy clouds rolled in, filling the gaps again. The brilliant light reflected on the siblings' faces, and they both swallowed. Wei Qingshan didn't dare delay and hurriedly got in the car, floored the gas pedal. The off-road vehicle surged forward with a roar. Meanwhile, inside the aerospace ship, a captain reported through the intercom. After a pause, that captain gave orders to the other 8 escort ships, unlock self-destruct programs. Voices of received came one after another. Zhang Fuxing didn't respond at all to the captain's words. He sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the figure that had suddenly appeared before him. The attendant had become a corpse, collapsed on the ground. Zhang Fuxing examined the middle-aged man before him, covered in strange tattoos, and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded reservedly. Director Zhang has keen insight. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hu Yuan Shan, appointed as upper envoy of the Pantheon. After a pause, he smiled and said, Zhang Fuxing's pupils slightly contracted. 13 great sect members. He laughed. While speaking, Zhang Fuxing's mind raced. Among the 13 great sect, there was likely someone who had ignited the spirit furnace fire, or even the heaven and earth furnace fire. He was difficult to confront directly. First, see what they wanted to do. With this in mind, he smiled and asked. Hu Yuan Shan spoke sincerely, his mind drifting to the body furnace fire and qi blood furnace fire. A great sect with 2 furnaces ignited. Zhang Fuxing kept a straight face, simply nodded. Hu Yuan Shan gazed indifferently at Director Chongyang before him, his tone calm, but with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched. Hu Yuan Shan still wore a smiling face, said blandly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the young director before him sigh, close his eyes, and speak calmly. If so, Hu Yuan Shan was puzzled, but then laughed. He placed his hands on the table, smiling. We don't want to make a big scene, but it doesn't mean we can't. Before he finished, Hu Yuan Shan saw the young director stand up, tidy his clothes, and then slowly extend a hand, reaching toward him. He laughed, casually blocking. Director Zhang intends to overestimate himself and move the immovable tree. Mid-sentence, the 2 hands met. Hu Yuan Shan's smile abruptly froze. He felt a mountain, an infinitely high mountain, and a vast sea, an immensely terrifying force. In an instant, Hu Yuan Shan's palm cracked, shattered, his expression drastically changed. The 2 furnace fires behind him flared up. The Dharma aspect was about to surge out, tear apart the aerospace ship. He saw the young man utter an OM. Only one character, but incredibly immense. Hu Yuan Shan felt his vision, his mind, were occupied by a gigantic OM. His essence, qi, and spirit simultaneously suppressed. His head began to crack, began to shatter. The terrified shout had just begun. Zhang Fuxing had already crushed his head. The body furnace fire was blown out by the gloomy yin qi from a single othershore bone. Chapter 236, 180, Expel, Expel, Expel. 2. Chapter 236, Chapter 180, Expel, Expel, Expel. 2. The furnace fire extinguished, the blood rebirth ceased, and a corpse fell to the ground. After a breath, a grim skeleton at the level of qi blood furnace fire stood up quietly. Zhang Fuxing could feel, within the shadow of the sea of clouds, gazes suddenly astonished, suddenly sharp, one of which pierced his whole body with pain. There is an extremely powerful being. He pressed a button, issuing a command to the entire ship. The command was issued. 3 seconds later, the doors of the 8 escort ships opened. Crew members jumped out one after another, and after several breaths, the grandmasters hidden within the sea of clouds came to their senses. 8 fireballs, each with a radius exceeding 500 meters, bloomed within the sea of clouds. The enormous explosion was deafening. The shock waves swept across, and countless cracks appeared at the peak of the celestial vault, the firelight illuminating the distant South City. The sea of clouds was also shredded by the massive shock wave. The remaining aerospace ship immediately changed direction, heading toward the peak of the celestial vault. 1 breath, 2 breaths. About to collide, about to charge into the waiting area. A soft knock echoed. Visible ripples swept through the celestial vault, causing the entire aerospace ship to freeze in place. In the torn sea of clouds, within the unfinished firelight, silhouettes appeared, each bearing twisted and eerie tattoos on their bodies. The leading old woman stepped onto the celestial vault, her descent creating ripples. The surrounding firelight in the sky suddenly froze, as if the pause button was pressed. A great sect, quite unexpected. The old woman walked step by step, her appearance frail and decrepit, 11 grandmasters quietly following behind her. Near the aerospace ship, the old woman merely extended a finger, gently tapping. The frozen aerospace ship was suddenly torn into pieces, its similarly frozen crew floating in midair. A grandmaster of the Pantheon asked, perplexed, "Didn't see Zhang Fuxing." The opponent vanished. The old woman spoke placidly, suddenly glanced sideways, her gaze fixed on a point in the air, extended her hand, gently tapping. Another crisp sound, ripples emerged, the air twisted, and a silhouette appeared. Zhang Fuxing. He slightly furrowed his brows, staring at the mysterious old woman. The old woman replied indifferently. Zhang Fuxing nodded in understanding. A grandmaster who already possesses the 1,000-year refining spirit position. The old woman continued speaking calmly, praising. The airy voice reverberated above the sea of clouds. The remaining 11 upper envoys shuddered in horror. 1,000-year refining spirit position? They inhaled sharply. Zhang Fuxing did not respond, firmly staring at the old woman. The sensation she gave him was akin to facing Neo Dali during his 3rd or 4th refinement. Powerful, far more powerful than himself. Not only did she ignite 4 furnace fires, but she also possessed the 1,000-year position. This is already a quasi-innate. The old woman slightly raised her eyelids at this moment, staring at the young man before her, without the slightest hint of relaxation. The opponent, likewise, gave her a sense of danger. Though faint, it was indeed real. Time passed bit by bit. The old woman seemed to lose patience, speaking with disinterest. Director Zhang hasn't decided yet? In the airy voice, enormous Dharma aspects tore through, each exceeding 1,000 meters. This signifies that the 11 grandmasters, the weakest, ignited the 2nd Chi blood furnace fire. There was, however, no enormous Dharma aspect rising behind the old woman. Zhang Fuxing lifted his head, gazing at the 11 Dharma aspects towering above the clouds, feeling a huge, almost suffocating oppression, but he laughed as the words fell. The mantra of the word OM exploded. All his essence, chi, and spirit merged into this single word, and a brilliant light appeared, intertwining into a massive 100-meter OM, rolling forward. In the sound of the OM, even those 11 towering Dharma aspects were shaking. However, the vast 100-meter word of the great secret, barely 100 meters from the old woman's body, seemed to crash into something unbreakable and dispersed with a roar. Zhang Fuxing's expression tightened. The 4th refinement of heaven and earth furnace fire, once ignited, could slightly borrow the power of heaven and earth. The old woman slowly nodded, speaking indifferently. Under the heaven and earth furnace fire, all your means can hardly approach me. Young man, why not surrender? As her voice rose, the youth suddenly expanded, transforming into a figure over 6 meters tall, with twin horns on his head, his entire body radiating Buddha's golden light. Raising a fist, the old woman laughed. before she could finish. A tremendous force like a mountain collapse. She heard the Brahma's sound, heard the layered chanting of Bickus, and a brilliant fist imprint appeared before her eyes, slamming into her face fiercely. The shockwave exploded. The Vajra body unleashed over 80,000 tons of massive force, shattering the old woman's cheek, her whole body falling. She was shocked. The old woman's injuries completely healed, defying disbelief, as a heaven and earth furnace fire burned fiercely above her head. Power of heaven and earth gathered, blocking and sealing all directions. The 6-meter Vajra only threw one punch after another. Each punch was merely raised, not yet swung out. But the old woman already heard the Brahma sound, saw the brilliant light, then had her cheek shattered once, her chest pierced once. Cause and effect parallel. As the cause emerged, the effect had already arrived. As for the process in between, Zhang Fuxing threw punches, yet there was no process of fists breaking the sky. Only the effect of punching the old woman's face directly appeared, directly became real. The 11 grandmasters stared blankly at the lady being pummeled repeatedly like a sandbag. Fearful was that the 6-meter giant only raised his fist, intending to swing, yet never really struck. A voice of rage suddenly rose. Visible huge ripples swept out. Zhang Fuxing groaned. His body suddenly cracked. Not a match. The gap between them was enormously large. He had only ignited the Qi blood furnace fire. The blood-covered old woman stood in the celestial vault, the tattoos on her skin twisting, her injuries fully healed, bloodstains on her body evaporating. She spoke icily, extending her hand. Heaven and earth furnace fire trembled, cloud energy gathered. A hand over a kilometer in size slammed down towards Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing's expression changed. The terrifying energy locked onto him, seemingly inescapable. He retreated, lowering his posture, landing on a mountain. The next second, the massive hand of cloud energy also crashed down on the mountain. The peak cracked, shattered into countless stones. Dust and smoke billowed. The old woman shouted, as if commanding the heavens and earth. Amidst the collapsing mountains, Zhang Fuxing's body involuntarily floated, rushing towards the old woman. He was not heavily injured, but in a very poor condition, his expression extremely grave at this moment, feeling the invisible, intangible power of heaven and earth enveloping him. His tongue blossomed lotus. The solemn voice bloomed like a golden decree. The rolling power of heaven and earth obeyed the decree, uncontrollably distancing. The 11 Dharma aspects along with the 11 grandmasters, likewise uncontrollably, as if the entire world was driving them away, retreating, further retreating. With the third sound, the old woman only felt her view blur, suddenly 100 miles away. She was astonished, suddenly returning to the original place, scouring around. Yet she could no longer spot Zhang Fuxing's figure. The old woman's expression darkened. She lifted her head, glanced at the perfectly intact and unbroken pinnacle of the celestial vault, her thoughts tearing through, scanning. She found nothing. The other grandmasters had already returned in disarray, dryly saying. The old woman coldly said. Chapter 237, 181, Ordinary Zhang Fuxing. Chapter 237, Chapter 181, Ordinary Zhang Fuxing on the wasteland. Wei Qingshan's head was drenched with sweat as he floored the accelerator. The off-road vehicle had no roof or canopy, and at the moment, the wind and sand rushed in, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. He shouted, his mouth full of dust and sand. Wei Lingzhu turned around, looked up, and swallowed. Above the celestial vault, 8 enormous fireballs bloomed, and then they became suspended above the celestial vault. Subsequently, vague, colossal figures emerged. Wei Lingzhu counted in a daze. A full 11 colossal shadows stood in the sky, surrounded by rolling and dissipating clouds. This scene was too surreal. Drive. Wei Lingzhu softly spoke, her voice drowned by the wind and sand. Wei Qingshan shouted back, still flooring the accelerator, the engine making a strange noise again. The off-road vehicle left a long trail of smoke and dust across the vast great wilderness, with the wind suddenly rising. Wind, a strong wind. The flat sands turned to yellow that met the sky. In the sandstorm, Wei Lingzhu saw a massive palm seal falling from the sky, saw a distant gigantic mountain torn and collapsed. Countless fragments shot out in all directions, and in the sky, the stagnant fireballs began to expand again. Simultaneously, countless wreckages of airships plummeted from the sky. A huge piece of wreckage crashed not far away, sending waves of sand and mud sweeping in, nearly overturning the off-road vehicle. Then came more debris, piece after piece, like raindrops hammering down around the off-road vehicle. Wei Qingshan let out a low growl, putting all his strength into his foot. The engine rumbled, black smoke puffed from under the hood, and the off-road vehicle's speed abruptly dropped. The next second, a massive steel wreckage crashed down beside them. The great tide of sand and mud surged, flipping the entire off-road vehicle over. Then came the rolling, collisions, vibrations. The sky turned upside down. At the last moment, Wei Lingzhu saw the remnants resembling a fire meteor raining down in all directions. Everything went black. For a long time, unsure of how much time had passed. Creak! Wei Lingzhu heard the sound of twisted metal breaking. She groggily opened her eyes. The world was upside down. The entire off-road vehicle was overturned on the ground, surrounded by still smoldering metal wreckage. Through the firelight of the wreckage and the moonlight, she saw a figure outside the vehicle, struggling to pull at the twisted car door. It was a young man who appeared to be in his 30s. Wei Lingzhu, her head covered in blood, reached out her hand and easily tore the iron door open. Crawling out of the off-road vehicle with the young man's help, she couldn't wait to express her gratitude, hurriedly checking on her brother's condition. Thankfully, he seemed to be all right. Wei Qingshan also groggily opened his eyes at this moment. Wei Lingzhu exerted her strength to tear away the frame of the off-road vehicle, and Wei Qingshan crawled out as well. The siblings collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. After catching their breath for a moment, Wei Lingzhu finally looked at their rescuer. The young man also seemed dusty and disheveled. His face beneath the dust looked honest and sincere. He had that common face that was hard to pick out in a crowd. "We cannot repay the debt of saving our lives." Wei Lingzhu spoke, somewhat short of breath. The young man simply sat down beside them, mimicking them, wrapping his arms around his knees. The wilderness was silent, with only the sound of the wind and the burning metal wreckage mingling together. "My name is Wei Lingzhu, and he is Wei Qingshan." The young man remained silent for a moment. Zhang Fuxing offhandedly made up a name. He originally thought of calling himself Lier, but felt it was awkward and didn't want to change his surname either. Laozi's courtesy name was Boyang, so he just called himself Zhang Boyang. As for his face, at his level, twisting bones and flesh, changing his appearance, it was easy. "It's fortunate we met Brother Boyang in these barren hills and wild lands." Wei Qingshan rubbed his cheek. "Otherwise," Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly, "when I drove past that ridge, it suddenly collapsed." He paused and looked sideways at the siblings, curious. Zhang Fuxing's gaze paused on Wei Lingzhu for a moment. The girl, too, was dusty and disheveled. Her hair matted to her skin with blood and grime, but her eyes were lively. She wasn't very old, clearly a stunning beauty in the making. The key point is, she emanated a strange affinity, making him feel at ease. Just sitting next to her, all the shadows over Zhang Fuxing's mind cleared up like drinking calming tea. That was the main reason he stayed. Of course, he also wanted to avoid being searched by the old woman, and traveling with the locals was better than wandering around aimlessly. "The camp? It's the smuggling camp," Wei Lingzhu explained. "It's probably over 400 kilometers away." She was a bit dejected. Beside her, Wei Qingshan consoled. "At a time like this?" That said, Wei Lingzhu rubbed her hands together, visibly freezing. In a late night on the wasteland, the autumn wind was as cold as midwinter. Zhang Fuxing inquired humbly. The siblings were noticeably startled, the latter bewildered. Zhang Fuxing shrugged his shoulders. Wei Qingshan rubbed his nose. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback and scratched his head. The brother and sister looked at each other in disbelief. A regular person driving wildly in the wilderness? They didn't know what to say. Wei Qingshan sighed. Big brother Boyong, you're really lucky to have come this far out of the city without any mishaps. He paused and simply explained. Wei Qingshan clicked his tongue in wonder. I heard it was caused when two bubbles collided. Zhang Fuxing showed a look of surprise on his face. Next to him, Wei Lingzhu chuckled lightly. She also began to explain. Zhang Fuxing was even more surprised. The siblings exchanged a glance, and the sister shook her head. That's a lie, perhaps to cover something up. Zhang Fuxing's eyes lit up slightly. Two cities, two bubbles, two small worlds. Though fused together now, have they really merged completely? If they haven't, could I ignite two furnaces at once? So far, he's only ignited the physical furnace fire, far from being a match for that old crone with a 1,000-year position. But what if he ignited both the vitality and spirit furnace fires too? Then there would only be a small gap between them. In this way, Zhang Fuxing was confident he could easily crush the old crone. In the daylight, he hadn't even used all his means, such as the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate Dharma aspect, and had not employed the bridge of helplessness, among others. But he was worried the opponent might also possess a supreme treasure, worried that the struggle might drag on too long, drawing in innate attention. Wei Lingzhu rolled her eyes. Wei Qingshan counted on his fingers. Wei Lingzhu gave him a fierce flick on the head. Then what are you talking about? Wei Qingshan cradled his head, lowering it without a word. Zhang Fuxing could see that Wei Lingzhu was also a martial artist, though only a small martial artist at first refinement. Her physical fitness was beyond ordinary people, as evidenced by her tearing open the off-road vehicle with her bare hands. The autumn wind in the desert made her shiver uncontrollably. Let's keep moving. Wei Qingshan stood up, ready to hoist Zhang Fuxing onto his back. But before Zhang Fuxing could refuse, a faint noise came from afar. The three of them turned to look together. Wei Lingzhu was startled, seeing a convoy of over a dozen off-road vehicles and pickup trucks breaking through the sandstorm, accompanied by the screech of brakes. A dozen vehicles came to a halt not far from the three of them, a bright red little flag flying from the lead heavy-duty pickup truck. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a shaved head, covered in tattoos, and a cigar clamped in his mouth jumped down. Their faces shed the solemn, guarded look, replaced with surprise. The middle-aged man approached, his jacket adorned with various clinking metal accessories. He glanced at the surrounding metal wreckage. Caught up in daytime events? Wei Qingshan quickly answered. Big brother Boyong was affected too, almost buried by a collapsing mountain in the distance. Zhang Fuxing curiously examined the tattoos on Wu Shangpin's body, noticing they seemed to twist slightly. This is someone from the Pantheon. Wu Shangpin, cigar in mouth, grandly signaled for the three to get on the back of the pickup truck. Jumping on himself, he gave the car body a hearty slap, producing a howl-like roar as the convoy revved up again, speeding through the wilderness. In the truck bed, Wei Lingzhu took the bread and water, devouring them ravenously. She asked somewhat unclearly. Wu Shangpin replied. He casually tossed out a photo, which Zhang Fuxing looked at to see himself. But now that he had altered his appearance, even his mom wouldn't recognize him. This guy, what's he called? Wu Shangpin stubbed out his cigar and flicked a finger. I heard the Pantheon's higher-ups have opened the god altar and are performing the curse-killing technique. Curse-killing technique? Crouched in the truck bed, the ordinary-looking Zhang Boyong lifted his eyelids slightly. Cursing me? He raised his head, glancing at the moonlight. The sunrise wasn't far off. Chapter 238, 182. Nailhead, 7 Arrows, Celestial Venerate's Wrath. Chapter 238, Chapter 182. Nailhead, 7 Arrows, Celestial Venerate's Wrath. Yellow sand filled the air, and more than a dozen pickup trucks and off-road vehicles roared across the desert. Cultivation technique. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids slightly, having also learned about the Pantheon's curse-killing technique, which was quite similar to the witchcraft of his past life. By using blood, hair, or even just the birth date, disasters could be remotely inflicted. He did not immediately enter the Eight Sceneries Palace to sit in meditation. It was not yet sunrise. The unkempt Wu Shangping complained at this moment. He grumbled while chatting casually with a brother and sister. Zhang Fuxing, listening silently, had formed a rough idea in his mind. This middle-aged man, surnamed Wu, and this convoy were so-called smuggling teams, making a living by smuggling between cities. In fact, Wei Lingzhu and Wei Qingshan were the same. What they smuggled was not ordinary goods, mostly related to the evil cult. Not surprisingly, the profits were frighteningly huge. Of course, similarly, people like Wu Shangping couldn't really be counted as cultists. The evil cult looked down on them. They were only struggling to survive in a higher level of the underworld. For example, Wu Shangping's bizarre tattoos seemed to be a reward from the Pantheon after completing a certain transportation task, according to their conversation. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts churned. Wu Shangping glanced at the brother and sister who were scrutinizing the photos and chuckled. Why? Are you really thinking of helping to investigate? Wei Lingzhu glared at him. An incident happened just during the day, and there's a bounty at night. Wei Qingshan was taken aback and said, aghast, sister, you mean? The person in the photo was also in the sky during the day? Wei Lingzhu scoffed, shaking her head. Wei Qingshan's eyes widened, looking at the middle-aged man beside him, who nodded slightly, indicating it was possible. He gasped in shock. The young man mumbled, looking at Brother Boyang beside him. But he found that at some point, Brother Boyang had already leaned into the truck bed and fallen into a deep sleep. Wei Lingzhu casually draped a piece of clothing over him, whispering. The convoy continued racing across the yellow sand. The night was fading, dawn was near. Chongyang City. Zhou Muniu suddenly sat up, carrying a sense that was indescribably high. Yet that aura vanished quickly. He pushed open the door, finding the grave-looking Hu Zhongli. Hu Zhongli looked in surprise at the three-eyed boy. He rubbed his temples. Intelligence showed that the space fleet disappeared without a trace while passing through Spring Thunder City. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find it. Not in Spring Thunder City, but in Twin Cities. Hu Zhongli's expression changed. He remained silent, making several phone calls in succession. Having served as a Golden legislator for 200 years, he had deep roots throughout the Golden Province. After several exchanges, Hu Zhongli hung up, furrowing his brows. He pondered, do you know Zhang Fuxing's exact location? Maneuvering Zhou Muniu's body, Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Hu Zhongli rubbed his temples, somewhat worried. I'm afraid among the upper envoys of the Pantheon in Twin Cities, someone holds a supreme treasure. He exhaled, saying solemnly. Zhou Muniu slightly furrowed his brows. The third eye silently flowed with a gray desolation. After a while, he mused aloud. Hu Zhongli spoke concisely. Pausing, he continued. Zhang Fuxing understood, maneuvering Zhou Muniu's body to speak. Zhou Muniu nodded quietly, softly saying. Hu Zhongli was slightly taken aback. Taking a pause, he realized. Zhou Muniu shook his head, calmly stating. He glanced at Hu Zhongli, speaking meaningfully. If there truly is a supreme treasure there. Hu Zhongli's pupils contracted. Then he came to terms. Zhou Muniu asked curiously. Hu Zhongli explained. This person is not simple, although not yet innate. It is almost destined for him to become so. The faint smile on Zhou Muniu's face disappeared. He let out an "oh" and calmly left. As soon as he stepped out the door, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts suddenly withdrew, instantly returning to himself, and immediately hid in the Eight Sceneries Palace. He was truly shocked. Cultivation technique. Nailhead, 7 arrows, book. Even though he knew that the terrifying old woman wouldn't use the curse-killing technique on him, she would never use the Nailhead, 7 arrows book, and she probably didn't have the ability to activate it. She might just borrow the momentum. But Zhang Fuxing was scared. That is the Nailhead, 7 arrows book. Even if, as Hu Zhongli said, it is broken, Zhang Fuxing huddled on the meditation mat, not daring to move a muscle, quietly waiting for dawn. This thing, in mythological stories from the past life, was owned by the Taoist monarch Liu Ya. The Taoist monarch Liu Ya used this treasure to curse-kill Zhao Gongming. Who is Zhao Gongming? In those mythological stories, he was the one who scared off the past Buddha Luminous and fought Yang Jian and Nezo alone. Zhang Fuxing shrank tightly on the meditation mat, and with a flick of thought, he transformed into Zhong Mountain. What he initially purchased was Zhong Mountain's identity, including his cause and effect, destiny, and so forth. In other words, by transforming into Zhong Mountain, he became Zhong Mountain, not Zhang Fuxing. He was fully prepared. Time passed by the minute and second. Dawn arrived. At this moment, in the north city of the Twin Cities, a gloomy voice echoed in the underground hall. In front of a great sect skilled in the curse-killing technique, a small altar was built, with a fire pot placed in each of the four corners. And in the center of the fire pit was a small grass figure. A piece of paper with the name Zhang Fuxing was attached to the grass figure, and inside it was soaked with some blood, the blood shed by Director Zhang yesterday. Another great sect approached, softly speaking to the old woman standing next to him. No matter if it's trying to sneak away or breaking through the celestial vault, there's no escape. The old woman glared at him. The great sect shrank his neck. Not really. It's just that this person's methods were too strange yesterday. Those 3 expulsions. He paused and continued. After all, we only have this one portion of blood. We can only perform the curse killing once to confirm his position. The old woman pondered for a moment. After a pause, she made a decision. Moments later, a thin book was brought forth, with a blood-stained grass man tied to the center of its cover. The bloodstains seemingly countless years old, from time immemorial. Just a glance made one's head dizzy and stomach churn. The entire book had only 21 pages, emitting an ancient and profound aura. The old woman handed over the nail-head 7 Arrows book, and the upper envoy who practiced the curse-killing technique respectfully took the divine register, offering it before the small altar. In his hand appeared a long silver needle. Now, I request to sacrifice the supreme treasure. The upper envoy spoke in a low voice, mumbling incantations, but there was no reaction from the nail-head 7 Arrows book. He couldn't activate this treasure. Even the old woman who possessed the treasure couldn't. They were only borrowing its power in this case. The great sect's voice dropped, and the silver needle in his hand flew out, piercing the grass figure's arm fiercely. The nearby nail-head 7 Arrows book seemed to be brushed by a breeze, trembling slightly. Curse. The final 2 words fell. In the same instant, in the 8 Sceneries Palace, Zhang Fuxing, curled up on the meditation mat, suddenly lowered his head. He felt something searching for him. This thing aimed at his true self, but hovered above it, wishing to descend yet not doing so. The reason was simple. At that moment, he was using the life of Zhong Mountain. He was Zhong Mountain, not Zhang Fuxing. How could a curse on Zhang Fuxing fall on Zhong Mountain? On the meditation mat, the celestial venerate's expression was somber. He pondered for a moment. Then with a thought, the Taoist palace doors opened wide. He voluntarily transformed back into Zhang Fuxing, even taking the initiative to guide the immaterial force hovering above the real form, hesitating to act. Because without doing so, this thing could never touch the 8 Sceneries Palace in this lifetime. The mysterious entity, led by the guide, entered the 8 Sceneries Palace, suddenly charging toward the celestial venerate on the meditation mat. Closer and closer. The mysterious entity had yet to approach within 3 feet of the celestial venerate. The great celestial venerate coldly reprimanded. The invading curse-killing technique naturally disintegrated. The Taoist palace seemed to become even more profound. A virtual scene flashed before his eyes, the connection of cause and effect. Vaguely, in a fleeting glance, Zhang Fuxing seemed to see the great sect casting the spell, the old woman spectating, and a thin, blood-drenched grass man in closed book. He murmured deeply, his gaze piercing. The Taoist palace hummed slightly. The shattered curse-killing technique surged back 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold in an instant. Chapter 239, 183. Old Acquaintances in the Camp. Chapter 239, Chapter 183. Old Acquaintances in the Camp outside North City, Underground Temple. The curse has been cast. Zhang Fuxing should be unable to move his hands and feet. The old woman spoke lightly. While the great sect practitioner of the curse-killing technique was about to gather up the things on the small altar, the old woman also reached out her hand, intending to collect the nail-head 7 Arrows book. Her movement suddenly paused. Spiritual sense frantically warning. Every cell in her body seemed to scream. A sense of crisis, suffocation surged like a tide. The old woman's back tingled, retreating again. She stepped out of the temple. She raised her head, looking in horror towards the temple. The great sect practitioner who cast the curse was frozen in place, his face full of terror, seemingly trying to struggle, move, but unable to shift even an inch. The nailhead 7 Arrows book, which couldn't be opened or activated and could only borrow force, was now inexplicably twisting violently. The blood-stained straw man embedded in the center of the book seemed to open its eyes, as if it was screaming. No, it was pleading for mercy. The next moment, in the old woman's horrified gaze, void gave birth to light. A black torrent seemingly expanded thousands and tens of thousands of times from the curse-killing technique that was cast. The torrent came from the unknown, pouring down towards the upper envoy who cast the great curse. In an instant, the entire underground temple was engulfed by the black torrent. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The old woman's heart pounded violently, her eyes fixed on the black torrent. Then she began to bleed. Black blood. She trembled slightly, watching the entire underground temple evaporate in the torrent. Watching the 2 great sect practitioners and over 100 cultists who were staying inside the temple lose their limbs, turning into human stumps on the ground, seeing terrifying, substantial resentment rise from their bodies. The resentment shattered the ground, rushed up to the celestial vault. Within a moment, it covered the entire Twin Cities' little world. When everything calmed down, the old woman looked at the temple. The temple had disappeared, and the people inside were gone. Only the great sect practitioner who cast the abolish limbs and resentment soaring to the sky techniques lay silently on the ground, missing his limbs like a human stump, breathless. Only the black and red substantial resentment rose from his body, reaching the celestial vault. As for the nailhead 7 Arrows book, it lay quietly on the ground. On the supreme treasure, it seemed like there was more blood dirt on the straw man. The old woman raised her head. Her gaze pierced through the cracks in the ground and saw the celestial vault, a pitch-black sky filled with resentment. The convoy came to a halt. Everyone raised their heads, looking at the sky. Zhang Boyong, who was sleeping in a wagon, had woken up without knowing when, now looking up with everyone. The dawn, which had just broken, had disappeared. The faint light of dawn faded away, replaced by thick darkness. Even at a glance, even an ordinary person could feel the great resentment in the black sky. As if billions of creatures were tortured to death, the great resentment rose from them. Resentment shrouded heaven and earth. All things were pitch black. Wei Qingshan murmured, his face full of confusion. Beside him, Zhang Fuxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never expected to see such a scene. Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart. The counterattack wasn't aimed at him. It was against the position. It was the exalted position sitting upon the meditation mat. It was the name of Tai Ching invited by the 9 holy grails. That seemingly ordinary curse-killing technique turned into the great resentment that covered the sky and shrouded the entire little world. If the curse was against an innate, or even a celestial human, Zhang Fuxing thought, that would be deadly too. The Pantheon was skilled in curse-killing technique. He muttered to himself in his heart. Zhang Fuxing had an idea. This matter can't be leaked out. To drive out and kill all the Pantheon cultists in the Twin Cities. In this way, later on, he could continue the scheme. Zhang Fuxing thought randomly. Beside him, Wu Shangping struggled to move his gaze away from the pitch-black sky. His entire body, unbeknownst to him, was covered in cold sweat. After a while, the convoy moved on. Afternoon. In reality, it's hard to tell if it was afternoon, as everything was shrouded in thick darkness, like the deepest night filled with thick clouds. The camp arrived. Only in the camp, there was a flickering light. Wei Qingshan supported Brother Bo Yang, who was just an ordinary person. As he jumped off the high wagon, Zhang Fuxing thanked him, surveying the so-called smuggling camp. It covered more ground than expected, with some wooden houses, small buildings, but mostly tents. From its scale, it resembled a small mountain village. Wu Shangping remained beside him. The siblings' expressions changed. Beside them, Zhang Fuxing thoughtfully asked, Chapter 240-183, Old Acquaintances in the Camp, Part 2. Chapter 240, Chapter 183, Old Acquaintances in the Camp, Part 2. After a brief pause, she added, These sects are what the Federation calls evil cults. Wu Shangping nodded and said, Once we're in the camp, stick close to us and stay with us. The group marched into the camp, and numerous eyes filled with pure malice scrutinized them. Along the way, Wei Lingzhu explained to Zhang Fuxing, Uncle Wu's boss is also a martial arts master. Zhang Fuxing blinked. An old boatman, an old fisherman? He heard Wei Lingzhu continue. Although the old boatman is closely related to the Pantheon, the old fisherman also has impressive connections. Zhang Fuxing blinked. Beside him, Wei Qingshan nodded. Zhang Fuxing curiously asked. Unfortunately, the master's sect was quite bizarre. As he spoke, Wei Qingshan shrugged. Zhang Fuxing was a bit bewildered. Why does this sound so familiar? Wei Qingshan kept on muttering. He paused, lowered his voice, and whispered mysteriously, Brother Boyang, I'll tell you a secret. The Investigation Bureau. Zhang Fuxing was speechless. Second senior martial brother? In a way, this old fisherman is actually his fellow senior martial brother. As they spoke, the group arrived at a small building beside the camp. Wei Lingzhu gestured with her lips, pulling Zhang Fuxing toward the tent area outside the small building. This is our territory. Zhang Fuxing instinctively glanced towards the east, and a question mark popped up in his mind. He actually saw a half-familiar person. It was the Western cult believer he encountered at the end in Jiangzhou City. They even brought him meals. If he's here, then, could it be that Uncle Yu and Aunt Li are here too? Zhang Fuxing's eyes lit up slightly, but he didn't recklessly use his divine thought to scan the camp, because there in the center of the camp stood a grandmaster, covered in tattoos, clearly a grandmaster of the Pantheon. A backlash of tens of thousands of times from the curse-killing technique surged back, transforming into a black torrent that intensified the resentment enveloping the Twin Cities' little world. But the old woman still wasn't the one casting the technique, so she might not die. She would have to remain hidden for several days. In a few days' time, it would be enough for him to buy sufficient cultivation time, ignite the Qi blood furnace fire, or even the spirit furnace fire. Someone from the caravan brought over a basin of roasted lamb and some beers, and the Wei siblings sat wolfing down in front of their tent, not forgetting to invite Zhang Fuxing to join them. He didn't decline, eating the still steaming roasted lamb and drinking beer in large gulps, and truth be told, it was quite satisfying. Having been apart from the masses for so long, suddenly returning to a normal life felt surprisingly relaxing. Brother Boyang, what do you plan to do next? As Wei Qingshan ate lamb in big mouthfuls, he curiously asked. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, smiled, and spoke. Well, I'm originally an adventurer, so naturally I want to explore more around this bubble edge. As he spoke, he gazed towards the southern direction of the camp, where a completely still great river lay, a river of no return, just like in the Jiangzhou heaven and earth. The Wei siblings exchanged a glance, and Wei Lingzhu softly warned, Then, Brother Boyang, you mustn't wander around recklessly. Zhang Fuxing simply nodded. Only then were the siblings reassured. They weren't very old, but they both had good talent and nature. At least they knew how to repay kindness. In this twisted, hostile world, it's already rare. Of course, it might also be because their cultivation was low and their hostility was light. Zhang Fuxing was also a bit curious. Why did he feel a sense of friendliness from Wei Lingzhu? Moreover, it seemed like he was the only one who felt this friendliness. Now, with everyone full and satisfied, the camp area suddenly turned slightly noisy, with many people in the tent zone who were sitting on the ground standing up. Wei Lingzhu and Wei Qingshan both got up, not forgetting to pull Zhang Fuxing up as well. He looked over and saw a middle-aged man step out from the small building, wearing a large cloak with a wolf head on his shoulder, appearing majestic. In this southern camp area, many people bowed their heads and greeted the middle-aged man. That is the old fisherman. Wei Lingzhu wiped her mouth and, lowering her head, whispered, "He has sheltered many people and saved many lives." A hearty laugh rang out as the middle-aged man with the wolf-headed cloak unknowingly approached them. Wei Lingzhu's cheeks reddened. The middle-aged man, called the old fisherman, laughed as he patted her shoulder and turned his gaze to Zhang Fuxing. Wei Qingshan briefly introduced him. The old fisherman nodded slightly, patted the young man's shoulder, and kindly said, "Since little Lingzhu and Qingshan owe you a favor, and you've come to the camp, we're all family." Zhang Fuxing responded with a shy smile, and just as the old fisherman wanted to say more, commotion erupted from afar. Everyone turned to look. The middle-aged man with the wolf-headed cloak snorted coldly, then gave a playful smile. It appeared a conflict had arisen on the northern side of the camp. Zhang Fuxing looked over and saw a ragged old man standing off against a man and a woman. "That's the old boatman," Wei Lingzhu whispered. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently, but his gaze locked onto that man and woman. Yu Qingzhong and Li Chenghua. They had indeed come here with the Western cultists. Zhang Fuxing mused to himself. Apart from Uncle Yu and Aunt Li, with just a glance, he also saw scholarly men and women, bald monks. Cultists from various sects had gathered here. Something's up. Chapter 241, 184. The 1,700-year-old Great Sect. Chapter 241, Chapter 184. The 1,700-year-old Great Sect in the camp. The quarrel grew more intense, almost evolving into a standoff. The ragged old boatman, wearing a bamboo hat, stood there silently, his eyes clouded, but exuded a massive sense of intimidation. He spoke coldly. "All the sects, you probably don't need me to explain why you're called here." Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua exchanged a glance. The former snorted coldly, with a firm attitude. The old boatman remained indifferent. Saying this, the old boatman raised his hand and pointed. All eyes turned to the middle of the camp where a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the world. As he breathed in and out, the tattoos on his skin twisted and contracted bizarrely. A director of the Pantheon, above the steward, below the upper envoy, thus a grandmaster. Wei Lingzhu whispered. Zhang Fuxing nodded thoughtfully, sharply catching the information in the old boatman's words. The gathering of various sects here indeed has a reason, even though there aren't any strong figures. But truth be told, when a divine descent was about to happen in Jiangzhou, weren't there only 4 martial arts masters as stewards? Now, in the camp, just among the evil cult steward Zhang Fuxing can see, there are more than 10. All sects are represented. While his thoughts wander in the middle of the field, Yu Qingzhong gazed at the motionless grandmaster of the Pantheon and, after a moment of silence, maintained a firm attitude. He pointed to the dark sky overhead, shrouded in intense resentment. A cultured, elegant woman walked over, also a martial arts master. She clearly came from the ancient saint sect of Confucianism or the Celestial Principle sect, and now she spoke pressingly. The 2 Confucian sects, the 2 Taoist sects, along with Buddhism's mandala lineage, all have people trapped here. With these clear words, martial arts masters from other sects also approached, the old boatman's expression slightly condensed, glancing sideways. "Old fisherman, are you just planning to sit back and watch?" The middle-aged man, draped in a wolf-headed cloak, raised his head, gazing at the old boatman for a moment, then eventually stepped forward to stand by him. Zhang Fuxing timely asked. Wei Qingshan explained for him. He paused, then whispered. Zhang Fuxing silently nodded, continuing to observe from afar. The tension in the field was palpable. Even the old boatman, a top martial arts master, stepped back slightly, but the fisherman beside him spoke in a deep voice. The divine sect's issues will be decided by the divine sect. Looking around, the fisherman continued. He and I, we aren't members of the divine sect after all. A compassionate sigh came from a martial arts master of the Buddhist sect. The fisherman shook his head. The Buddhist master rebuked, the skull rosary around his neck vibrating and clinking together. The rosary consisted of 18 beads, all made from human skulls. The fisherman didn't retreat, bowed slightly, extended his hand in invitation. The stewards of all sects fell silent again. In the silence, the Grand Master of the divine sect, who remained detached and uninvolved, suddenly spoke. The hoarse voice echoed in all directions as reverent gazes fell upon the Grand Master. Still not opening his eyes, the Grand Master said blandly. The fishermen, the boatmen's subordinates, many people stepped forward, handing out photos to Yu Qingzhong, Li Qiuhua, and the others, who glanced at them and were nearly shocked. But they maintained their composure, showing no reaction. Though the Western believers may not be so stoic, a Western believer who once delivered meals to Zhang Fuxing in Jiangzhou exclaimed. Mr. The resting Grandmaster suddenly opened his eyes and struck decisively. The Qi blood palm seal appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the Western believer, and with a light squeeze, the 7th/8th refining level believer was already coughing up blood profusely. Chapter 242, 184. The 1,700-year-old Great Sect, Part 2. Chapter 242, Chapter 184. The 1,700-year-old Great Sect, Part 2. The Grand Master asked, with qi and blood flowing tangibly around him, 2 flames hovering behind his head, emitting a radiance as dazzling as a red sunset, illuminating the entire camp. Wei Lingzhu was startled, instinctively taking a step back, not forgetting to pull the young man beside her along. The young man remained expressionless, quietly observing. In the distance, many cultists turned pale. The Grand Master, who never intervened, suddenly took action today, and a steward from the Western sect forcefully suppressed his fear. The Grand Master didn't even glance at him, and with just a thought, the cultist being held captive was drawn near. The cultist struggled, and under tremendous pressure, began bleeding from his 7 orifices, managing to speak with difficulty. Wreck. The Qi blood palm seal dispersed, and the cultist fell to the ground, gasping heavily, coughing up blood foam. The Grand Master spoke indifferently. A question mark appeared on Yu Qingzhong's forehead, and Li Qiuhua was also confused. Chongyang? Director General? Their minds went blank, and along with other sect cultists, they recalled that battle in the Celestial Vault from earlier. Was that Fuxing? Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua exchanged glances, their hearts pounding. The Grand Master sat back down, closing his eyes again. The camp fell silent. Everyone passed around a photo, confused, as the fisherman draped in a wolf head cape returned. Zhang Fuxing also sat back down with the Wei siblings. As they cleared the food scraps before them, Wei Lingzhu touched her chin and couldn't help but speak softly. Beside her, Wei Qingshan was somewhat puzzled. But I don't understand, is a director general of a superior city really that impressive? He clinked glasses with Zhang Boyang. The 3 sat in a corner, engaging in idle chat. With Zhang Fuxing looking like a curious child, he asked. Wei Lingzhu casually explained, in Twin Cities Heaven and Earth, there are holes and leaks everywhere. After a pause, she elaborated. Zhang Fuxing's expression did not change, but his heart was stirred. South Celestial Gate? Isn't that where the dying celestial human in Chongshan City hides? Is there a passage inside the bubble of Twin Cities directly leading there? Zhang Fuxing asked calmly. Wei Qingshan said with a grin. It's just a portal, worth nothing, no big deal. Medicines are divided into 4 levels. Treasure medicine, great medicine, marvelous medicine, celestial medicine. Beyond that, there are levels that are untouchable by mortals. Wei Qingshan marveled. Zhang Fuxing pondered. Wei Qingshan nodded. The exotic treasure land was just discovered, not yet extensively mined. Zhang Fuxing slightly furrowed his brows, believing the matter to be far from simple. A severely injured celestial human, an exotic treasure land, the miraculous scorched soil. He suspected that the soil's miraculous properties were due to being tainted with a celestial human's blood. Zhang Fuxing said casually. He entered a tent and lay down, his thoughts beginning to drift away. In a small building, the boatman closed the door and used special materials capable of emitting a divine thought warning to seal the gap at the bottom, ensuring no divine thought could penetrate. Only then did he turn around, plopping down on the sofa. The boatman nodded lightly, coughing twice. If I recall correctly, the fisherman's master is the prominent figure of Chongyang, right? Do you think? The old boatman pondered silently for a long time. He looked up, an aged face breaking into a smile. Pausing, the old boatman mused to himself. The old voice lingered in the small room. The confidant nodded, affirmed, and quietly withdrew, leaving the old boatman alone. But what if the old fisherman really is hiding him? The thought flitted by. Impossible. Chongshan City. The dungeon. Du Mingsheng had customized chains, pierced through his body, pinning him down, unable to move, with half of his body submerged in water. He was weary, his whole body in intense pain, and his eyes were somewhat unfocused. Suffering torment. In a haze, a mist of chaos seemed to emerge from the void before him. Du Mingsheng struggled to lift his head, seeing the chaotic mist coalesce into an old figure. True. He was both surprised and delighted. The true man shook his head, speaking softly. Du Mingsheng pondered for only an instant, nodding resolutely. If cultivation is lost, you can retrain, but if you lose your life, it's truly lost. The true man nodded, weaving light and shadow, his solemn voice resonating in the dungeon. The century of arduous cultivation gradually faded away. Du Mingsheng's four kindled flames flickered slightly. In the end, four remained. The true man raised his eyelids, gazing at this haggard, middle-aged man who appeared not very old. A century ago, he was already at the pinnacle of the great sect. Du Mingsheng lowered his head, avoiding the true man's gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. 1,700 years. The lifespan of the innate realm doesn't exceed 800 years. The true man's ethereal shadow, formed by the chaotic mist, remained seemingly calm, only nodding slightly. And then the true man silently dissipated. Chapter 243, 185. A million years of lifespan, dazzling fistprints like rain. Chapter 243, Chapter 185. A million years of lifespan, dazzling fistprints like raingrass. Too little. Inside the tent, Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, his teeth aching and his heart slightly startled. He murmured lowly, recalling the first gathering of the high heaven, when there were only 4 members. During the members' transactions, old Du casually offered 100 years of life. At that time, it didn't register, but thinking back carefully now, it seems peculiar. 1,700 years old. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts were swirling. There was something secretive about Du Mingsheng. But what exactly? He did not care, nor was he interested. No matter if he was a long-living immortal or had consumed large amounts of lifespan-extending celestial medicines. So what? It didn't matter. Longevity was the least valuable thing to Zhang Fuxing. He continued to curl up inside the tent, listening to the noise in the camp, and his thoughts once again descended around Du Mingsheng through the high heaven order. He had to fulfill the contract first. As for how to rescue Du Mingsheng and help him escape, that was none too difficult. Meanwhile, in Chongshan City, inside the dungeon, which member is helping me escape? The mysterious member from the Western sect. As his thoughts turned, Du Mingsheng saw the water below, slightly rippling. First confused, then his scalp tingled as he suddenly looked up. He saw it. A brilliant fist imprint. The fist imprint landed on the chains, and with strange power reverberating, the shackles on his body broke one by one, layer by layer, was free. Du Mingsheng was startled. To lower a brilliant fist imprint from an unknown distance? Judging by the aura, at least a grand sect. Though puzzled, he didn't hesitate and quietly approached the dungeon door, his expression once again tensed. His thoughts couldn't perceive the outside world. The entire dungeon was made of special materials. As soon as spiritual thoughts touched it, it would immediately emit a piercing noise. Moreover, there was certainly at least one grand sect guarding outside the dungeon. As Du Mingsheng pondered bitterly, he saw another brilliant fist imprint before his eyes. The dungeon door was shattered. Dust billowed, and before he could react, he saw two grand sects attacking. Another brilliant fist imprint. The two grand sects were fiercely slammed into the ground, each coughing up blood as Du Mingsheng snapped out of his daze and sprinted away. 10 times the speed of sound, 30 times, 50 times. 4 furnace fires flickered, his own self completely liberated. A kilometer-high Dharma aspect broke through the dungeon, seemingly interwoven with brilliant fist imprints, forming a line of secret words before his eyes. Just run. Du Mingsheng didn't have time to ponder, leaping 100 meters, a kilometer, 10,000 meters. On instinct, he looked down. He saw the entire Chongshan city beneath him. Every person, every citizen, no matter male or female, young or old, all were looking up indifferently at him. Street vendors, children holding lollipops, the eccentric uncles selling balloons. Without exception, the entire city, unbeknownst when, had already been infected. Everyone was a believer of the Celestial Principle sect. All were devotees. The Celestial Principle sect. Heaven is supreme. Celestial Principle is most important. Heaven gives birth to all things to nurture humans. Humans serve as fuel for heaven. Du Mingsheng skalptangeld. In a trance, he saw one grand sect after another rising from the ground, soaring into the sky. Far away, in another city, a young man curled up in a tent muttered as if in a dream, with Wei Lingzhu sitting beside him wiping his sweat. At the same moment, Chongshan City, the grand sect soaring into the sky, suddenly plummeted down even faster, as though an unknown force manipulated the world, driving them downward. Du Mingsheng swallowed his saliva, came to his senses, and continued upward, crashing towards the Celestial Vault's extreme summit, intending to break into the waiting area directly. Another grand sect approached, a kilometer Dharma aspect, grand and majestic, spanning the Celestial Vault. Expel. The sleeping youth muttered again, as if having a nightmare, unconsciously waving his fist. Wei Lingzhu quietly exited the tent. She casually zipped up the tent. Wei Qingshan nodded, also lowered his voice. Wei Lingzhu smiled, gesturing towards the tent. Isn't he having nightmares? The siblings sighed in amazement, reflecting. Inside the tent, the young man muttered in his sleep, waving his hands randomly, while silently contemplating the primordial ancient scripture in his mind, urging the Tai chapter, urging cause and effect parallel. As long as he could see, even perceive, he could perform this technique. For instance, through a distant high heaven order, perhaps through a strand of spiritual thought in the high heaven order sensing outward. A technique initiated yet not outward, already cast upon the body. Chongshan City. Brilliant fist imprints appeared out of nowhere. The moment they appeared, they were already imprinted upon the pursuing grand sects. The brilliant fist imprints were exceedingly heavy, though unable to truly harm the grand sects. They could act as a hindrance, the most crucial part. There were too many fist imprints, like endless raindrops in a downpour, accepting money from others, resolving their troubles. Zhang Fuxing was indeed exerting himself fully, the fist imprints continuous, like radiant rain, crashing upon each grand sect's body. They wanted to dodge, but simply couldn't. The fist imprints appeared directly on their bodies. One grand sect with only the physical body furnace fire lit was genuinely blown apart, Even the furnace fire at the back of his head extinguished together. A sky full of blood rain. The remaining grand sects didn't fare much better. Those with only 1 or 2 furnace fires lit no longer dared to continue the pursuit, and the spirit furnace fire, even reaching the level of the heaven and earth furnace fire of the great sect, was repeatedly exiled backward by the unknown eerie force. Du Mingsheng recalled his gaze in shock. His figure had already rushed to an altitude of hundreds of kilometers, raising his fist. The kilometer Dharma aspect followed with a raised fist. Smash! Like the sound of thunder, visible shock waves surged in all directions, scattering the sea of clouds. Yet at the very top of the celestial vault, not even a crack appeared. It seemed as if a layer of unknown force covered it. Du Mingsheng's expression changed dramatically. He was horrified, not knowing what to do, loudly calling out to the mysterious ally for help. The brilliant fist imprint abruptly paused. The next second, Du Mingsheng heard the mighty rushing sound of a great river by his ear. In a trance, he seemed to see a continuous flower cluster, seemed to see the place of the other shore's abode. And a wooden bridge. He didn't know when he was already standing on the decaying bridge. He wanted to look back, but couldn't, as if a heavy world pressed on his shoulders, chill and gloom in all directions. Everything fell silent. Du Mingsheng murmured in terror. The great bridge beneath his feet rushed toward the extreme top of the celestial vault. Originally, even the great sects exerting full strength couldn't shake the extreme top of the celestial vault. Yet in front of that seemingly tottering wooden bridge, it was like a thin sheet of paper. The extreme top of the celestial vault was torn apart. In the dazzling chaos, he was already in the depths of a desert in the waiting area. Du Mingsheng fell to the ground. The bridge, the river, the place of the other shore's abode. Everything had vanished, as if it was all an illusion. He sat paralyzed on the desert, sweat dripping from his forehead, chaotic mist flowing, coalescing into a human form. It was a true man. The true man spoke calmly, clearly a human form gathered from mist, yet issuing a real and truthful voice. Du Mingsheng staggered to his feet, seeing the true man outlined by light and shadow. Yet another 100 years of cultivation was stripped away. But the 4 lamps of the furnace fire, not a single one was extinguished. He spoke with some embarrassment. Du Mingsheng gave an embarrassed smile. The true man glanced at him, feeling curious. A 1,000-year position, while difficult, was not insurmountable. Although he once had the support of a contract ensuring absolute correctness, further seated on the meditation mat in an incomparably high position, thus could break through at one go. But even without those, it shouldn't cost such an age. Old Du didn't seem to be a fool. At this moment, Du Mingsheng made a bow towards the true man, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked. The true man lightly shook his head. Du Mingsheng opened his eyes wide, hearing the true man casually spit out, Zhang Fuxing, casually patching up the alias of 9 Netherworld's sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, was about to leave. Enjoy your 200 years of past cultivation. Yet Du Mingsheng's pupils shrank, seeing the gradually fading form of the true man, gritting his teeth. The true man's form recoalesced, calmly looking towards Du Mingsheng. The latter remained silent for a while, continuing the unfinished narration. The true man frowned, quietly gazing at him. Du Mingsheng lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, ultimately made a decision. Far away, a young man seemingly asleep in a tent slightly turned over. On the desert, the true man's tone unchanged, uttered an "oh." Du Mingsheng murmured in loss, chewing over those 4 words. The wind and sand in the waiting area was great. He slightly lowered his eyelids. Zhang Fuxing's heart trembled. Under his manipulation, the true man, composed of chaotic mist, showed no anomalies. The true man said. Du Mingsheng spoke cautiously. I want to... The true man looked at Du Mingsheng with interest, realizing that old Du's secret was larger than imagined. He said faintly. Du Mingsheng took a deep breath. It was open. Pausing, Du Mingsheng looked at the human form assembled from a mass of chaotic mist and continued. Far away, Zhang Fuxing, in deep sleep, had a violent twitch of the eyelids. 124? 10,000? Du Mingsheng spoke bitterly. He hadn't finished speaking when he heard the true man say peacefully. Du Mingsheng raised his head in astonishment, looking towards the chaotic human form, lightly nodding his head. Chapter 244, 186. The Third Furnace Fire. Let There Be Snow. Chapter 244, Chapter 186. The Third Furnace Fire. Let There Be Snow. The heavy voice reverberated, immediately drowned out by the wind and sand of the desert. Du Mingsheng looked at the chaotic humanoid with reverence, cautiously saying, I heard you mention that the figure of interest once ruled the land of the dead, the abode of the in-world netherworld, so I guessed. The true man nodded faintly, chaotic chi flowing. You guessed correctly. The former honorifics of that figure of interest were Central Pole Sect leader, Emperor of the Underworld, and 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Du Mingsheng was startled by these titles. He heard the true man continue to speak to themselves. The true man's voice suddenly turned solemn and majestic, with a sense of chanting, life and death in the human world, good and evil deeds. Du Mingsheng's breathing became uncontrollably rapid. These titles were frighteningly great. He licked his lips and rubbed his hands, realizing that he had probably encountered the third great opportunity of his life. One was the time he encountered the ancient book. The second was entering high heaven. The third is now. A former true god who once ruled the netherworld and controlled life, death, and judgment of good and evil in the human world. The true man asked, the book of life and death. The true man's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. Yet Zhang Fuxing, far away in the tent, suddenly sat up. The bridge of helplessness, check. The other shore flower cluster, check. To add the book of life and death. Damn it. Looks like I'm really about to rule the netherworld. What does this mean? Am I creating an underworld in the extraordinary era? In the throes of emotions, Zhang Fuxing paid no attention to the sudden noise outside the tent. It seemed some big shot had arrived at the camp. Who cares? His thoughts continued to reside far away, in the desert of the waiting area. At this time, Du Mingsheng rubbed his hands again, a look of reminiscence on his face. Saying this, he shook his head and spoke no more nonsense, inhaling deeply. Golden City? Zhang Fuxing's gaze was sharp, his plague ghost form carrying 31 Grandmaster skeletons, sneaking towards Golden City. He controlled the true man's murmurs. Du Mingsheng nodded forcefully. Taken? Zhang Fuxing felt a sinking in his heart, and simultaneously a bit disappointed, yet heard Du Mingsheng continue. Qinghe Chui family? The true man seemed thoughtful. Du Mingsheng nodded emphatically, with a wry smile. Zhang Fuxing felt rather uninterested. The Qinghe Chui family, not to mention being a super clan with divine spirit-level individuals, it's far located in Qinghe province, completely out of reach. In the short term, it was inconceivable. He controlled the true man, nodding lightly, before finishing the sentence. The true man saw Du Mingsheng's bashful expression, saying, Zhang Fuxing's emotions surged, patiently listening further. Du Mingsheng said, to be honest, I joined the Mandala lineage to study this, and now the conclusion is... The true man seemed thoughtful. Du Mingsheng chuckled twice and softly added, Zhang Fuxing had a stirring inside. Indeed, with cause and effect parallel, one could already execute critical strikes weighted in cause and effect. If further progressed in the Tai chapter, is there a chance to follow the cause and effect, directly engaging with the ancient book? Even to steal it? Hope resurfaced in Zhang Fuxing's heart. He controlled the true man to speak. Saying this, the true man, comprised of chaotic fog, closed their eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Chapter 245, 186. The Third Furnace Fire. Let There Be Snow. Part 2. Chapter 245, Chapter 186. The Third Furnace Fire. Let There Be Snow. Part 2. He opened his eyes and said, Du Mingsheng felt a sinking feeling in his heart, thinking he was being fooled, but dared not show a hint on his face, and then heard the true man speak again. Du Mingxing suddenly raised his head, ecstatic. "Why thank me?" The true man's figure gradually blurred, his voice ethereal and profound. He feared this fellow would wander again and fall into a dangerous place, possibly even die. The book of life and death would truly seem distant then. Du Mingxiang bowed his head, repeatedly kowtowing. When he raised his head again, the chaotic fog was completely gone. He murmured to himself with those words. Du Mingxiang bowed again and chanted, "Twin Cities bubble." At the edge area in the smuggling camp, Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged in the tent, then lay down, pretending to rest, his mind racing. Book of Life and Death, Du Mingxiang. It seems altering the Book of Life and Death has a cost. Old Du could never attain the 1,000-year refining spirit position, possibly due to this cost. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts were spinning as he temporarily restrained his imagination, not considering how to use the Book of Life and Death if he gets it. Not that he's sure he will. His thoughts turned to the prestigious Chui family left in the Golden City, probably developed from some cadet branch that didn't leave more than 1,000 years ago. The immediate task is to first achieve a realm breakthrough. Zhang Fuxing continued to squint and rest, his thoughts quietly immersing into the contract, communicating with 2 sets of 100-year main cultivation times. He felt a bit regretful. The former's efficiency was several times that of the latter. But fortunately, although he has no great medicine or marvelous medicine support and no resource accumulation, he has incredible talent. Jin Shiyue's enlightenment, and her golden flesh and jade bone, and a naturally born Vajra physique. 100 years have merged with his body. In the first year, I began to cultivate diligently, comprehending the heavens and the earth, trying to capture the heaven and earth's chi mechanism, transforming them into fuel for my chi blood furnace fire, igniting grain by grain of acupoints. In the second year, I made slight progress. The golden flesh and jade bone perfectly integrated heaven and earth's chi mechanism into myself. In the 51st year, thanks to my astonishing root bone and enlightenment, after 50 years, I finally captured enough heaven and earth's chi mechanism. Inside the body, more than 100 acupoints flashed with light, and by the ancestral acupoint on the brow, alongside the physical furnace fire, the second lamp of furnace fire appeared. Grandmaster Cultivation is lighting acupoints with heaven and earth's chi mechanism. The 100th acupoint can transform into physical furnace fire. The 200th acupoint can create chi blood furnace fire. The 300th acupoint then leads to spirit furnace fire. The human body has 360 acupoints. If the remaining 59 acupoints were also all lit, they could ignite the 360th acupoint, which is the final acupoint, the ancestral acupoint on the brow. Formed is the 4th lamp of heaven and earth furnace fire. Zhang Fuxing's heart was agitated. In the 52nd year after igniting the chi blood furnace fire, my Dharma aspect leaped from 200 meters to a towering 1,000 meters. I continue attempting to light acupoints. There are 2 different heaven and earth chi mechanisms within Twin Cities Heaven and Earth, but they are already very chaotic and vague. Although I can continue lighting acupoints, the speed has slowed significantly. In the 100th year, I once more lit 37 acupoints and have only 60. 3 acupoints left to ignite the spirit furnace fire. As he opened his eyes, a brilliant light erupted, but was forcibly restrained by Zhang Fuxing. The noise outside the tent was getting louder, and as he listened closely, beside the old boatman causing trouble, the rest at the camp were mostly preparing for the impending arrival of some incredible figure. Vaguely, Zhang Fuxing heard the word Chui. Kui. Could it be the prestigious Chui family? They're in the Golden City. After listening for a while, it turned out to be true. From the chatter among the camp crowd, he learned that a descendant from the prestigious Chui family heard about the exotic treasure location and came to this subordinate city. It seems that this Chui family member trapped in the Twin Cities bubble is about to arrive at the camp. Everyone was preparing to welcome him. After all, he is from the prestigious family of Golden City. Zhang Fuxing didn't care much, slightly shaking his head and whispering. He laughed softly An old celestial being with a lifespan ending indeed no one dares to provoke, fearing the other party would go to extreme heights, briefly returning to their peak. Then it's a heaven and earth's lifespan move. A heavenly being about to die totally possesses the ability to drag a major force down with them. Shaking his head, he stops imagining further. His thoughts continue to float in the contract, communicating the remaining 100-year cultivation time. By the 40th year, my cultivation speed dramatically slowed, without the heaven and earth secret medicine assisting, making progress tough. At the 85th year, enlightenment seemed to arrive, lighting 3 acupoints in a row. By this, all acupoints connected end to end, bright, dazzling light. Yet another lamp of furnace fire, born on my brow's ancestral acupoint. It is spirit furnace fire. Light the spirit furnace fire. One's mind becomes heaven's mind. A thought turns the sky. For hundreds of miles. The next 15 years, the chi mechanism of twin cities heaven and earth can no longer enter my body. I made no progress. 200 years rushed by. In the mind, chaotic past memories surged and churned. 3 lamps of furnace fire blazing by the brow's ancestral acupoint. The youth, unknowingly, already sat straight, quietly meditating. He opened his eyes. The youth murmured to himself. Outside the tent suddenly came the excited voice of Wei Lingzhu. "It's snowing." The tent was pulled open. The girl squeezed in her head, joyfully said. As she spoke, she saw the youth smile and respond, saying, "That's great." Wei Lingzhu slightly paused, not knowing if it was an illusion. She always felt that her big brother Bo Yang, simple and honest in demeanor, seemed somewhat different. If said specifically, yet somehow couldn't pinpoint. Just like, he seemed taller. The youth crawled out of the tent, extending his hand, watching the snowflakes slowly melt in his palm. He softly murmured. The excited Wei siblings beside him glanced. They saw Bo Yang, big brother, shake his head without replying. But the snow falling from the blackened sky did grow larger, even larger. He merely whispered, and indeed, heavy snowflakes started drifting. The ground was covered in silver. Chapter 246, 187. The Noble's Arrival and Inborn Talent That Never Recedes. Chapter 246, Chapter 187. The Noble's Arrival and Inborn Talent That Never Recedes. Winda. The reason for sealing the small world is related to the Public Security Bureau Chief of Chongyang City. As for the black sky, the hover car slid across the black celestial vault, and a great sect member from the Pantheon explained patiently in the cabin. Chui Winda sat up straight, without a trace of expression on his face, and spoke calmly. The Public Security Bureau Chief of Chongyang? The other day, I heard from my aunt over the phone about this person. He paused, glanced out the window, and said lightly. Wang Chonghuan's eyelid twitched. Winda, the divine sect still has use for him, so perhaps killing him might not be possible. Oh! Chui Winda remained sitting upright, suddenly speaking. Wang Chonghuan looked out the window and saw the snow falling, growing heavier and heavier. He frowned slightly, just about to stop the snowfall with a word, but heard Chui Winda speak calmly. Wang Chonghuan swallowed back his words and instead said. Chui Winda responded inattentively. Wang Chonghuan was taken aback. There are followers of various sects gathered there, including stewards. Chui Winda said indifferently. He paused and said unhurriedly. Wang Chonghuan's mouth twitched, but in the end he said nothing, responding with a low acknowledgement. The hover car sped through the heavy snow. Soon after, they arrived at the smuggling camp. The car doors slowly opened, and the hover car remained suspended 100 meters high. Chui Winda walked leisurely to the door and leaped down. He fell to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a great bloom of snow. Wang Chonghuan followed closely behind. The camp was eerily silent, including the Grandmaster in charge, who also stood up, silently gazing at the noble from the high-class Chui family. Nearly half of the people slightly bowed their heads. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the girl, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, somewhat amused. Could a Chui family really have such prestige? A high-class, great family, He clicked his tongue in surprise, but didn't deliberately do anything, no longer staring at the so-called noble from the Chui family. After all, the old woman hasn't been killed yet. She has lit the fourth heaven and earth furnace fire, able to slightly harness the power of heaven and earth. This is enough. The most crucial point is she possesses the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. It's ultimately a supreme treasure. Even if she didn't use the curse-killing technique, directly targeting him, he would still be doomed. Could the bridge of helplessness withstand the Nailhead 7 Arrows book? Zhang Fuxing wasn't certain. All he knew was that he needed to wait silently for the old woman to appear and then strive to strike in one blow, giving no chance for the opponent to utilize the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Thus, for now, he needed to maintain a low profile, unless wiping out everyone at the scene in one fell swoop. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Chui Wenda didn't even look at them directly, ordering coldly from his side. Wang Changhua nodded lightly. The next second, the ground shook, and many in the camp with low cultivation couldn't stand steady, shockingly realizing they were rising. Not themselves, but the ground they stood on was rising. The entire ground rock layer of the camp area was forcibly lifted by a massive hand formed of qi and blood. The scene was astonishing, especially for those in the camp. Even Zhang Fuxing was shocked. This weight likely neared or even exceeded the megaton level. How did this guy do it? Zhang Fuxing was alarmed, clearly sensing that the middle-aged man beside the Chui family noble hadn't drawn on the power of heaven and earth, nor was he an ultimate great sect member, probably having lit the third furnace fire, on par with himself. Yet he could effortlessly lift a megaton-sized rock layer with pure, tangible qi and blood, even with his own qi blood sublimation achieving. This would be difficult. Breaking a 1,000-meter area of land and lifting it easily are two different concepts. And this did not seem to be the limit of this great sect member. Having first encountered the Book of Life and Death, with Du Mingsheng living over 1,000,000 years, now witnessing a three-furnace great sect member lifting 1,000 meters of land, Zhang Fuxing completely gave up underestimating the world. Like the Black Eye's gaze, like the six-ding divine fire in Chen Wanyu's heart. If not for his interference, after some time, when their traits are truly activated, perhaps they would reach terrifying heights, including Neo Dali. Simply put, Chapter 247, 187, The Noble's Arrival and Innate Talent That Never Regresses _2. Chapter 247, Chapter 187, The Noble's Arrival and Innate Talent That Never Regresses _2. The thought passed by, returning to calm as the ground beneath lifted. Zhang Fuxing's gaze focused on that great sect. What's special about this guy? Let's see if I can figure it out in the next couple of days. As his mind wandered, dozens of meters of rock layer had already been placed 10 miles away by a giant hand. The ground shook and some tents collapsed. Huge clouds of dust spread in all directions, rising hundreds of meters into the air, forming a temporary sea of dust. Everyone staggered. When the dust finally dissipated, the crowd turned their gaze to where the campsite used to be, now a massive crater. They could see the noble from the Chui family had already erected a stone tablet on the ground, with just one powerful word inscribed on it. It seemed to be a declaration of sovereignty. The next moment, that terrifying great sect moved again. The spirit furnace fire appeared, burning behind his head, and with his thoughts, stones and ancient trees tore out, and within a few breaths, they had been piled into a manor. This scene startled many onlookers, but Zhang Fuxing remained calm. He could also do this. Once the spirit furnace fire ignites, one's control over spiritual thoughts increases 100 or 1,000-fold. Lifting stones or wood and constructing a building or manor in the blink of an eye is no difficult feat. The noble from the Chui family moved into the manor. In the camp, everyone quietly tidied up the aftermath, nobody complaining out loud. Even those who previously dared confront and question the Pantheon's grandmasters face-to-face were silent now. For a long time, sitting in front of a newly erected tent, Wei Qingshan gazed enviously at the manor built in an instant. He murmured softly, "The person standing beside him must be a great sect of the divine sect, right?" Wei Lingzhu pinched him, glaring, "Watch your words." Wei Qingshan quickly shrank his neck, then moved to sit beside Zhang Fuxing, whispering, "Brother Bo Yang, why don't you practice cultivation? Is it because—" Zhang Fuxing smiled. He reminisced. Zhang Fuxing spoke the truth. Before completing his first transaction with Uncle Wang, he was a completely ordinary person. Not exactly a failure, just an ordinary person. Wei Qingshan comforted softly. Zhang Fuxing shrugged, without answering. The exotic treasure grounds, Mangta Mountain. To be honest, even if invited, he wouldn't want to go. A celestial human beaten by Miss Mingyue was hiding there, though he had long prepared to explore, needing to get the scroll carrying Miss Mingyue, but he didn't plan on going himself, rather using the plague ghost and grim skeleton. Wei Qingshan opened his mouth, then fell silent. The big monument standing in front of the crater had the word Chui written on it, making its meaning all too clear. The exotic treasure grounds now had an owner. Speechless for a moment, the sky was pitch black, only discernible with a clock. It was already night, the planned bonfire gathering naturally canceled. Near midnight, the camp gradually quieted down. Zhang Fuxing and the Wei siblings huddled in the tent, none of them sleeping. Wei Qingshan even pulled out a deck of cards from somewhere, pulling Zhang Fuxing to play cards with the three of them. Playing cards, Wei Qingshan sighed. "Oh well, if the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up." Zhang Fuxing nodded with a smile. As they played cards, chatting about all sorts of things, it soon reached midnight. Zhang Fuxing asked curiously. Wei Lingzhu laughed. Wei Qingshan nodded vigorously. Zhang Fuxing was curious. The siblings exchanged a glance, hesitated for a moment, then the former nodded lightly and said, Zhang Fuxing first responded with an "oh," then his eyes widened. "What? Won't regress?" Cultivation is like sailing against the current, either advancing or retreating. If it truly means no regression, that would be an eternal proof. This talent doesn't mean much to him, but for anyone else, it's remarkable. While astonished, the tent was pulled open. That middle-aged man named Wu Shangping poked his head inside. "Lingzhu, come over to the small building. The old fisherman has something to ask." He then looked at Wei Qingshan and the young man, who appeared honest and simple. Zhang Fuxing confirmed with a nod. Wu Shangping didn't explain further, taking the three of them under the scrutiny of many eyes into the small building. The small building, albeit simple, was made of substantial materials. The walls were clearly filled with special materials, isolating the probing of divine thought. Following the Wei siblings, they ascended to the top floor. Entering the room, the small room was lit by an oil lamp. On the desert's edge, electricity was naturally unavailable. Scanning the room, Zhang Fuxing saw the old fisherman leaning on the chair with his eyes closed, frowning as if worried. The room held only the old fisherman. Hearing movement, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, gesturing for Wu Shangping to close the door before he spoke. Chapter 248, 188. On the Bridge of Helplessness, the Yin Spirit delivers judgment. Chapter 248, Chapter 188. On the Bridge of Helplessness, the Yin Spirit delivers judgment. Wei Lingzhu's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in a deep voice. The old fisherman's breath was slightly heavy, and he spoke in a low voice. "The boatman is up to something again." Wei Qingshan was startled. Wei Lingzhu glanced at his brother and said in a deep voice. The old fisherman rubbed his temples and nodded wearily. "Little Lingzhu is right. To be safe, you three should sleep in the building tonight." The old fisherman ground his teeth, but then sighed lightly. Everyone knew that they were unlikely to survive. He glanced at the honest young man. Zhang Fuxing said nothing, just smiled simply. Seeing this, the old fisherman said no more, waving his hand tiredly as Wu Shangping led the three out of the room, laying out bedding for them near the window. He casually pushed open the window, letting in a cool night breeze, snow still falling outside. Zhang Fuxing thanked them, then sat with the slightly flustered Wei siblings on the bedding, leaning against the wall, all silent for a moment. He looked up, unable to see the moon. The world was pitch black. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly, closing his eyes as if he were asleep. Wei Lingzhu and Wei Qingshan exchanged a glance, the latter smiling wryly. Brother Boyong only slept for so long this afternoon. He sighed anxiously. At the same time, a faint divine thought flowed quietly out through the open window, spreading towards the hastily built manor in the distance. In the hastily built manor, Cui Winda, draped in a black coat, stood quietly forming a strange gesture, as if in cultivation. Wang Changhuan approached at this time, speaking in a steady voice. The young man opened his eyes, looked at him, and spoke coldly. Wang Changhuan choked, murmuring. Cui Winda's expression remained indifferent. The leader of your pantheon in this minor world is that pseudo-innate, right? Wang Changhuan looked troubled, lowering his voice. Winda, that senior met with an accident, was slightly injured and is currently recuperating. Cui Winda's face showed irritation. Then don't disturb me. Wang Changhuan was silent for a moment. This grandmaster, who had lit 3 spirit fires and held a high status, cautiously agreed like a subordinate. Then, bowing his head, he backed out of the room and gently closed the door. Upon leaving the manor, "My lord, the Cui family's edge is too sharp recently." A grandmaster approached, speaking softly. Wang Changhuan sighed quietly. The grandmaster pondered for a moment before continuing. "My lord, once that old celestial being passes away, the Cui family's days may not be so good." Wang Changhuan gave him a sidelong glance. "Do not lightly discuss the high families. Go, guard the manor well." The grandmaster opened his mouth, reluctantly agreeing. To become a grandmaster, one must be considered a genius of sorts, possessing their own pride. Yet they had to serve a little kid? Naturally, he was displeased. Watching the grandmaster return to the manor, Wang Changhuan shook his head. He chuckled to himself. Both Winda and Qingyi have the qualifications to become the book holder. He mused to himself, taking flight into the air, speeding off into the distance, intending to meet with that senior, his thoughts swirling. But as he flew, Wang Changhuan suddenly felt something was amiss. He abruptly stopped, looking around in all directions. It was still a desolate wasteland, the sky above still dark, but the sound of a rushing river seemed to come from nowhere. The sound of the river was faint and indistinct at first, but grew clearer, as if it was flowing right before him. It seemed as though a voice was constantly whispering in his heart. Wang Changhuan's eyes glazed over, staring dazedly ahead. In the distance, there was a continuous glimmer of faint light, which seemed like a cluster of blooming flowers, yet even more like a destined other shore resting place. 1 step, 2 steps, he walked forward on the celestial vault, drawing nearer. The sound of the river grew more tumultuous. Something's wrong. The spirit furnace fire swaying behind him suddenly flared up, and Wang Changhuan snapped out of it. His body tingling all over, he struggled in shock, shouting fiercely. The hoarse shout echoed, and the world was dark, with no response, only the sound of flowing water. He couldn't see, couldn't find. Wang Changhuan felt a chill in his heart, wanted to turn back immediately, to return to Cui Winda's side. He had the qualifications to become the book holder. He could communicate with that legendary Cui family supreme treasure. But Wang Changhuan was horrified to realize, no matter what, he couldn't turn back. It felt as if some unspeakable, indescribable, unimaginable terror was heavily pressing down on his shoulders. He lowered his head. It was a bridge. Underfoot lay a bridge filled with the aura of decay, extinction, and ruin. The bridge deck was mottled and dilapidated, and a layer of gray mist had unknowingly enveloped the surroundings. As if inspired spiritually, Wang Changhuan suddenly lifted his head, and the mist surrounding the bridge seemed to thin slightly. He saw it. He saw a colossal divine statue that reached towards the celestial vault. The statue, towering thousands of feet high, wore an imposing robe with a crown adorned by 12 hanging tassels. half its face benevolent, the other half furious, turning slightly toward him, yet its head was turned, gazing. Cold sweat drenched him. The mist roiled, and dozens of overlapping chanting voices pierced through, transmitting with the fog. The overlapping voices seemed both distant and right beside his ear. Wang Changhuan trembled. 3 flames blazed simultaneously behind his head, and the chanting reverberated, each word a piercing stimulus to his nerves. 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing, celestial venerate, master of life and death, administrator of right and wrong, and the ledger. The divine statue suddenly drew away, further and further, until it disappeared, and even the layered chanting diminished, becoming a faint, ethereal background noise. Thud, thud, thud from the depths of the mist ahead. Footsteps sounded, and Wang Changhuan stood on the decaying, ruined bridge, staring intently into the deep fog. Someone emerged from the dense mist, strands of fog trailing from his form, flowing among his garments. It was a 3-eyed child. The third eye of the child swirled with a dismal hue, hands clasped behind the back, walking through the void. The light, ethereal voice pierced Wang Changhuan's ears, arousing a chill within his heart. The netherworld, you do? The 3-eyed child spoke in an ancient tongue, questioning from a lofty position. As he spoke, Inchi erupted from his mouth and nose, nearly extinguishing the 3 flames behind the Grandmaster. Wang Changhuan, drenched in sweat, his mind completely seized, could muster no will to resist, and mumbled. The 3-eyed child calmly stated, "Yes, yes." Initially nodding hurriedly, Wang Changhuan's expression suddenly froze. Book of Life and Death. He didn't know what it was, but the name sounded straightforward, reminding him of the Chui family's supreme treasure. Qinghe Chui family. Zhang Fuxing secretly manipulated the body of Zhou Munyu, the latter being his own creation, a subordinate soul. Pulling it into the divine realm was but a simple thought. As for Wang Changhuan, he had initially intended to directly kill him, to test his current capabilities, perhaps even take him to the 8 Sceneries Palace, extracting his qualities by force from a higher position. Unlikely, but what if? Only. Hearing the recent mutterings from Wang Changhuan altered Zhang Fuxing's plans. Book holder, Chui family. The book they hold was undeniable. Now, standing on the bridge of helplessness where even divine spirits cannot turn back, Wang Changhuan licked his lips and tremblingly spoke. The 3-eyed child replied indifferently. Wang Changhuan's knees gave way. He saw the 3-eyed child shrouded in mist, speaking with interest. Upon these words, the mist churned, revealing glimpses of the vast 18 layers of purgatory behind the boy, with mountains of knives and seas of fire, cauldrons of oil and iron trees, where countless soul spirits drifted, enduring punishment, their piercing wails echoing. Wang Changhuan was scared out of his wits, prostrating on the ground, pleading for mercy. Though Zhang Fuxing possessed a 1,000-year position, his divine realm soaked in the incense of centuries, tempered by hundreds of years of 6 divine fire. Yet to speak truly, it was not genuinely the underworld. If Wang Changhuan calmed his mind and scrutinized carefully, he might see through it. But his mind had long been captured by the wooden bridge beneath him, the earlier divine statue, and the other shore flower cluster. How could he possibly calm his mind to observe? After all, he was among the few who had attempted to understand the netherworld. Now Wang Changhuan was kowtowing fervently. This grandmaster, lighting 3 spiritual furnace fires, poured out his story like beans from a bamboo tube. It's those Chui family from the human world, unlawfully keeping the book of life and death. His forehead repeatedly struck the mottled bridge deck. Each collision seemed to flicker with past memories in his mind, only to vanish swiftly, frightening Wang Changhuan further. Past memories, not from this life, but from the previous ones. He was consumed by extreme fear. His mind utterly broke down, and the spiritual furnace fires behind him began to wane. The 3-eyed child spoke coldly. Upon those words, the scene of the 18 layers of purgatory behind him in the dense fog began to solidify. The eerie winds howled, the souls wailed in despair. Wang Changhuan's thoughts shattered. He was in despair. Suddenly, at this moment, a distant voice spoke from immeasurably high above, causing Wang Changhuan to jerk his head up, seeing the light, seeing the radiant glow. He saw the overwhelming radiance descend, the glow shrouding an indescribable, mind-transcending Taoist palace. In this brilliance, before the Taoist palace, stood a dignified old man with an unexpectedly familiar presence. Chapter 249, 189. When the tree longs for stillness, the wind will not cease. Chapter 249, Chapter 189. When the tree longs for stillness, the wind will not cease. At the end of the bridge, a three-eyed child shrouded in sinister mist suddenly changed in color, staring fixedly at the celestial vault above, staring at the majestic Taoist palace that defies description. The three-eyed child solemnly spoke. What? Does even the high heaven intend to meddle in the affairs of my underworld? True man? High heaven? Wang Changhuan suddenly had a shiver, abruptly recalling who this familiar old man was. Wasn't he the one who rebuked the celestial vault in Chongyang City some days ago? Wasn't he the one who proclaimed devotion to the celestial venerate? The great upheaval in Chongyang City on that day was filmed by many and widely spread. A bit of hope arose in Wang Changhuan's heart. The legendary true man, that Taoist palace, is it the fabled realm above the high heaven? He saw the true man standing on the clouds, speaking indifferently. The celestial venerate has spoken. This is not yet a matter of the underworld returning. The three-eyed child showed apprehension. The grayish hue in the third eye seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. Amidst the mist, the 10,000 ridges divine statue subtly appeared again. He sneered mockingly. Does the celestial venerate not advocate purity and non-action, promoting the balance of all things? The true man raised an eyebrow, silent for a moment. His gaze fell upon the middle-aged great sect prostrated on the bridge of helplessness. The true man inquired. Wang Changhuan knocked his head viciously, weeping bitterly. I know. Wang Changhuan nodded vigorously. In recent days, someone in Chongyang City claimed to have exchanged heaven-interchangeable Tao with the true man. Others said, it's 3 prices, 1 blessing. Previously, he thought it was mere gossip, merely a rumor, dismissed it with a laugh. Yes, yes. 3 consecutive affirmations. Complex matters were stripped from Wang Changhuan's body. He looked up, seeing the true man with one hand behind his back, the other flipping down from above. This world, called the Yin world, netherworld, seemed to emit a booming sound, with countless splendid lights cascading down from above. The three-eyed child roared. In the final moment, Wang Changhuan saw the three-eyed child stomp his foot, saw the 10,000 ridges divine statue glare, saw the mist on the so-called bridge of helplessness gather into a torrent, rushing towards the Taoist palace in the sky. The torrent surged upward, but it could never reach that mysterious Taoist palace. Until the torrent collided with the descending radiant light, the heavens trembled, the earth shook. Before him was a blinding white light. Nothing could be seen. Once the white light disappeared, Wang Changhuan lay exhausted on the ground, looking around dazedly. He was in the desert, back to the mortal realm. His legs buckled, gasping heavily. Back? Wang Changhuan lay in the sand, limbs spread wide, sweat soaking the ground. He suddenly sobbed uncontrollably. Back to the human world again. After a long time, Wang Changhuan struggled to stand, staggering off towards the distant North City. Underworld. 9 Netherworld, Underworld. He needed to report. In the desert, a divine thought silently watched the fleeing figure of the middle-aged great sect, ultimately refrained from keeping him forever. No rush for the moment. Spiritual thoughts slowly retreated, carrying a deep fatigue, rendering the divine realm as real underworld, while exerting effort to suppress the spiritual will of a 3-furnace great sect was exceedingly taxing for Zhang Fuxing. But the outcome was favorable. 200 years of past cultivation in techniques. Could the level of the primordial scripture Tai chapter be pushed further up? He envisioned the 5 great killing techniques of Tai Chapter, corresponding to the 5 levels from entry level to breaking limit. Just the entry level cause and effect parallel was already wondrously breathtaking. The higher level the technique, the harder it is to cultivate, especially the final inverted cause and effect. Just hearing the name reveals a glimpse of its profundity. But Zhang Fuxing does not seek to invert cause and effect, nor does he seek all things chaos, heaven and earth inversion. If he could achieve minor achievement in Tai Chapter, comprehending hand imbued with cause and effect, it would already be enough. Not hurrying to let the thoughts return to the main body, Zhang Fuxing scrutinized the contract, examining the present matters. Besides over 2,000 years of spiritual cultivation time, there were also 200 years of technique cultivation time, coming from Wang Changhuan's Qi blood characteristics, which weren't actually special. For ascensions, this guy's Qi and blood ascended 4 times, Zhang Fuxing only once. He clicked his tongue in wonder, presuming these resources mostly came from Wang Changhuan's former beloved, Cui Qingyi. Cui Qingyi seems to be the Cui family noblewoman who called his home as the Celestial General. Calculating the time, in a few days' time, all remains should arrive at the Golden City. Chapter 250, 189. The tree longs for stillness, but the wind will not cease. Chapter 250, Chapter 189. The tree longs for stillness, but the wind will not cease. Zhang Fuxing reined in his thoughts, temporarily not touching the cause and effect extracted from Wang Changhuan. The cause and effect related to the book of life and death. He just tried to see if the contract could buy cause and effect, and it actually worked. Thinking again, it seemed only natural. Attempting to merge his own level of 4-fold Qi blood sublimation, Zhang Fuxing used his spiritual thoughts with the divine realm as a transfer point, quietly projecting his Qi blood over 100 kilometers away. In an instant, a magnificent Qi blood, like a crimson ocean, descended, spreading throughout the mountains and wilderness, then suddenly exerting force. A small mountain peak, 300 meters high, was enveloped by the crimson Qi blood. Then it was pulled up with a roar. The mountain peak soared into the air. Watching this scene through divine thought, Zhang Fuxing sighed inwardly. No wonder it said that in the end, pure brute force becomes insignificant. A 300-meter mountain, to lift it with just brute force? That would take meat worth billions of tons. And even if he fully unleashed his current pure strength, it was only 80,000 tons. His mind turned. In close range, even if the enemy also had 4-fold Qi blood sublimation, as long as he struck before the opponent's Qi blood could resist, he could still crush their skull. Of course, he also had to extinguish the furnace fire, or the skull would just recover in moments. Qi blood is Qi, or rather the product of merging with a mysterious factor. The further it goes, the more it resembles the product of the mysterious factor. As for this mysterious factor, Zhang Fuxing speculated, in reality, it is something like heaven and earth primordial Qi. Gathering his thoughts, the mountain suspended in the sky was slowly lowered. The crimson Qi blood great tide that steamed and permeated the mountains and wilderness gradually receded. The mountains and wilderness returned to tranquility. Camp. A trusted subordinate reported. The old boatman, wearing a bamboo hat, pondered for a moment and said calmly, "No need to rush." He smiled. The trusted subordinate revealed a smile. The old boatman licked his lips, speaking with some reluctance. He nodded toward the Grand Master still seated in the center of the camp. The trusted subordinate was moved. The old boatman gave him a sidelong glance. Gaining the favor of the Grand Master of the divine sect allows us to openly kill the old fisherman. He chuckled softly. The trusted subordinate licked his lips, eyes shining. You mean, let the various sects confront the noble Cui family. If they succeed, we can continue mining exotic soil. The old fisherman smiled with squinty eyes. The ragged old man gazed at the distant small building, his expression turning cold. The trusted subordinate confirmed. The boatman chuckled. That way family girl seems to have some extraordinary talent. For the next 5 days, everything was unremarkable. During these 5 days, Zhang Fuxing played cards and chatted with the Wei family siblings during the day. At night, he silently used the High Heaven Order from various places as a support, borrowing his true man form to frequently witness transactions completed by members of the High Heaven Association. Under his guidance, many members also began using technique cultivation experiences as trading materials. He took a 30% cut. 5 days later, after exhausting many High Heaven Association members' short-term trading potential, Zhang Fuxing amassed a full 700 years of technique cultivation time, plus the 200 years of past experiences acquired from Wang Changwan. No more, no less. Exactly 1,000 years. Despite thinking this, Zhang Fuxing still felt uneasy. The reason is simple. This ancient scripture is called the primordial scripture. Entry level might be simpler, but for subsequent cultivation to be easy, then it wouldn't be called the primordial scripture. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his hands impatiently. If not for the desire to kill that old woman and seize the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, he would have left long ago. Neither the profound resentment nor the eerie blockade by the Pantheon could stop Zhang Fuxing. He has the bridge of helplessness. Brother Bo Yang, Qing Shan and I are going to hunt in the forest 200 kilometers away. Wei Lingzhu bounced over. Zhang Fuxing's heart moved. Western sect? He saw Uncle Yu and Aunt Li getting into a car in the distance. It's time to connect with Uncle Yu and them. It's not necessarily his true self to connect, true man form. Zhang Fuxing dared not fully trust Lin Yuxing. He must have some power within the investigation bureau. Uncle Yu and Aunt Li, he could trust them. Zhang Fuxing nodded in response. Climbing into the pickup truck bed with the siblings, Wu Shangping driving, he hit the accelerator, and the pickup chased the Western Believers convoy, dust billowing. Seeing this scene, the trusted subordinate hurriedly returned to the small building to report. Should we capture her early? The old boatman pondered for a moment and made a decision. You take 7th in them, bring some exotic soil, and follow them. After a pause, the old boatman said indifferently, "Just the little girl Wei Lingzhu will do." The trusted subordinate nodded, smiling as he spoke. The old boatman glared at him. The old boatman nodded expressionlessly. For the last half day, please vote for the monthly ticket. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.